provided his son with merchandise to the value of 90,000 gold pieces, whilst his mother gave him a purse containing 40 bezel stones, jewels of price, the least of the value of one of which was 500 ducats, saying, O my son, be careful of this jewelry, for it will be of service to thee. Thereupon Kamar al-Zaman took the jewels and set out for Basora, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 967th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman took the jewels and set out for Basora after he had laid them in a belt, which he buckled about his waist, and he stayed not till there remained aught but a day's journey between that city and himself, when the Arabs came out upon him and stripped him naked and slew his men and servants, but he laid himself down among the slain and wallowed in their blood, so that the wildlings took him for dead and left him without even turning him over and made off with their booty. When the Arabs had gone their ways, Kamar al-Zaman arose, having naught left but the jewels in his girdle, and fared on nor ceased faring till he came to Basora. It chanced that his entry was on a Friday and the town was void of folk, even as the dervish had informed him. He found the market streets deserted and the shops wide open and full of goods, so he ate and drank and looked about him. Presently, he heard a band of drums beating and hid himself in a shop, till the slave girls came up, when he looked at them, and, seeing the young lady riding amongst them, love and longing overcame him and desire and distraction overpowered him, so that he had no force to stand. After a while, the people reappeared in the bazaars filled. Whereupon he went to the market and repairing to a jeweller and pulling out one of his 40 gems sold it for 1,000 dinars, wherewith he returned to his place and passed the night there. And when morning morrowed he changed his clothes and going to the hammam came forth as he were the full moon. Then he sold other 4 stones for 4,000 dinars and sauntered solacing himself about the main streets of Basora, clad in the costliest of clothes, till he came to a market, where he saw a barber's shop. So he went into the barber who shaved his head, and, clapping up an acquaintance with him, said to him, O my father, I am a stranger in these parts, and yesterday I entered this city and found it void of folk, nor was there in it any living soul, man nor jinni. Then I saw a troop of slave girls and amongst them a young lady riding in state, and he went on to tell him all he had seen. Said the barber, O my son, hast thou told any but me of this? And he said, No. The other rejoined, Then, O my son, beware thou mention this before any but me, for all folk cannot keep a secret, and thou art but a little lad, and I fear lest the talk travel from man to man, till it reach those whom it concerneth, and they slay thee. For know, O my son, that this thou hast seen, none never kenned nor knew in other than this city. As for the people of Basora, they are dying of this annoy, for every Friday forenoon they shut up the dogs and cats, to hinder them from going about the market streets, and all the people of the city enter the cathedral mosques, where they lock the doors on the FN number 399, and not one of them can pass about the bazaar nor even look out of casement, nor knoweth any the cause of this calamity. But, O my son, tonight I will question my wife concerning the reason thereof, for she is a midwife and entereth the houses of the notables and knoweth all the city news. So, Inshallah, do thou come to me tomorrow and I will tell thee what she shall have told me. With this Kamar al-Zaman pulled out a handful of gold and said to him, O my father, take this gold and give it to thy wife, for she is become my mother. Then he gave him a second handful, saying, Take this for thyself. Whereupon quoth the barber, O my son, sit thou in thy place, till I go to my wife and ask her and bring the news of the true state of the case. So saying, he left him in the shop and going home, acquainted his wife with the young man's case, saying, I would have thee tell me the truth of this city business, so I may report it to this young merchant, for he hath set his heart on beating the reason why men and beasts are forbidden the market streets every Friday forenoon, and methinks he is a lover, for he is open-handed and liberal, and if we tell him what he would trow, we shall get great good of him. Quoth she, Go back and say to him, Come, speak with thy mother, my wife, who sendeth her salam to thee and saith to thee, Thy wish is won. Accordingly he returned to the shop, where he found Kamar al-Zaman sitting awaiting him and repeated him the very words spoken by his spouse. Then he carried him unto her and she welcomed him and bade him sit down, whereupon he pulled out 100 ducats and gave them to her, saying, O my mother, tell me who this young lady may be. Said she, Know, O my son, that there came a gem to the Sultan of Bassorah from the king of Hind, and he was minded to have it pierced. So he summoned all the jewelers in the body and said to them, I wish you to drill me this jewel. Whoso pierceth it, I will give him whatsoever he shall ask, but if he break it, I will cut off his head. At this they were afraid and said, O king of the age, a jewel is soon spoilt and there are few who can pierce them without injury, for most of them have a flaw. So do not thou impose upon us a task to which we are unable, for our hands cannot avail to drill this jewel. However, our Sheikh FN number 400 is more experienced than we. Asked the king, And who is your Sheikh? And they answered, Master Obaid, he is more versed than we in this art and hath wealth galore and of skill great store. Therefore do thou send for him to the presence and bid him pierce thee this jewel. Accordingly the king sent for Obaid and bade him pierce the jewel, imposing on him the condition aforesaid. He took it and pierced it to the liking of the king, who said to him, Ask a boon of me, O master, and said he, O king of the age, allow me delay till tomorrow. Now the reason of this was that he wished to take counsel with his wife, who is the young lady thou sawest riding in procession, for he loveth her with exceeding love, and of the greatness of his affection for her, he doth naught without consulting her, wherefore he put off asking till the morrow. When he went home, he said to her, I have pierced the king a jewel, and he hath granted me a boon which I deferred asking till tomorrow, that I might consult thee. Now what dost thou wish, that I may ask it? Quoth she, We have riches such as fires may not consume, but, an thou love me, ask of the king to make proclamation in the streets of Bassorah that all the townsfolk shall every Friday enter the mosques, 2 hours before the hour of prayer, so none may abide in the town at all great or small except they be in the mosques or in the houses and the doors be locked upon them, and that every shop of the town be left open. Then will I ride with my slave women through the heart of the city, and none shall look on me from window or lattice, and every one whom I find abroad I will kill. FN number 401. So he went into the king and begged of him this boon, which he granted him and caused proclamation to be made amongst the Bassoraites, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When was the 968th night? She continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the barber's wife said, when the jeweller begged his boon, the king bade proclamation be made amongst the Bassoraites, but the people objected that they feared for their goods from the cats and dogs, wherefore he commanded to shut the animals up till the folk should come forth from the Friday prayers. So the jeweller's wife fell to sallying forth every Friday, 2 hours before the time of congregational prayer, and riding in state through the city with her women, during which time none doth pass through the marketplace nor look out of casement or lattice. This, then, is what thou wouldest know, and I have told thee who she is. But, O my son, was it thy desire only to have news of her, or hast thou a mind to meet her? Answered he, O my mother, 'tis my wish to foregather with her. Quoth she, Tell me what valuables thou hast with thee, and quoth he, O my mother, I have with me precious stones of 4 sorts, the first worth 500 dinars each, the second 700, the third 800, and the fourth 1,000 ducats. She asked, Art thou willing to spend 4 of these? And he answered, I am ready to spend all of them. She rejoined, Then, arise, O my son, and go straight to thy lodging and take a bezel gem of those worth 500 sequins, with which do thou repair to the jewel market and ask for the shop of Master Obaid, the sheikh of the jewelers. Go thither and thou wilt find him seated in his shop, clad in rich clothes, with workmen under his hand. Salute him and sit down on the front shelf of his shop, FN number 402, then pull out the jewel and give it to him, saying, O master, take this stone and fashion it into a seal ring for me with gold. Make it not large, a miscle FN number 403, in weight and no more, but let the fashion of it be thy fairest. Then give him 20 dinars and to each of his prentices a dinar. Sit with him a while and talk with him, and if a beggar approach thee, show thy generosity by giving him a dinar, to the intent that he may affect thee, and after this, leave him and return to thy place. Pass the night there, and next morning, take 100 dinars and bring them and give them to thy father the barber, for he is poor. Quoth Kamar al-Zaman, be it so, and returning to his caravanserai, took a jewel worth 500 gold pieces and went with it to the jewel bazaar. There he inquired for the shop of Master Obaid, sheikh of the jewelers, and they directed him thereto. So he went thither and saw the sheikh, a man of austere aspect and robed in sumptuous raiment with 4 journeymen under his hand. He addressed him with peace be upon you. And the jeweler returned his greeting and welcoming him, made him sit down. Then he brought out the jewel and said, O master, I wish thee to make me this jewel into a seal ring with gold. Let it be the weight of a miscle and no more, but fashion it excellently. Then he pulled out 20 dinars and gave them to him, saying, This is the fee for chasing, and the price of the ring shall remain. FN number 404, and he gave each of the apprentices a gold piece, wherefore they loved him, and so did Master Obaid. Then he sat talking with the jeweler, and whenever a beggar came up to him, he gave him a gold piece, and they all marvelled at his generosity. Now Master Obaid has tools at home, like those he had in the shop, and whenever he was minded to do any unusual piece of work, it was his custom to carry it home and do it there, that his journeyman might not learn the secrets of his wonderful workmanship. FN number 405, his wife used to sit before him, and when she was sitting thus and he looking upon her, FN number 406, he would fashion all manner of marvellously wroughten trinkets, such as were fit for none but kings. So he went home and sat down to mould the ring with admirable workmanship. When his wife saw him thus engaged, she asked him, What wilt thou do with this bezel gem? And he answered, I mean to make it into a ring with gold, for 'tis worth 500 dinars. She inquired, For whom? And he answered, For a young merchant, who is fair of face, with eyes that wound with desire, and cheeks that strike fire, and mouth like the seal of Suleiman, and cheeks like the bloom of Numan, and lips red as coraline, and neck like the antelope's long and fine. His complexion is white dashed with red, and he is well bred, pleasant and generous, and doth thus and thus. And he went on to describe to her now his beauty and loveliness, and then his perfection and bounty, and ceased not to vaunt his charms and generosity of his disposition, till he had made her in love with him, for there is no sillier cuckold than he who vaunteth to his wife another man's handsome looks and unusual liberality in many matters. So, when desire rose high in her, she said to him, Is aught of my charms found in him? Said he, He hath all thy beauties, and he is thy counterpart in qualities. Meseemeth his age is even as thine, and but that I fear to hurt thy feelings, I would say that he is 1,000 times handsomer than thou art. She was silent, yet the fire of fondness was kindled in her heart. And the jeweller ceased not to talk with her and to set out Kamar al-Zaman's charms before her till he had made an end of moulding the ring, when he gave it to her and she put it on her finger, which it fitted exactly. Quoth she, O my lord, my heart loveth this ring, and I long for it to be mine, and will not take it from my finger. Quoth he, Have patience. The owner of it is generous, and I will seek to buy it of him, and if he will sell it, I will bring it to thee. Or if he have another such stone, I will buy it and fashion it for thee into a ring like this. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 969th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the jeweller said to his wife, Have patience. The owner of it is generous, and I will seek to buy it of him, and, if he will sell it, I will bring it to thee, or, if he have another such stone, I will buy it and fashion it for thee into a ring like this. On this wise it fared with the jeweller and his wife, but as regards Kamar al-Zaman, he passed the night in his lodging, and on the morrow he took 100 dinars and carried them to the old woman, the barber's wife, saying to her, Accept these gold pieces, and she replied, Give them to thy father. So he gave them to the barber, and she asked, Hast thou done as I bade thee? He answered, Yes, and she said, Go now to the sheikh, the jeweller, and if he give thee the ring, put it on the tip of thy finger and pull it off in haste, and say to him, O master, thou hast made a mistake, the ring is too tight. He will say, O merchant, shall I break it and mould it again larger? And do thou say, It booteth not to break it and fashion it anew. Take it and give it to one of thy slave women. Then pull out another stone worth 700 dinars and say to him, Take this stone and set it for me, for 'tis handsomer than the other. Give him 30 dinars and to each of the prentices 2, saying, These gold pieces are for the chasing, and the price of the ring shall remain. Then return to thy lodging for the night, and on the morrow bring me 200 ducats, and I will complete thee the rest of the device. So the youth went to the jeweller, who welcomed him and made him sit down in his shop, and he asked him, Hast thou done my need? Yes, and Sid obeyed and brought out to him the seal ring, whereupon he set it on his fingertip, and pulling it off in haste, cried, Thou hast made a mistake, O master, and threw it to him, saying, 'Tis too straight for my finger. Asked the jeweller, O merchant, shall I make it larger? But he answered, Not so, take it as a gift and give it to one of thy slave girls. Its worth is trifling, some 500 dinars, so it booteth not to fashion it over again. Then he brought out to him another stone worth 700 sequins, and said to him, Set this for me, 'tis a finer gem. Moreover he gave him 30 dinars and to each of his workmen 2. Quoth Obaid, O my lord, he will take the price of the ring when we have made it. FN number 407, but Kamar al-Zaman said, This is for the chasing, and the price of the ring remains over. So saying, he went away home, leaving the jeweller and his men amazed at the excess of his generosity. Presently the jeweller returned to his wife and said, O Halima, FN number 408, never did I set eyes on a more generous than this young man, and as for thee, thy luck is good, for he hath given me the ring without price, saying, Give it to one of thy slave women. And he told her what had passed, adding, Methinks this youth is none of the sons of the merchants, but that he is of the sons of the kings and sultans. Now the more he praised him, the more she waxed in love, longing, passion and distraction for him. So she took the ring and put it on her finger, whilst the jeweller made another one, a little larger than the first. When he had finished moulding it, she put it on her finger, under the first, and said, Look, O my lord, how well the 2 rings show on my finger. I wish they were both mine. Said he, Patience. It may be I shall buy thee this second one. Then he lay that night, and on the morrow he took the ring and went to his shop. As for Kamar al-Zaman, as soon as it was day, he repaired to the barber's wife and gave her 200 dinars. Quoth she, Go to the jeweller, and when he giveth thee the ring, put it on thy finger and pull it off again in haste, saying, Thou hast made a mistake, O master. This ring is too large. A master like thee, when the like of me cometh to him with a piece of work, it behoveth him to take right measure, and if thou hadst measured my finger, thou hadst not erred. Then pull out another stone worth 1,000 dinars and say to him, Take this and set it, and give this ring to one of thy slave women. Give him 40 ducats and to each of his journeymen 3, saying, This is for the chasing, and for the cost of the ring, that shall remain. And see what he will say. Then bring 300 dinars and give them to thy father the barber, that he may mend his fortune withal, for he is a poor man. Answered Kamar al-Zaman, I hear and obey, and betook himself to the jeweller, who welcomed him and making him sit down, gave him the ring. He took it and put it on his finger, then pulled it off in haste and said, It behoveth a master like thee, when the like of me bringeth him a piece of work, to take his measure. Hast thou measured my finger, thou hadst not heard, but take it and give it to one of thy slave women. Then he brought out to him a stone worth 1,000 sequins and said to him, Take this and set it in the signet ring for me after the measure of my finger. Quoth Obaid, Thou hast spoken sooth and art in the right, and took his measure, whereupon he pulled out 40 gold pieces and gave them to him, saying, Take these for the chasing, and the price of the ring shall remain. Cried the jeweller, O my lord, how much higher have we taken of thee? Verily, thy bounty to us is great. No harm, replied Kamar al-Zaman, and sat talking with him a while and giving a dinar to every beggar who passed by the shop. Then he left him and went away, whilst the jeweller returned home and said to his wife, How generous is this young merchant! Never did I set eyes on a more open-handed or a comelier than he, no, nor a sweeter of speech. And he went on to recount to her his charms and generosity, and was loud in his praise. Cried she, O thou lack tact, FN number 409, since thou notest these qualities in him, and indeed he hath given thee 2 seal rings of price, it behoveth thee to invite him and make him an entertainment and entreat him lovingly. When he says that thou affectest him and cometh to our place, we shall surely get great good of him, and if thou grudge him the banquet, do thou bid him, and I will entertain him with my monies. Quoth he, Dost thou know me to be niggardly, that thou sayest this say? And quoth she, Thou art no niggard, but thou lackest tact. Invite him this very night, and come not without him. And he refuse, conjure him by the divorce oath, and be persistent with him on my head and eyes, answered he, and moulded the ring till he had finished it, after which he passed the night and went forth on the morrow to his shop and sat there. On this wise it was with him, but as for Kamar al-Zaman, he took 300 dinars and carrying them to the old wife, gave them to her for the barber, her husband. Said she, Most like he will invite thee to his house this day, and if he do this and thou pass the night there, tell me in the morning what befalleth thee, and bring with thee 400 dinars and give them to thy father. Answered he, hearing and obeying, and as often as he ran out of money, he would sell some of his stones. So he repaired to the jeweller, who rose to him and received him with open arms, greeted him heartily and clapped up companionship with him. Then he gave him the ring, and he found it after the measure of his finger, and said to the jeweller, Allah bless thee, O Prince of Artists. The setting is conformable, but the stone is not to my liking. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 970th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman said to the jeweller, The setting is conformable to my wishes, but the stone is not to my liking. I have a handsomer than this, so take the seal ring and give it to one of thy slave women. Then he gave him a 4th stone and 100 dinars, saying, Take thy hire and excuse the trouble we have given thee. Obaid replied, O merchant, all the trouble thou hast given us thou hast requited us, and hast overwhelmed us with thy great bounties, and indeed my heart is taken with love of thee, and I cannot brook parting from thee. So, Allah upon thee, be thou my guest this night and heal my heart. He rejoined, So be it, but needs must I go to my Khan, that I may give a charge to my domestics and tell them that I shall sleep abroad tonight, so they may not expect me. Where dost thou lodge? Asked the jeweller, and he answered, In such a Khan. Quoth Obaid, I will come for thee there, and quoth the other, 'Tis well. So the jeweller repaired to the Khan before sundown, fearing lest his wife should be uninjured with him, if he returned home without his guest, and, carrying Kamar al-Zaman to his house, seated him in a saloon that had not its match. Halima saw him, as he entered, and was ravished with him. They talked till supper was served, when they ate and drank, after which appeared coffee and sherbets, and the jeweller ceased not to entertain him with talk till eventide, when they prayed the obligatory prayers. Then entered a handmaid with 2 cups FN number 410, of night drink, which when they had drunk, drowsiness overcame them and they slept. Presently in came the jeweller's wife, and seeing them asleep, looked upon Kamar al-Zaman's face, and her wit was confounded at his beauty. Said she, "How can he sleep who loveth the fair?" And, turning him over on his back, sat astraddle upon his breast. Then, in the mania of her passion for him, she rained down kisses on his cheeks, till she left a mark upon them, and they became exceeding red, and his cheekbones shone, and she sucked his lips, till the blood ran out into her mouth. But with all this, her fire was not quenched nor her thirst assuaged. She ceased not to kiss and clip him, and twine leg with leg, till the forebrow of morn grew white and the dawn broke forth in light, when she put in his pocket 4 cockles FN number 411, and went away. Then she sent her maid with something like snuff, which she applied to their nostrils, and they sneezed and awoke, when the slave girl said, "O my lords, prayer is a duty, so rise ye and pray the dawn prayer." And she brought them basin and ewer. FN number 412, quoth Kamar al-Zaman, "O master, 'tis late and we have overslept ourselves." And quoth the jeweller, "O my friend, verily the air of this room is heavy, for, whenever I sleep in it, this happens to me." Rejoined Kamar al-Zaman, "True," and proceeded to make the wuzu ablution, but, when he put the water to his face, his cheeks and lips burned him. Cried he, "Prodigious! If the air of the room be heavy and we have been drowned in sleep, what aileth my cheeks and lips that they burn me?" And he said to the jeweller, "O master, my cheeks and lips burn me." The other replied, "I guess this cometh of the mosquito bites." "Strange," said Kamar al-Zaman. "Hath this thing happened to thee?" Replied Obaid, "No. But whenever I have by me a guest like thee, he complaineth in the morning of the mosquito bites, and this happeneth only when he is like thee, beardless. If he be bearded, the mosquitoes sting him not, and naught hindereth them from me but my beard. It seems mosquitoes love not bearded men." FN number 413, rejoined Kamar al-Zaman, "True." Then the maid brought them early breakfast, and they broke their fast and went out. Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to the old woman, who exclaimed, when she saw him, "I see the marks of joyance on thy face, tell me what thou hast seen." Said he, "I have seen nothing. Only I supped with the house master in a saloon and prayed the night prayer, after which we fell asleep and woke not till morning." She laughed and said, "What be those marks on thy cheeks and lips?" He answered, "'Twas the mosquitoes of the saloon that did this with me." And she rejoined, "'Tis well. But did the same thing betide the house master?" He retorted, "Nay, but he told me that the mosquitoes of that saloon molest not bearded men, but sting those only who have no hair on face, and that whenever he hath for guest one who is beardless, the stranger awaketh complaining of the mosquito bites, whereas an he have a beard, there befalleth him naught of this." Said she, "Sooth thou speakest, but say me, sawest thou aught save this?" And he answered, "I found 4 cockles in my pocket." Quoth she, "Show them to me." So he gave them to her, and she laughed and said, "Thy mistress laid these in thy pocket." He asked, "How so?" And she answered, "'Tis as if she said to thee, in the language of signs, FN number 414, and thou wert in love, thou wouldst not sleep, for a lover sleepeth not, but thou hast not ceased to be a child and fit for nothing but to play with these cockles. So what crave thee to fall in love with a fair? Now she came to thee by night, and finding thee asleep, scored thy cheeks with her kisses and left thee this sign. But that will not suffice her of thee, and she will certainly send her husband to invite thee again tonight. So, when thou goest home with him, hasten not to fall asleep, and on the morrow bring me 500 diners, and come and acquaint me with what hath passed, and I will perfect for thee the device. Answered he, I hear and obey, and went back to the Khan. Thus it befell him, that as regards the jeweller's wife, she said to her husband, Is the guest gone? Answered he, Yes, but, O Halima, FN number 415, the mosquitoes plagued him last night and scarified his cheeks and lips, and indeed I was abashed before him. She rejoined, This is the wont of the mosquitoes of our saloon, for they love none save the beardless. But do thou invite him again tonight. So he repaired to the Khan where the youth abode, and bidding him, carried him to his house, where they ate and drank and prayed the night prayer in the saloon, after which the slave girl entered and gave each of them a cup of night drink, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 971st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the slave girl went into the twin and gave each of them a cup of night drink, and they drank and fell asleep. Presently, in came Halima and said, O good for nothing, how canst thou sleep and call thyself a lover? A lover sleepeth not. Then she mounted on his breast and ceased not to come down upon him with kisses and caresses, biting and sucking his lips and so forth, till the morning, when she put in his pocket a knife and sent her handmaid to arouse them. And when the youth awoke, his cheeks were on fire, for excess of redness, and his lips like coral, for dint of sucking and kissing. Quoth the jeweller, Did the mosquitoes plague thee last night? And quoth the other, Nay, for he now knew the conceit and left complaining. Then he felt the knife in his pocket and was silent. But when he had broken his fast and drunk coffee, he left the jeweller and going to the Khan, took 500 dinars of gold and carried them to the old woman, to whom he related what had passed, saying, I slept despite myself, and when I woke at dawn I found nothing but a knife in my pocket. Exclaimed the old draught, May Allah protect thee from her this next night. For she saith to thee by this sign, and thou sleep again, I will cut thy throat. Thou wilt once more be bidden to the jeweller's house tonight, FN number 416, and if thou sleep, she will slay thee. Said he, What is to be done? And said she, Tell me what thou atest and drankest before sleeping. Quoth he, We supped as was our wont and prayed the night prayer, after which there came into us a maid, who gave each of us a cup of night drink, which when I had drunk, I fell asleep and awoke not till the morning. Quoth the old woman, The mischief is in the cup, so, when the maid giveth it to thee, take it from her, but drink not and wait till the master of the house have drunken and fallen asleep. Then say to her, Give me a draught of water, and she will go to fetch thee the gugglet. Then do thou empty the cup behind the pillow and lie down and feign sleep. So when she cometh back with the gugglet, she will deem that thou hast fallen asleep, after having drunk off the cup, and will leave thee, and presently the case will appear to thee, but beware of disobeying my bidding. Answered he, I hear and I obey, and returned to the Khan. Meanwhile the jeweller's wife said to her husband, A guest's due honor is 3 nights' entertainment, so do thou invite him a 3rd time. Whereupon he betook himself to the youth and inviting him, carried him home and sat down with him in the saloon. When they had supped and prayed the night prayer, behold, in came the handmaid and gave each of them a cup. Her master drank and fell asleep, but Kamar al-Zaman forbore to drink, whereupon quoth the maid, Wilt thou not drink, O my lord? Answered he, I am athirst, bring me the gugglet. Accordingly she went to fetch it, and he emptied the cup behind the pillow and lay down. When the slave girl returned, she saw him lying down and going to her mistress said, He hath drunk off the cup and fallen asleep. Whereupon quoth Halima to herself, Verily, his death is better than his life. Then, taking a sharp knife, she went into him, saying 3 times, And thou knowest not the sign, O fool. FN number 417. So now I will rip up thy more. When he saw her making for him knife in hand, he opened his eyes and rose, laughing, whereupon said she, 'Twas not of thine own wit, that thou camest at the meaning of the sign, but by the help of some wily cheat, so tell me whence thou hadst this knowledge. From an old woman, replied he, between whom and me befell such, and he told her all that had passed. Quoth she, Tomorrow go thou forth from us and seek her and say, Hast thou any further device in store? And if she answer, I have, do thou rejoin, Then do thy best that I may enjoy her publicly. But, if she say, I have no means of doing that, and this is the last of my devices, put her away from thy thought, and tomorrow night my husband will come to thee and invite thee. Do thou come with him and tell me, and I will consider what remaineth to be done. Answered he, There is no harm in that. Then he spent the rest of the night with her in embracing and clipping, plying the particle of copulation in concert FN number 418, and joining the conjunctive with the conjoined, FN number 419, whilst her husband was as a cast-out nunation of the construction. FN number 420, and they ceased not to be thus till morning, when she said to him, 'Tis not a night of thee that will content me, nor a day, no, nor yet a month nor a year, but it's my intent to abide with thee the rest of my life. Wait, however, till I play my husband a trick which would baffle the keenest-witted and win for us our wishes. I will cause doubt to enter into him, so that he shall divorce me, whereupon I will marry thee and go with thee to thine own country. I will also transport all his moneys and hoards to thy lodging, and will contrive thee the ruin of his dwelling place and the blotting out of his traces. But do thou hearken to my speech and obey me in that I shall say to thee, and gainsay me not. He replied, I hear and I obey, in me there is none opposition. Then said she, Go to the Khan, and, when my husband cometh to thee and inviteth thee, say to him, O my brother, a son of Adam is apt to be burdensome, and when his visits grow over-frequent, both generous and niggard loathe him. FN number 421, How then shall I go with thee every night and lie eyeing thee, on the saloon? And thou wax not chagrined with me, thy harem will bear me grudge, for that I hinder thee from thine. Therefore if thou have a mind to my company, take me a house beside thine own, and we will abide thus, now I sitting with thee till the time of sleep, and now with me thou. Then I will go to my place and thou to thy harem, and this will be a better rede than that I hinder thee from thy harem every night. Then will he come to me and take counsel with me, and I will advise him to turn out our neighbour, for the house wherein he liveth is our house, and he renteth it of us, and once thou art in the house, Allah will make easy to us the rest of our scheme. And presently she added, Go now and do as I bid thee. Answered he, I hear and obey, whereupon she left him and went away, whilst he lay down and feigned to be asleep. Presently, the handmaid came and aroused them, and when the jeweller awoke, he said to his guest, O merchant, have the mosquitoes worried thee? He replied, No, and Obaid said, Belike thou art grown used to them. Then they broke their fast and drank coffee, after which they fared forth to their affairs, and Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to the old crone, and related to her that had passed, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 972nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to the old crone, he related to her what had passed, saying, She spake to me this and that, and I answered her thus and thus. Now say me, hast thou any further device for bringing me to enjoy her publicly? Quoth she, O my son, here endeth my contrivance, and now I am at the term of my devices. Upon this he left her and returned to the Khan, where, as eventide evened, the jeweller came to him and invited him. He said, I cannot go with thee. Asked the merchant, Why so? I love thee and cannot brook separation from thee. Allah upon thee, come with me. The other replied, and it be thy wish to continue our comradeship and keep up the friendship betwixt thee and me, take me a house by the side of thine own, and when thou wilt, thou shalt pass the evening with me and I with thee, but, as soon as the time of sleep cometh, each of us shall hie him to his own home and lie there. Quoth Obaid, I have a house adjoining mine, which is my own property, so go thou with me tonight, and tomorrow I will have the house untenanted for thee. Accordingly he went with him, and they supped and prayed the night prayer, after which the jeweller drank the cup of drugged FN number 422, liquor, and fell asleep, but in Kamar al-Zaman's cup there was no trick, so he drank it and slept not. Then came the jeweller's wife and sat chatting with him through the dark hours, whilst her husband lay like a corpse. When he awoke in the morning as of wont, he sent for his tenant and said to him, O man, quit me the house, for I have need of it. On my head and eyes, answered the other, and voided the house to him, whereupon Kamar al-Zaman took up his abode therein and transported thither all his baggage. The jeweller passed that evening with him, then went to his own house. On the next day, his wife sent for a cunning builder and bribed him with money to make her an underground way FN number 423, from her chamber to Kamar al-Zaman's house, with a trapdoor under the earth. So, before the youth was ware, she came in to him with 2 bags of money, and he said to her, Whence comest thou? She showed him the tunnel and said to him, Take these 2 bags of his money. Then she sat with him, the twain toying and tumbling together till the morning, when she said, Wait for me, till I go to him and wake him, so he may go to his shop, and I return to thee. He sat expecting her, whilst she went away and awoke her husband, who made the wuzu ablution and prayed and went to his shop. As soon as he was gone, she took 4 bags and, carrying them through the souterrain to Kamar al-Zaman, said to him, Store these up. Then she sat with him a while, after which she retired to her home, and he betook himself to the bazaar. When he returned at sundown, he found in his house 10 purses and jewels and much besides. Presently the jeweller came to him and carried him to his own house, where they passed the evening in the saloon, till the handmaid came in according to custom, and brought them the drink. Her master drank and fell asleep, whilst naught betided Kamar al-Zaman, for that his cup was wholesome and there was no trick therein. Then came Halima, who sat down at toying with him, whilst the slave girl transported the jeweller's goods to Kamar al-Zaman's house by the secret passage. Thus they did till morning, when the handmaid awoke her lord and gave them to drink coffee, after which they went each his own way. On the 3rd day the wife brought out to him a knife of her husband's, which he had chased and wrought with his own hand, and which he priced at 500 dinars. But there was no knife like it, and because of the eagerness with which folk sought it of him, he had laid it up in a chest and could not bring himself to sell it to anyone in creation. Quoth she, Take this knife and set it in thy waist shawl and go to my husband and sit with him. Then pull out the knife and say to him, O master, look at this knife I bought today and tell me if I have the worst or the best of the bargain. He will know it, but will be ashamed to say to thee, This is my knife, so he will ask thee, Whence dost thou buy it and for how much? And do thou make answer, I saw 2 Levantines FN number 424, disputing, and one said to the other, Where hast thou been? Quoth his companion, I have been with my mistress, and whenever I foregather with her, she giveth me 10 dirhams, but this day she said to me, My hand is empty of silver for thee today, but take this knife of my husband's. So I took it and intend to sell it. The knife pleased me, and hearing his tale I said to him, Wilt thou sell it to me? When he replied, Buy. So I got it of him for 300 gold pieces, and I wonder whether it was cheap or dear. And note what he will say to thee. Then talk with him a while and rise and come back to me in haste. Thou wilt find me awaiting thee at the tunnel mouth, and do thou give me the knife. Replied Kamar al-Zaman, I hear and I obey, and taking the knife set it in his waist shawl. Then he went to the shop of the jeweller, who saluted him with a salam and welcomed him and made him sit down. He spied the knife in his waist shawl, at which he wondered and said to himself, "That is my knife, who can have conveyed it to this merchant?" And he fell a musing and saying in his mind, "I wonder an it be my knife or a knife like it." Presently Kamar al-Zaman pulled it out and said to him, "Hark, master, take this knife and look at it." Obaid took it and knew it right well, but was ashamed to say, "This is my knife," and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 973rd night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweller took the knife from Kamar al-Zaman, he knew it, but was ashamed to say, 'This is my knife.' So he asked, 'Where didst thou buy it?' Kamar al-Zaman answered as Halima had charged him, and the jeweller said, 'The knife was cheap at that price, for it is worth 500 dinars. But fire flamed in his heart and his hands were tied from working at his graft. Kamar al-Zaman continued to talk with him, whilst he was drowned in the sea of solicitudes, and for 50 words wherewith the youth bespoke him, he answered him but one, for his heart ached and his frame was racked and his thoughts were troubled, and he was even as saith the poet, "I have no words though folk would of me talk, and who bespeak me find me thought waylaid, plunged in the care seas and discovered depths, nor aught of difference see twixt man and maid." When Kamar al-Zaman saw his case thus changed, he said to him, "Belike thou art busy at this present," and leaving him, returned in hottest haste to his own house, where he found Halima standing at the passage door awaiting him. Quoth she, "Hast thou done as I bade thee?" And quoth he, "Yes." She asked, "What said he to thee?" And he answered, "He told me that the knife was cheap at that price, for that it was worth 500 dinars, but I could see that he was troubled, so I left him and know not what befell him after that." Cried she, "Give me the knife and reck thou not of him." Then she took the knife and restoring it to its place, sat down. Now after Kamar al-Zaman's departure fire flamed in the jeweller's heart and suspicion was sore upon him, and he said to himself, "Needs must I get up and go look for the knife and cut down doubt with certainty." So he rose and repaired to his house and went into his wife, snorting like a dragon, FN number 425, and she said to him, "What mattereth thee, O my lord?" He asked, "Where is my knife?" And she answered, "In the chest," and smote hand upon breast, saying, "O my grief! Belike thou hast fallen out with some one and art come to fetch the knife to smite him withal." Said he, "Give me the knife. Let me see it." But said she, "Not till thou swear to me that thou wilt not smite anyone therewith." So he swore this to her, and she opened the chest and brought out to him the knife, and he fell to turning it over, saying, "Verily, this is a wondrous thing." Then quoth he to her, "Take it and lay it back in its place." And she, "Tell me the meaning of all this." He answered, "I saw with our friend a knife like this," and told her all that had passed between himself and the youth, adding, "But, when I saw it in the chest, my suspicion ended in certainty." Said she, "Haply thou misdoubtedst of me and deemedst that I was the Levantine's mistress and had given him the knife." He replied, "Yes, I had my doubts of this, but, when I saw the knife, suspicion was lifted from my heart." Rejoined she, "O man, there is now no good in thee." And he fell to excusing himself to her, till he appeased her, after which he fared forth and returned to his shop. Next day, she gave Kamar al-Zaman her husband's watch, which he had made with his own hand and whereof none had the like, saying, "Go to his shop and sit by his side and say to him, I saw again today him whom I saw yesterday. He had a watch in his hand and said to me, Wilt thou buy this watch? Quoth I, Whence hast thou it? And quoth he, I was with my mistress and she gave me this watch. So I bought it of him for 850 gold pieces. Look at it, is it cheap at that price or dear? Note what he shall say to thee, Then return to me in haste and give me the watch. So Kamar al-Zaman repaired to the jeweler and did with him as she had charged him. When Obaid saw the watch, he said, "This is worth 700 ducats," and suspicion entered into him. Then the youth left him and returning to the wife, gave her back the watch. Presently, her husband suddenly came in snorting, and said to her, "Where is my watch?" Said she, "Here it is," and he cried, "Give it to me." So she brought it to him and he exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." And she too exclaimed, "O man, there is something the matter with thee. Tell me what it is." He replied, "What shall I say? Verily, I am bewildered by these chances." And he recited these couplets, FN number 426. Although the merciful be doubtless with me, yet am I sore bewildered, for new griefs have compassed me about, or ere I knew it I have endured till patience self became impatient of my patience. I have endured waiting till heaven fulfill my destiny. I have endured till e'en endurance owned how I bore up with her, a thing more bitter than bitter aloes. Yet though a bitter thing is not, then is that drug it were more bitter to me should patience leave me unsustained. Then said he to his wife, "O woman, I saw with the merchant our friend, first my knife, which I knew, for that its fashion was a device of my own wit, nor cloth its like exist, and he told me of it a story that troubled the heart, so I came back and found it at home. Again today I see him with a watch, whose fashion also is of my own device, nor is there the fellow of it in Basora, and of this also he told me a story that saddened my heart. Wherefore I am bewildered in my wit and know not what is to come to me." Quoth she, "The purport of thy speech is that thou suspectest me of being the friend of that merchant and his leman, and eke of giving him thy good, so thou camest to question me and make proof of my perfidy, and, had I not shown thee the knife and the watch, thou hadst been certified of my treason. But since, O man, thou deemest me this ill-done, henceforth I will never again break with thee bread nor drain with thee drink, for I loathe thee with the loathing of prohibition." FN number 427. So he gentled her and excused himself till he had appeased her and returned, repenting him of having bespoken her thus, to his shop, where he sat, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 974th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweler quitted his wife, he repented having bespoken her thus and, returning to his shop, he sat there in disquiet sore and anxiety galore, between belief and unbelief. About eventide he went home alone, not bringing Kamar al-Zaman with him, whereupon quoth his wife, "Where is the merchant?" And quoth he, "In his lodgings." She asked, "Is the friendship between thee and him grown cold?" And he answered, "By Allah, I have taken a dislike to him, because of that which hath parted me from him." FN number 428. Quoth she, "Go fetch him, to please me." So he arose and went into Kamar al-Zaman in his house, where he saw his own goods strewn about and knew them. At this sight, fire was kindled in his heart and he fell a-sighing. Quoth the youth, "How is it that I see thee melancholy?" Obaid was ashamed to say, "Here are my goods in thy house, who brought them hither?" So he replied only, "A vexation hath betided me, but come thou with me to my house, that we may solace ourselves there." The other rejoined, "Let me be in my place, I will not go with thee." But the jeweler conjured him to come and took him to his house, where they supped and passed the evening together, Kamar al-Zaman talking with the jeweler, who was drowned in the sea of solicitude, and for 100 words, wherewith the guest bespoke him, answered him only one word. Presently, the handmaid brought them 2 cups of drink, as usual, and they drank, whereupon the jeweler fell asleep, but the youth abode on wake, because his cup was not drugged. Then came Halima and said to her lover, "How deemest thou of yonder cornuted, who is drunken in his heedlessness and weeteth not the wiles of women? There is no help for it but that I cozen him into divorcing me." Tomorrow, I will disguise myself as a slave girl and walk after thee to his shop, where do thou say to him, O master, I went today into the Khan of Al-Yazurjia, where I saw this damsel and bought her for 1,000 dinars. Look at her for me and tell me whether she was cheap at that price or dear. Then uncover to him my face and breasts and show all of me to him, after which do thou carry me back to thy house, whence I will go to my chamber by the secret passage, so I may see the issue of our affair with him. Then the twain passed the night in mirth and merriment, converse and good cheer, dalliance and delight till dawn, when she returned to her own place and sent the handmaid to arouse her lawful lord and her lover. Accordingly they arose and prayed the dawn prayer and brake their fast and drank coffee, after which Obaid repaired to his shop and Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to his own house. Presently, in came Halima to him by the tunnel, in the guise of a slave girl, and indeed she was by birth a slave girl. FN number 429. Then he went out and she walked behind him, till he came to the jeweller's shop and saluting him, sat down and said, O master, I went into the Khan of Al-Yazurjia today, to look about me, and saw this damsel in the broker's hands. She pleased me, so I bought her for 1,000 dinars, and I would have thee look upon her and see if she be cheap at that price or no. So saying, he uncovered her face and the jeweller saw her to be his own wife, clad in her costliest clothes, tricked out in her finest trinkets and gold and hennaed, even as she was wont to adorn herself before him in the house. He knew with full knowledge her face and dress and trinkets, for those he had wrought with his own hand, and he saw on her fingers the seal rings he had newly made for Kamar al-Zaman, whereby he was certified with entire assurance that she was indeed his very wife. So he asked her, What is thy name, O slave girl? And she answered, Halima, naming to him her own name, whereat he was amazed and said to the youth, For how much didst thou buy her? He replied, For 1,000 dinars, and the jeweller rejoined, Thou hast gotten her gratis, for her rings and clothes and trinkets are worth more than that. Said Kamar al-Zaman, May Allah rejoice thee with good news. Since she pleaseth thee, I will carry her to my house. And Obaid said, Do thy will. So he took her off to his house, whence she passed through the secret passage to her own apartment and sat there. Meanwhile, fire flamed in the jeweller's heart, and he said to himself, I will go see my wife. If she be at home, this slave girl must be her counterpart, and glory be to him who alone hath no counterpart. But, if she be not at home, 'tis she herself without a doubt. Then he set off running, and coming to his house, found his wife sitting in the same clothes and ornaments he had seen upon her in the shop, whereupon he beat hand upon hand, saying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. O man, asked she, art thou mad or what aileth thee? 'Tis not thy wont to do thus, and needs must it be that something hath befallen thee. Answered he, If thou wilt have me tell thee, be not vexed. Quoth she, Say on. So he said, Our friend the merchant hath bought a slave girl, whose shape is as thy shape and her height as thy height. Moreover, her name is even as thy name, and her apparel is the like of thine apparel. Brief, she resembleth thee in all her attributes, and on her fingers are seal rings like thy seal rings, and her trinkets are as thy trinkets. So, when he displayed her to me, methought it was thyself, and I was perplexed concerning my case. Would we had never seen this merchant nor companied with him, and would he had never left his own country and we had not known him, for he hath troubled my life which before was serene, causing ill feeling to succeed good faith and making doubt to enter into my heart. Said she, Look in my face. Belike I am she who was with him, and he is my lover, and I disguised myself as a slave girl and agreed with him that he should display me to thee, so he might less snare for thee. He replied, What words are these? Indeed, I never suspected that thou wouldest do the like of this deed. Now this jeweller was unversed in the wiles of women and knew not how they deal with men, nor had he heard the saying of him who said, A heart bore thee off in chase of the fair, as fled youth and came age with his hoary hair. Layla troubles me and love joys afar, and rival and risks brings his cark and care. And wouldst task me of woman, behold I am in physic of womankind wise and ware. When grizzleth man's head and his monies fail, his lot in their love is a poor affair. Nor that of another. FN number 430. Gainsay women, ye be thala best, who saith them nay as he prospers not, who giveth them his bridal rein to sway, for they'll hinder him from winning to perfection in his gifts, though 1,000 years he study, seeking after wisdom's way. And a third. Women Satans are, made for woe of man, to Allah I fly from such Satanesses. Whom they lure by their love he to grief shall come and lose bliss of world and the faith that blesses. Said she, here am I sitting in my chamber, so go thou to him forthright and knock at the door and contrive to go into him quickly. And thou see the damsel with him, 'tis a slave girl of his who resembleth me, and glory be to him who hath no resemblance. FN number 431. But, and thou see no slave girl with him, then am I myself she whom thou sawest with him in the shop, and thine ill thought of me will be stablished. True, and Sid obeyed, and went out leaving her, whereupon she passed through the hidden passage and seating herself by Kamar al-Zaman, told him what had passed, saying, open the door quickly and show me to him. Now, as they were talking, behold, there came a knocking at the door. Quoth Kamar al-Zaman, who is at the door? And quoth the jeweller, I, thy friend, thou displayedst to me thy slave girl in the bazaar, and I rejoiced for thee in her, but my joy in her was not completed, so open the door and let me look at her again. Rejoined he, so be it, and opened the door to him, whereupon he saw his wife sitting by him. She rose and kissed their hands, and he looked at her. Then she talked with him a while, and he saw her not to be distinguished from his wife in aught, and said, Allah createth whatso he will. Then he went away more disheartened than before, and returned to his own house, where he saw his wife sitting, for she had foregone him thither by the souterrain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 975th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young lady forewent her spouse by the souterrain as he fared through the door and sat down in her upper chamber. FN number 432. So as soon as he entered, she asked him, what hast thou seen? And he answered, I found her with her master, and she resembleth thee. Then said she, off to thy shop, and let this suffice thee of ignoble suspicion, and never again deem ill of me. Said he, so be it, accord me pardon for what is past. And she, Allah grant thee grace. FN number 433, whereupon he kissed her right and left and went back to his shop. Then she again betook herself to Kamar al-Zaman through the underground passage, with 4 bags of money, and said to him, equip thyself at once for the road, and be ready to carry off the money without delay, against I devised for thee the device I have in mind. So he went out and purchased mules and loaded them and made ready a travelling litter. He also bought Mamelukes and eunuchs, and sending, without let or hindrance, the whole without the city, returned to Halima and said to her, I have made an end of my affairs. Quoth she, and I on my side am ready, for I have transported to thy house all the rest of his monies and treasures, and have left him nor little nor much, whereof he may avail himself. All this is of my love for thee, O dealing of my heart, for I would sacrifice my husband to thee 1,000 times. But now it behoveth, thou go to him and farewell him, saying, I purpose to depart after 3 days, and am come to bid thee adieu. So do thou reckon what I owe thee for the hire of the house, that I may send it to thee and acquit my conscience. Note his reply and return to me and tell me, for I can no more. I have done my best, by cozening him, to anger him with me and cause him to put me away, but I find him none the less infatuated with me. So nothing will serve us but to depart to thine own country. And quoth he, O rare, and but Swevens proved true. FN number 434. Then he went to the jeweller's shop, and sitting down by him, said to him, O master, I set out for home in 3 days' time, and am come to farewell thee. So I would have thee reckon what I owe thee for the hire of the house, that I may pay it to thee and acquit my conscience. And Sid obeyed. What talk is this? Verily, 'tis I who am indebted to thee. By Allah, I will take nothing from thee for the rent of the house, for thou hast brought down blessings upon us. However, thou desolatest me by thy departure, and but that it is forbidden to me, I would certainly oppose thee and hinder thee from returning to thy country and kinsfolk. Then he took leave of him, whilst they both wept with sore weeping, and the jeweller went with him, and when they entered Kamar al-Zaman's house, there they found Halima who stood before them and served them, but when Obaid returned home, he found her sitting there, nor did he cease to see her thus in each house in turn, for the space of 3 days, when she said to Kamar al-Zaman, Now have I transported to thee all that he hath of monies and hoards and carpets and things of price, and there remaineth with him naught save the slave girl, who used to come into you with the night drink, that I cannot part with her, for that she is my kinswoman and she is dear to me as a confidant. So I will beat her and be wroth with her, and when my spouse cometh home, I will say to him, I can no longer put up with this slave girl nor stay in the house with her, so take her and sell her. Accordingly he will sell her and do thou buy her, that we may carry her with us. Answered he, No harm in that. So she beat the girl, and when the jeweller came in, he found her weeping and asked her why she wept. Quoth she, My mistress hath beaten me. He then went in to his wife and said to her, What hath that accursed girl done, that thou hast beaten her? She replied, O man, I have but one word to say to thee, and 'tis that I can no longer bear the sight of this girl, so take her and sell her, or else divorce me. Quoth he, I will sell her that I may not cross thee in aught. And when he went out to go to the shop he took her and passed with her by Kamar al-Zaman. No sooner had he gone out than his wife slipped through the underground passage to Kamar al-Zaman, who placed her in the litter before the sheikh her husband reached him. When the jeweller came up and the lover saw the slave girl with him, he asked him, What girl is this? And the other answered, 'Tis my slave girl who used to serve us with the night drink. She hath disobeyed her mistress who is wroth with her and hath bidden me sell her. Quoth the youth, And her mistress have taken an aversion to her. There is for her no abiding with her, but sell her to me, that I may smell your scent in her, and I will make her handmaid to my slave Halima. Good, answered Obaid, take her. Asked Kamar al-Zaman, What is her price? But the jeweller said, I will take nothing from thee, for thou hast been bountiful to us. So he accepted her from him and said to Halima, Kiss thy lord's hand. Accordingly, she came out from the litter and kissing Obaid's hand, remounted, whilst he looked hard at her. Then said Kamar al-Zaman, I commend thee to Allah, O Master Obaid. Acquit my conscience of responsibility. FN number 435, answered the jeweller, Allah acquit thee, and carry thee safe to thy family. Then he bade him farewell and went to his shop weeping, and indeed it was grievous to him to part from Kamar al-Zaman, for that he had been friend and friendship hath its debtorship, yet he rejoiced in the dispelling of the doubts which had befallen him anent his wife, since the young man was now gone and his suspicions had not been stablished. Such was his case, but as regards Kamar al-Zaman, the young lady said to him, And thou wish for safety, travel with me by other than the wonted way. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 976th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Halima said to Kamar al-Zaman, And thou wish for safety travel with me by other than the wonted way, he replied, Hearing and obeying, and, taking a road other than that used by folk, fared on without ceasing from region to region till he reached the confines of Egypt land FN number 436, and sent his sire a letter by a runner. Now his father the merchant Abd al-Rahman was sitting in the market among the merchants, with a heart on fire for separation from his son, because no news of the youth had reached him since the day of his departure, and while he was in such case the runner came up and cried, "O my lords, which of you is called the merchant Abd al-Rahman?" They said, "What wouldst thou of him?" And he said, "I have a letter for him from his son Kamar al-Zaman, whom I left at Al-Arish." FN number 437. At this Abd al-Rahman rejoiced and his breast was broadened, and the merchants rejoiced for him and gave him joy of his son's safety. Then he opened the letter and read as follows, from Kamar al-Zaman to the merchant Abd al-Rahman. And after peace be upon thee and upon all the merchants. And he asked concerning us, to Allah be the praise and the thanks. Indeed, ye have sold and bought and gained and are come back in health, wealth and weal. Whereupon Abd al-Rahman opened the door FN number 438, of rejoicing and made banquets and gave feasts and entertainments galore, sending for instruments of music and addressing himself to festivities after rarest fashion. When Kamar al-Zaman came to Al-Salihiyah, FN number 439, his father and all the merchants went forth to meet him, and Abd al-Rahman embraced him and strained him to his bosom and sobbed till he swooned away. When he came to himself he said, "Oh, 'tis a boon day, O my son, whereon the omnipotent protector hath reunited us with thee." And he repeated the words of the bard. The return of the friend is the best of all boons, and the joy cup circles o morns and noons, so welcome, welcome, fair welcome to thee, the light of the time and the moon o full moons. Then, for excess of joy, he poured forth a flood of tears from his eyes, and he recited also these two couplets. The moon o the time, FN number 440, shows unveiled light, and, his journey done, at I door cloth the light, his locks as the nights of his absence are black, and the sun upstands from his collars FN number 441, white. Then the merchants came up to him and saluting him, saw with him many loads and servants and a travelling litter enclosed in a spacious circle. FN number 442, so they took him and carried him home, and when Halima came forth from the litter, his father held her a seduction to all who beheld her. So they opened her an upper chamber, as it were a treasure from which the talismans had been loosed, FN number 443, and when his mother saw her, she was ravished with her and deemed her a queen of the wives of the kings. So she rejoiced in her and questioned her, and she answered, "I am wife to thy son," and the mother rejoined, "Since he is wedded to thee, we must make thee a splendid marriage feast, that we may rejoice in thee and in my son." On this wise it befell her, but as regards the merchant Abd al-Rahman, when the folk had dispersed and each had wended his way, he foregathered with his son and said to him, "O my son, what is this slave girl thou hast brought with thee, and for how much didst thou buy her?" FN number 444, Kamar al-Zaman said, "O my father, she is no slave girl, but 'tis she who was the cause of my going abroad." Asked his sire, "How so?" And he answered, "'Tis she whom the dervish described to us the night he lay with us, for indeed my hopes grave to her from that moment, and I sought not to travel save on account of her. The Arabs came out upon me by the way and stripped me and took my money and goods, so that I entered Basora alone, and there befell me the such and such things." And he went on to relate to his parent all that had befallen him from commencement to conclusion. Now when he had made an end of his story, his father said to him, "O my son, and after all this didst thou marry her?" "No, but I have promised her marriage." "Is it thine intent to marry her?" "And thou bid me marry her, I will do so, otherwise I will not marry her." Thereupon quoth his father, "An thou marry her, I am quit of thee in this world and in the next, and I shall be incensed against thee with sore indignation. How canst thou wed her, seeing that she hath dealt thus with her husband? For, even as she did with her spouse for thy sake, so will she do the like with thee for another's sake, because she is a traitress, and in a traitor there is no trusting. Wherefore, an thou disobey me, I shall be wroth with thee, but, an thou give ear to my word, I will send thee out a girl handsomer than she, who shall be pure and pious, and marry thee to her, though I spend all my substance upon her, and I will make thee a wedding without equal, and will glory in thee and in her, for 'tis better that folk should say, such an one hath married such an one's daughter, than that they say, he hath wedded a slave girl sans birth or worth. And he went on to persuade his son to give up marrying her, by citing in support of his say, proofs, stories, examples, verses and moral instances, till Kamar al-Zaman exclaimed, "O my father, since the case is thus, 'tis not right and proper that I marry her." And when his father heard him speak on such wise, he kissed him between the eyes, saying, "Thou art my very son, and as I live, O my son, I will assuredly marry thee to a girl who hath not her equal." Then the merchant set Obaid's wife and her handmaid in a chamber high up in the house, and, before locking the door upon the twain, he appointed a black slave girl to carry them their meat and drink, and he said to Halima, "Ye shall abide imprisoned in this chamber, thou and thy maid, till I find one who will buy you, when I will sell you to him. An you resist, I will slay ye both, for thou art a traitress, and there is no good in thee." Answered she, "Do thy will, I deserve all thou canst do with me." Then he locked the door upon them and gave his harem a charge respecting them, saying, "Let none go up to them nor speak with them, save the black slave girl who shall give them their meat and drink through the casement of the upper chamber." So she abode with her maid, weeping and repenting her of that which she had done with her spouse. Meanwhile Abd al-Rahman sent out the marriage brokers to look out a maid of birth and worth for his son, and the women ceased not to make search, and as often as they saw one girl, they heard of a fairer than she, till they came to the house of the Sheikh al-Islam FN number 445, and saw his daughter. In her they found a virgin whose equal was not in Cairo for beauty and loveliness, symmetry and perfect grace, and she was 1,000-fold handsomer than the wife of Obaid. So they told Abd al-Rahman of her, and he and the notables repaired to her father and sought her in wedlock of him. Then they wrote out the marriage contract and made her a splendid wedding, after which Abd al-Rahman gave bright feasts and held open house 40 days. On the first day, he invited the doctors of the law, and they held a splendid nativity FN number 446. And on the morrow, he invited all the merchants, and so on during the rest of the 40 days, making a banquet every day to one or other class of folk, till he had bidden all the ulama and emirs and ancients FN number 447, and magistrates, whilst the kettle drums were drummed and the pipes were piped, and the merchant sat to greet the guests, with his son by his side, that he might solace himself by gazing on the folk, as they ate from the trays. Each night Abd al-Rahman illuminated the street and the quarter with lamps, and there came every one of the mimes and jugglers and mountebanks and played all manner play, and indeed it was a peerless wedding. On the last day he invited the fakirs, the poor and the needy, far and near, and they flocked in troops and debt, whilst the merchant sat, with his son by his side. FN number 448, and among the paupers, behold, entered Sheikh Obaid the jeweller, and he was naked and weary, and bare on his face the marks of wayfare. When Kamar al-Zaman saw him, he knew him and said to his sire, "Look, O my father, at yonder poor man who is but now come in by the door." So he looked and saw him clad in worn clothes, and on him a patched gown FN number 449, worth 2 dirhams. His face was yellow, and he was covered with dust, and was as he were in a cast of the pilgrims. FN number 450, he was groaning as groaneth a sick man in need, walking with a tottering gait and swaying now to the right and then to the left, and in him was realized his saying, who said, FN number 451, "Lack gold abaseth man, and cloth is worth away, even as the setting sun that pales with under day. He passeth mongst the folk and fain would hide his head, and when alone, he weeps with tears that never stay. Absent, none taketh heed to him or his concerns, present, he hath no part in life or pleasant sigh. By Allah, winners men with poverty are cursed, but strangers miss their kin and countrymen are they. And saying of another, the poor man fares by everything opposed, on him to shut the door earth ne'er shall fail, thou say'st men abhor him sans a sin, and foes he finds though none the cause can tell, the very dogs, when sighting wealthy man, fawn at his feet and wag the flattering tail, yet, and some day a poor loon they sight, all at him bark and, gnashing fangs, assail. And how well quoth a third, if generous youth be blessed with luck and wealth, displeasures fly his path and perils fleet, his envies pimp for him and pass I twice e'en without dressed his mistress hastes to meet. When loud he farts they say how well he sings, and when he fizzles FN number 452, cry they, oh, how sweet. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 977th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when his son said to Abd al-Rahman, look at yonder pauper, he asked, O my son, who is this? And Kamar al-Zaman answered, this is Master Obaid the jeweler, husband of the woman who is imprisoned with us. Quoth Abd al-Rahman, is this he of whom thou toldest me? And quoth his son, yes, and indeed I wot him right well. Now the manner of Obaid's coming thither was on this wise. When he had farewelled Kamar al-Zaman, he went to his shop and thence going home, laid his hand on the door whereupon it opened and he entered and found neither his wife nor the slave girl, but saw the house in sorriest plight, quoting in mute speech his saying who said, FN number 453. The chambers were like a beehive well stocked, when the bees quitted it, they became empty. When he saw the house void, he turned right and left and presently went round about the place, like a madman, but came upon no one. Then he opened the door of his treasure closet, but found therein naught of his money nor his hoards, whereupon he recovered from the intoxication of fancy and shook off his infatuation and knew that it was his wife herself who had turned the tables upon him and outwitted him with her wiles. He wept for that which had befallen him, but kept his affair secret, so none of his foes might exult over him nor any of his friends be troubled, knowing that, if he disclosed his secret, it would bring him naught but dishonor and contumely from the folk. Wherefore he said in himself, O Obaid, hide that which hath betided thee of affliction and ruination, it behoveth thee to do in accordance with his saying who said, if a man's breast with bane he hides be straitened, the breast that tells its hidden bale is straighter still. Then he locked up his house and, making for his shop, gave it in charge of one of his apprentices to whom said he, my friend the young merchant hath invited me to accompany him to Cairo, for solacing ourselves with the sight of the city, and sweareth that he will not march except he carry us with him, me and my wife. So, O my son, I make thee my steward in the shop, and if the king ask for me, say thou to him, he is gone with his harem to the holy house of Allah. FN number 454. Then he sold some of his effects and bought camels and mules and Mamelukes, together with a slave girl, FN number 455, and placing her in a litter, set out from Bassorah after 10 days. His friends farewelled him and none doubted but that he had taken his wife and gone on the pilgrimage, and the folk rejoiced in this, for that Allah had delivered them from being shut up in the mosques and houses every Friday. Quoth some of them, Allah grant he may never return to Bassorah, so we may no more be boxed up in the mosques and houses every Friday, for that this usage had caused the people of Bassorah exceeding vexation. Quoth another, methinks he will not return from this journey, by reason of the much praying of the people of Bassorah against him. FN number 456, and yet another, and he return, 'twill not be but in reversed case. FN number 457, so the folk rejoiced with exceeding joy in the jeweller's departure, after they had been in mighty great chagrin, and even their cats and dogs were comforted. When Friday came round, however, the crier proclaimed as usual that the people should repair to the mosques 2 hours before prayer time or else hide themselves in their houses, together with their cats and dogs, whereat their breasts were straightened and they assembled in general assembly and betaking themselves to the king's divan, stood between his hands and said, O King of the age, the jeweller hath taken his harem and departed on the pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah, so the cause of our strains hath ceased to be, and why therefore are we now shut up? Quoth the king, how came this traitor to depart without telling me? But, when he cometh back from his journey, all will not be save well. FN number 458, so go ye to your shops and sell and buy, for this vexation is removed from you. Thus far concerning the king and the Busarites, but as for the jeweller, he fared on 10 days' journey, and as he drew near Baghdad, there befell him that which had befallen Kamar al-Zaman, before his entering Basora, for the Arabs FN number 459, came out upon him and stripped him and took all he had, and he escaped only by feigning himself dead. As soon as they were gone, he rose and fared on, naked as he was, till he came to a village, where Allah inclined to him the hearts of certain kindly folk, who covered his shame with some old clothes, and he asked his way, begging from town to town, till he reached the city of Cairo the God guarded. There, burning with hunger, he went about alms seeking in the market streets, till one of the townsfolk said to him, O poor man, off with thee to the house of the wedding festival and eat and drink, for today there is open table for paupers and strangers. Quoth he, I know not the way thither, and quoth the other, follow me and I will show it to thee. He followed him, till he brought him to the house of Abd al-Rahman and said to him, This is the house of the wedding, enter and fear not, for there is no doorkeeper at the door of the festival. Accordingly he entered, and Kamar al-Zaman knew him and told his sire, who said, O my son, leave him at this present, belike he is an-hungered, so let him eat his sufficiency and recover himself, and after we will send for him. So they waited till Obaid had eaten his fill and washed his hands and drunk coffee and sherbets of sugar flavoured with musk and ambergris, and was about to go out, when al-Rahman sent after him a page who said to him, Come, O stranger, and speak with the merchant Abd al-Rahman. Who is he? Asked Obaid, and the man answered, He is the master of the feast. Thereupon the jeweller turned back, thinking that he meant to give him a gift, and coming up to Abd al-Rahman, saw his friend Kamar al-Zaman and went nigh to lose his senses for shame before him. But Kamar al-Zaman rose to him and embracing him, saluted him with the salam, and they both wept with sore weeping. Then he seated him by his side, and Abd al-Rahman said to his son, O destitute of good taste, this is no way to receive friends. Send him first to the hammam and dispatch after him a suit of clothes of the choicest, worth 1,000 dinars. FN number 460. Accordingly they carried him to the bath, where they washed his body and clad him in a costly suit, and he became as he were consul of the merchants. Meanwhile the bystanders questioned Kamar al-Zaman of him, saying, Who is this and whence knowest thou him? Quoth he, This is my friend, who lodged me in his house, and to whom I am indebted for favours without number, for that he entreated me with exceeding kindness. He is a man of competence and condition, and by trade a jeweller, in which craft he hath no equal. The king of Basora loveth him dearly, and holdeth him in high honour, and his word is law with him. And he went on to enlarge before them on his praises, saying, Verily, he did with me thus, and I have shame of him, and know not how to requite him his generous dealing with me. Nor did he leave to extol him, till his worth was magnified to the bystanders, and he became venerable in their eyes. So they said, We will all do him his due and honour him for thy sake. But we would fain know the reason why he hath departed his native land, and the cause of his coming hither, and what Allah hath done with him, that he is reduced to this plight. Replied Kamar al-Zaman, O folk, marvel not, for a son of Adam is still subject to fate and fortune, and what while he abideth in this world, he is not safe from calamities. Indeed he spake truly who said these couplets. The world tears man to shreds, so be thou not of those whom lure of rank and title draws, nay, whereof slips and turn from sin aside and ken that bane and bale are worldly laws. How oft high fortune falls by least mishap, and all things bear inbred of change a cause. Know that I entered Bassora in yet iller case and worse distressed than this man, for that he entered Cairo with his shame hidden by rags, but I indeed came into his town with my nakedness uncovered, one hand behind and another before, and none availed me but Allah and this dear man. Now the reason of this was that the Arabs stripped me and took my camels and mules and loads and slaughtered my pages and serving men, but I lay down among the slain and they thought that I was dead, so they went away and left me. Then I arose and walked on, mother naked, till I came to Bassora where this man met me and clothed me and lodged me in his house. He also furnished me with money, and all I have brought back with me I owe to none save to Allah's goodness and his goodness. When I departed, he gave me great store of wealth and I returned to the city of my birth with a heart at ease. I left him in competence and condition, and haply there hath befallen him some bale of the banes of time, that hath forced him to quit his kinsfolk and country, and there happened to him by the way the like of what happened to me. There is nothing strange in this, but now it behoveth me to requite him his noble dealing with me and according to the saying of him who saith, O who praises time with the fairest praise, knowest thou what time hath made and unmade? What thou dost at least be it kindly done. FN number 461, for with pay he pays shall man be repaid. As they were talking and telling the tale, behold, up came Obaid as he were consul FN number 462, of the merchants, whereupon they all rose to salute him and seated him in the place of honor. Then said Kamar al-Zaman to him, O my friend, verily, thy day FN number 463, is blessed and fortunate. There is no need to relate to me a thing that befell me before thee. If the Arabs have stripped thee and robbed thee of thy wealth, verily our money is the ransom of our bodies, so let not thy soul be troubled, for I entered thy city naked and thou clothedst me and entreatedst me generously, and I owe thee many kindness. But I will requite thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 978th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman said to Master Obaid the jeweler, Verily I entered thy city naked and thou clothedst me and I owe thee many kindness. But I will requite thee and do with thee even as thou didst with me, nay, more, so be of good cheer and eyes clear of tear. And he went on to soothe him and hinder him from speech, lest he should name his wife and what she had done with him, nor did he cease to ply him with saws and moral instances and verses and conceits and stories and legends and console him, till the jeweler saw his drift and took the hint and kept silence concerning the past, diverting himself with the tales and rare anecdotes he heard and repeating in himself these lines. On the brow of the world is a writ, and thereon thou look, its contents will compel thine eyes tears of blood to rain, for the world never handed to humans a cup with its right, but with left it compelled them a beaker of ruin to drain. Then Kamar al-Zaman and his further took Obaid and carrying him into the saloon of the harem, shut themselves up with him, and Abd al-Rahman said to him, We did not hinder thee from speaking before the folk, but for fear of dishonor to thee and to us, but now we are private. So tell me all that hath passed between thee and thy wife and my son. So he told him all, from beginning to end, and when he had made an end of his story, Abd al-Rahman asked him, Was the fault with my son or with thy wife? He answered, By Allah, thy son was not to blame, for men must needs lust after women, and 'tis the bounder duty of women to defend themselves from men. So the sin layeth with my wife, who played me false and did with me these deeds. FN number 464, Then Abd al-Rahman arose and taking his son aside, said to him, O my son, we have proved his wife and know her to be a traitress, and now I mean to prove him and see if he be a man of honor and manliness, or a whittle. FN number 465, how so? Asked Kamar al-Zaman, and Abd al-Rahman answered, I mean to urge him to make peace with his wife, and if he consent thereto and forgive her, I will smite him with a sword and slay him and kill her after, her and her maid, for there is no good in the life of a cuckold and a queen. FN number 466, but, if he turn from her with aversion, I will marry him to thy sister and give him more of wealth than that thou tookest from him. Then he went back to Obaid and said to him, O master, verily, the commerce of women requireth patience and magnanimity, and whoso liveth them hath need of fortitude, for that they order themselves viper-wise towards men and evilly entreat them, by reason of their superiority over them in beauty and loveliness, wherefore they magnify themselves and belittle men. This is notably the case when their husbands show them affection, for then they requite them with hauteur and coquetry and harsh dealing of all kinds. But, if a man be wroth whenever he seeth in his wife aught that offendeth him, there can be no fellowship between them, nor can any hit it off with them who is not magnanimous and long-suffering, and unless a man bear with his wife and requite her foul doing with forgiveness, he shall get no good of her conversation. Indeed, it hath been said of them, were they in the sky, the necks of men would incline themwards, and he who hath the power and pardoneth, his reward is with Allah. Now this woman is thy wife and thy companion, and she hath long consorted with thee, wherefore it behoveth that thou entreat her with indulgence, which in fellowship is of the essentials of success. Furthermore, women fail in wit and faith, FN number 467, and if she have sinned, she repenteth, and inshallah she will not again return to that which she alone did. So 'tis my rede that thou make peace with her, and I will restore thee more than the good she took, and if it please thee to abide with me, thou art welcome, thou and she, and ye shall see naught but what shall joy you both, but, and thou seek to, return to thine own land. For that which falleth out between a man and his wife is manifold, and it behoveth thee to be indulgent and not take the way of the violent. Said the jeweller, O my lord, and where is my wife? And said Abd al-Rahman, she is in that upper chamber, go up to her and be easy with her, for my sake, and trouble her not. For, when my son brought her hither, he would have married her, but I forbade him from her and shut her up in yonder room, and locked the door upon her, saying in myself, haply her husband will come and I will hand her over to him safe, for she is fair of favour, and when a woman is like unto this one, it may not be that her husband will let her go. What I counted on is come about, and praise be Allah Almighty for thy reunion with thy wife. As for my son, I have sought him another woman in marriage and have married him to her. These banquets and rejoicings are for his wedding, and tonight I bring him to his bride. So here is the key of the chamber where thy wife is, take it and open the door and go in to her and her handmaid and be buxom with her. There shall be brought you meat and drink, and thou shalt not come down from her till thou have had thy fill of her. Cried Obaid, may Allah requite thee for me with all good, O my lord. And taking the key, went up, rejoicing. The other thought his words had pleased him, and that he consented thereto, so he took the sword, and following him unseen, stood to spy what should happen between him and his wife. This is how it fared with the merchant Abd al-Rahman, but as for the jeweller, when he came to the chamber door, he heard his wife weeping with sore weeping, for that Kamar al-Zaman had married another than her, and the handmaid saying to her, O my lady, how often have I warned thee and said, thou wilt get no good of this youth, so do thou leave his company. But thou heedst not my words, and spoiledst thy husband of all his goods, and gavest them to him. After the which thou forgest thy place, of thine fondness and infatuation for him, and camest with him to this country. And now he hath cast thee out from his thought and married another, and hath made the issue of thy foolish fancy for him to be doers vile. Cried Halima, Be silent, O accursed. Though he be married to another, yet some day needs must I occur to his thought. I cannot forget the nights I have spent in his company, and in any case I console myself with his saying who said, O my lords, shall he to your mind occur who recurs to you only sons other mate? Grant heaven you ne'er shall forget his state who for state of you forgot own estate. It cannot be but he will bethink him of my effect and converse and ask for me, wherefore I will not turn from loving him nor change from passion for him, though I perish in prison, for he is my love and my leech. FN number 468. And my reliance is on him that he will yet return to me and deal fondly with me. When the jeweller heard his wife's words, he went in to her and said to her, O traitress, thy hope in him is as the hope of a FN number 469, in heaven. All these vices were in thee, and I knew not thereof, for, had I been ware of one single vice, I had not kept thee with me an hour. But now I am certified of this in thee, it behoveth me to do thee die although they put me to death for thee, O traitress. And he clutched her with both hands and repeated these two couplets. O fair ones, forth ye cast my faithful love with sin, nor had ye aught regard for right. How long I fondly clung to you, but now my love is loathing and I hate your sight. Then he pressed hardly upon her windpipe and brake her neck, whereupon her handmaid cried out, Alas, my mistress. Said he, O harlot, 'tis thou who art to blame for all this, for that thou knewest this evil inclination to be in her and toldest me not. FN number 470. Then he seized upon her and strangled her. All this happened while Abd al-Rahman stood, brand in hand, behind the door espying with his eyes and hearing with his ears. Now when Ubayd the Uli had done this, apprehension came upon him, and he feared the issue of his affair, and said to himself, As soon as the merchant learneth that I have killed them in his house, he will surely slay me. Yet I beseech Allah that he appoint the taking of my life to be while I am in the true belief. And he abode bewildered about his case, and knew not what to do. But, as he was thus, behold, in came Abd al-Rahman from his lurking place without the door, and said to him, No harm shall befall thee, for indeed thou deserves safety. See this sword in my hand. 'Twas in my mind to slay thee. Hast thou made peace with her and restored her to favour, and I would also have slain her and the maid. But since thou hast done this deed, welcome to thee and again welcome. And I will reward thee by marrying thee to my daughter, Kamar al-Zaman's sister. Then he carried him down and sent for the woman who washed the dead, whereupon it was bruited abroad that Kamar al-Zaman had brought with him 2 slave girls from Basora, and that both had deceased. So the people began to condole with him, saying, May thy head live, and may Allah compensate thee. And they washed and shrouded them and buried them, and none knew the truth of the matter. Then Abd al-Rahman sent for the Sheikh al-Islam and all the notables, and said, O Sheikh, draw up the contract of marriage between my daughter Kaukab al-Salah FN number 471, and Master Ubayd the jeweller, and set down that her dowry hath been paid to me in full. So he wrote out the contract, and Abd al-Rahman gave the company to drink of sherbets, and they made one wedding festival for the 2 brides, the daughter of the Sheikh al-Islam and Kamar al-Zaman's sister, and paraded them in one litter on one and the same night, after which they carried Kamar al-Zaman and Ubayd in procession together and brought them into the brides. FN number 472. When the jeweller went into Abd al-Rahman's daughter, he found her handsomer than Halima and 1,000-fold lovelier. So he took her maidenhead, and on the morrow, he went to the hammam with Kamar al-Zaman. Then he abode with them a while in pleasance and joyance, after which he began to yearn for his native land. So he went into Abd al-Rahman and said to him, O uncle, I long for my own country, for I have there estates and effects, which I left in charge of one of my prentices, and I am minded to journey thither that I may sell my properties and return to thee. So wilt thou give me leave to go to my country for that purpose? Answered the merchant, O my son, I give thee leave to do this, and there be no fault in thee or blame to thee for these words, for love of motherland is a part of religion, and he who hath not good in his own country hath none in other folk's country. But, haply, and thou depart without thy wife, when thou art once come to thy native place, it may seem good to thee to settle there, and thou wilt be perplexed between returning to thy wife and sojourning in thine own home. So it were the righter rede that thou carry thy wife with thee, and after, and thou desire to return to us, return and welcome to both, for we are folk who know not divorce, and no woman of us marrieth twice, nor do we lightly discard a man. FN number 473, quoth Obaid, Uncle, I fear me thy daughter will not consent to journey with me to my own country. Replied Abd al-Rahman, O my son, we have no women amongst us who gainsay their spouses, nor know we a wife who is wroth with her man. The jeweller cried, Allah bless you and your women. And going in to his wife, said to her, I am minded to go to my country, what sayest thou? Quoth she, Indeed, my sire had the ordering of me, whilst I was a maid, and when I married, the ordering all passed into the hands of my lord and master, nor will I gainsay him. Quoth Obaid, Allah bless thee and thy father, and have mercy on the womb that bare thee and the loins that begat thee. Then he cut his thongs FN number 474, and applied himself to making ready for his journey. His father-in-law gave him much good, and they took leave each of other, after which tile jeweller and his wife journeyed on without ceasing, till they reached Bassorah, where his kinsmen and comrades came out to meet him, doubting not but that he had been in Al-Hijaz. Some rejoiced at his return, whilst others were vexed, and the folk said one to another, Now will he straiten us again every Friday, as before, and we shall be shut up in the mosques and houses, even to our cats and our dogs. On such wise it fared with him, but as regards the king of Bassorah, when he heard of his return, he was wroth with him, and sending for him, upbraided him and said to him, Why didst thou depart, without letting me know of thy departure? Was I unable to give thee somewhat wherewith thou mightest have succoured thyself in thy pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah? Replied the jeweller, Pardon, O my lord. By Allah, I went not on the pilgrimage. But there have befallen me such and such things. Then he told him all that had befallen him with his wife and with Abd al-Rahman of Cairo, and how the merchant had given him his daughter to wife, ending with these words, And I have brought her to Bassorah. Said the king, By the Lord, did I not fear Allah the Most High, I would slay thee and marry this noble lady after thy death, though I spent on her mints of money, because she befitteth none but kings. But Allah hath appointed her of thy portion, and may he bless thee in her. So look thou use her well. Then he bestowed largesse on the jeweller, who went out from before him and abode with his wife 5 years, after which he was admitted to the mercy of the Almighty. Presently the king sought his widow in wedlock, but she refused, saying, O king, never among my kindred was a woman who married again after her husband's death, wherefore I will never take another husband, nor will I marry thee, no, though thou kill me. Then he sent to her one who said, Dost thou seek to go to thy native land? And she answered, An thou do good, thou shalt be requited therewith. So he collected for her all the jeweller's wealth, and added unto her of his own, after the measure of his degree. Lastly he sent with her one of his wazirs, a man famous for goodness and piety, and an escort of 500 horse, who journeyed with her, till they brought her to her father, and in his home she abode, without marrying again, till she died, and they died all. So, if this woman would not consent to replace her dead husband with a sultan, how shall she be compared with one who replaced her husband, whilst he was yet alive, with a youth of unknown extraction and condition, and especially when this was in lewd carriage and not by way of lawful marriage? So he who deemeth all women alike, FN number 475, there is no remedy for the disease of his insanity. and glory be to him to whom belongeth the empire of the seen and the unseen, and he is the living, who dieth not. And among the tales they tell, O auspicious king, is one of Abdullah bin Fazil and his brothers. FN number 476. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was one day examining the tributes of his various provinces and viceroyalties, when he observed that the contributions of all the countries and regions had come into the treasury, except that of Basora, which had not arrived that year. So he held a divan because of this, and said, Hither to me with the Wazir Juf'ah. And when they brought him unto the presence, he thus bespoke him, The tributes of all the provinces have come into the treasury, save that of Basora, no part whereof hath arrived. Juf'ah replied, O Commander of the Faithful, belike there hath befallen the governor of Basora something that hath diverted him from sending the tribute. Quoth the Caliph, The time of the coming of the tribute was 20 days ago. What then can be his excuse for that? In this time, he hath neither sent it nor sent to show cause for not doing so. And quoth the minister, O Commander of the Faithful, if it please thee, we will send him a messenger. Rejoined the Caliph, Send him Abu Ishaq al-Mawzili, FN number 477, the boon companion, and Juf'ah, hearkening and obedience to Allah and to thee, O Prince of true believers. Then he returned to his house, and summoning Abu Ishaq, wrote him a royal writ and said to him, Go to Abdullah bin Fazil, Viceroy of Basora, and see what hath diverted him from sending the tribute. If it be ready, do thou receive it from him in full and bring it to me in haste, for the Caliph hath examined the tributes of the provinces and findeth that they are all come in, except that of Basora. But an thou see that it is not ready and he make an excuse to thee, bring him back with thee, that he may report his excuse to the Caliph with his own tongue. Answered Abu Ishaq, I hear and I obey, and taking with him 5,000 horse of Juf'ah's host set out for Basora. Now when Abdullah bin Fazil heard of his approach, he went out to meet him with his troops, and led him into the city and carried him to his palace, whilst the escort encamped without the city walls, where he appointed to them all whereof they stood in need. So Abu Ishaq entered the audience chamber, and sitting down on the throne, seated the governor beside himself, whilst the notables sat round him, according to the several degrees. After salutation with the Salam, Abdullah bin Fazil said to him, O my lord, is there for thy coming to us any cause? And said Abu Ishaq, Yes, I come to seek the tribute, for the Caliph inquireth of it, and the time of its coming is gone by. Rejoined Abdullah bin Fazil, O my lord, would heaven thou hadst not wearied thyself nor taken upon thyself the hardships of the journey. For the tribute is ready in full tale and complete, and I purpose to dispatch it tomorrow. But, since thou art come, I will entrust it to thee, after I have entertained thee 3 days, and on the 4th day I will set the tribute between thine hands. But it behoveth us now to offer thee a present in part requital of thy kindness and the goodness of the Commander of the Faithful. There is no harm in that, said Abu Ishaq. So Abdullah bin Fazil dismissed the divan, and carrying him into a saloon that had not its match, bade set a tray of food before him and his companions. They ate and drank and made merry and enjoyed themselves, after which the tray was removed and there came coffee and sherbets. They sat conversing till a 3rd part of the night was past, when they spread for Abu Ishaq bedding on an ivory couch inlaid with gold glittering sheeny. So he lay down, and the viceroy lay down beside him on another couch, but wakefulness possessed Abu Ishaq, and he fell to meditating on the meters of prosody and poetical composition, for that he was one of the primest of the Caliph's boon companions, and he had a mighty fine forearm, FN number 478, in producing verses and pleasant stories, nor did he leave to lie awake improvising poetry till half the night was past. Presently, behold, Abdullah bin Fazil arose, and girding his middle, opened a locker, FN number 479, whence he brought out a whip. Then, taking a lighted waxen taper, he went forth by the door of the saloon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 979th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abdullah bin Fazil went forth by the door of the saloon deeming Abu Ishaq asleep, the caliph's companion, seeing this, marvelled and said in himself, Whither wendeth Abdullah bin Fazil with that whip? Perhaps he is minded to punish somebody. But needs must I follow him and see what he will do this night. So he arose and went out after him softly, very softly, that he might not be seen, and presently saw him open a closet and take thence a tray containing 4 dishes of meat and bread and a gugglet of water. Then he went on, carrying the tray and secretly followed by Abu Ishaq, till he came to another saloon and entered, whilst the companion stood behind the door and, looking through the chink, saw a spacious saloon, furnished with the richest furniture and having in its midst a couch of ivory plated with gold glittering sheeny, to which 2 dogs were made fast with chains of gold. Then Abdullah set down the tray in a corner and tucking up his sleeves, loosed the first dog, which began to struggle in his hands and put its muzzle to the floor, as it would kiss the ground before him, whining the while in a weak voice. Abdullah tied its paws behind its back and throwing it on the ground, drew forth the whip and beat it with a painful beating and a pitiless. The dog struggled, but could not get free, and Abdullah ceased not to beat it with the same whip till it left groaning and lay without consciousness. Then he took it and tied it up in its place, and unbinding the second dog, did with him as he had done with the first, after which he pulled out a kerchief and fell to wiping away their tears and comforting them, saying, Bear me not malice, for by Allah, this is not of my will, nor is it easy to me. But it may be Allah will grant you relief from this strait and issue from your affliction. And he prayed for that what while Abu Ishaq the companion stood hearkening with his ears and espying with his eyes, and indeed he marvelled at his case. Then Abdullah brought the dogs the tray of food and fell to morselling them with his own hand, till they had enough, when he wiped their muzzles and lifting up the gugglet, gave them to drink, after which he took up the tray, gugglet and candle and made for the door. But Abu Ishaq forewent him and making his way back to his couch, lay down, so that he saw him not, neither knew that he had walked behind him and watched him. Then the governor replaced the tray and the gugglet in the closet and returning to the saloon, opened the locker and laid the whip in its place, after which he doffed his clothes and lay down. But Abu Ishaq passed the rest of that night pondering this affair, neither did sleep visit him for excess of wonderment, and he ceased not to say in himself, I wonder what can be the meaning of this. Nor did he leave wondering till daybreak, when they arose and prayed the dawn prayer. Then they set the breakfast FN number 480 before them and they ate and drank coffee, after which they went out to the divan. Now Abu Ishaq's thought was occupied with this mystery all day long, but he concealed the matter and questioned not Abdullah thereof. Next night, he again followed the governor and saw him do with the 2 dogs as on the previous night, first beating them and then making his peace with them and giving them to eat and to drink, and so also he did the 3rd night. On the 4th day he brought the tribute to Abu Ishaq, who took it and departed, without opening the matter to him. He fared on, without ceasing, till he came to Baghdad, where he delivered the tribute to the Caliph, who questioned him of the cause of its delay. Replied he, O Commander of the Faithful, I found that the governor of Bassorah had made ready the tribute and was about to dispatch it, and I delayed a day. It would have met me on the road. But, O Prince of True Believers, I had a wondrous adventure with Abdullah bin Fazil, never in my life saw I its like. And what was it, O Abu Ishaq? Asked the Caliph. So he replied, I saw such and such, and, brief, acquainted him with that which the governor had done with the 2 dogs, adding, after such fashion, I saw him do 3 successive nights, first beating the dogs, then making his peace with them and comforting them and giving them to eat and drink, I watching him, and he seeing me not. Asked the Caliph, Didst thou question him of the cause of this? And the other answered, No, as thy head liveth, O Commander of the Faithful. Then said Al-Rashid, O Abu Ishaq, I command thee to return to Basora and bring me Abdullah bin Fazil and the 2 dogs. Quoth he, O Commander of the Faithful, excuse me from this, for indeed Abdullah entertained me with exceedingly hospitable entertainment, and I became aware of this case with chance and designed and acquainted thee therewith. So how can I go back to him and bring him to thee? Verily, if I return to him, I shall find me no face for shame of him, wherefore 'twere meet that thou send him another than myself, with a letter under thine own hand, and he shall bring him to thee, him and the 2 dogs. But quoth the Caliph, if I send him other than thyself, peradventure he will deny the whole affair and say, I've no dogs. But if I send thee and thou say to him, I saw them with mine own eyes, he will not be able to deny that. Wherefore nothing will serve but that thou go and fetch him and the 2 dogs, otherwise I will surely slay thee. FN number 481. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 980th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Caliph Harun al-Rashid said to Abu Ishaq, Nothing will serve but that thou go and fetch him and the 2 dogs, otherwise I will surely slay thee. Abu Ishaq replied, Hearing and obeying, O Commander of the Faithful, Allah is our aidance and good is the agent. He spake sooth who said, Man's wrong is from the tongue, FN number 482, and 'tis I who sinned against myself in telling thee. But write me a royal rescript FN number 483, and I will go to him and bring him back to thee. So the Caliph gave him an autograph and he took it and repaired to Basora. Seeing him come in, the governor said, Allah defend us from the mischief of thy return, O Abu Ishaq. How cometh it I see thee return in haste? Peradventure the tribute is deficient and the Caliph will not accept it. Answered Abu Ishaq, O Emir Abdullah, my return is not on account of the deficiency of the tribute, for 'tis full measure and the Caliph accepteth it, but I hope that thou wilt excuse me, for that I have failed in my duty as thy guest, and indeed this lapse of mine was decreed of Allah Almighty. Abdullah inquired, And what may be the lapse? And he replied, Know that when I was with thee, I followed thee 3 following nights and saw thee rise at midnight and beat the dogs and return, whereat I marvelled, but was ashamed to question thee thereof. When I came back to Baghdad, I told the Caliph of thine affair, casually and without design, whereupon he charged me to return to thee, and here is a letter under his hand. Had I known that the affair would lead to this, I had not told him, but destiny foreordained thus. And he went on to excuse himself to him, whereupon said Abdullah, Since thou hast told him this, I will bear out thy report with him, lest he deem thee a liar, for thou art my friend. Were it other than thou, I had denied the affair and given him the lie. But now I will go with thee and carry the 2 dogs with me, though this be to me ruin rife and the ending of my term of life. Rejoined the other, Allah will veil FN number 484, thee, even as thou hast veiled my face with the Caliph. Then Abdullah took a present beseeming the Commander of the Faithful and mounting the dogs with him, each on a camel, bound with chains FN number 485, of gold, journeyed with Abu Ishaq to Baghdad, where he went into the Caliph and kissed ground before him. He deigned bid him sit, so he sat down and brought the 2 dogs before Al-Rashid, who said to him, What be these dogs, O Emir Abdullah? Whereupon they fell to kissing the floor between his hands and wagging their tails and weeping, as if complaining to him. The Caliph marvelled at this and said to the governor, Tell me the history of these 2 dogs and the reason of thy beating them. And after entreating them with honour, he replied, O Vicar of Allah, these be no dogs, but 2 young men, endowed with beauty and seemliness, symmetry and shapeliness, and they are my brothers and the sons of my father and mother. Asked the Caliph, How is it that they were men and are become dogs? And he answered, "And thou give me leave, O Prince of true believers, I will acquaint thee with the truth of the circumstance." Said Al-Rashid, "Tell me, and warily sing, for 'tis of the fashion of the hypocrites, and look thou tell truth, for that is the ark FN number 486, of safety and the mark of virtuous men." Rejoined Abdullah, "Know then, O Vice-Regent of Allah, when I tell thee the story of these dogs, they will both bear witness against me, and I speak sooth they will certify it, and if I lie they will give me the lie." Cried the Caliph, "These are of the dogs, they cannot speak nor answer, so how can they testify for thee or against thee?" But Abdullah said to them, "O my brothers, if I speak a lying word, do ye lift your heads and stare with your eyes, but if I say sooth, hang down your heads and lower your eyes." Then said he to the Caliph, "Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that we are three brothers by one mother and the same father. Our sire's name was Fazil, and he was so named because his mother bare two sons at one birth, one of whom died forthright and the other twin remained alive, wherefore his sire named him Fazil the remainder. His father brought him up and reared him well, till he grew to manhood, when he married him to our mother and died. Our mother conceived a first time and bare this my first brother, whom our sire named Manzo. Then she conceived again and bare this my second brother, whom he named Nazir FN number 487, after which she conceived a third time and bare me, whom he named Abdullah. My father reared us all three till we came to man's estate, when he died, leaving us a house and a shop full of coloured stuffs of all kinds, Indian and Greek and Khorasani and what not, besides 60,000 dinars. We washed him and buried him to the ruth of his Lord, after which we built him a splendid monument and let pray for him prayers for the deliverance of his soul from the fire, and held perlections of the Quran and gave alms on his behalf, till the 40 days FN number 488 were past, when I called together the merchants and nobles of the folk and made them a sumptuous entertainment. As soon as they had eaten, I said to them, "O merchants, verily this world is ephemeral, but the next world is eternal, and extolled be the perfection of him who endureth always after his creatures have passed away. Know ye why I have called you together this blessed day?" And they answered, "Extolled be Allah, sole Saint of the hidden things." FN number 489, quoth I, "My father died, leaving much of money, and I fear lest any have a claim against him for a debt or a pledge FN number 490, or what not else, and I desire to discharge my father's obligations towards the folk. So whoso hath any demand on him, let him say, he oweth me so and so, and I will satisfy it to him, that I may acquit the responsibility of my sire." FN number 491, the merchants replied, "O Abdullah, verily the goods of this world stand not instead of those of the world to come, and we are no fraud for folk, but all of us know the lawful from the unlawful and fear Almighty Allah and abstain from devouring the substance of the orphan. We know that thy father, Allah have mercy on him, still let his money lie with the folk." FN number 492, nor did he suffer any man's claim on him to go unquitted, and we have ever heard him declare, "I am fearful of the people's substance." He used always to say in his prayers, "O my God, thou art my stay and my hope. Let me not die while in debt." And it was of his wont that, if he owed anyone aught, he would pay it to him, without being pressed, and if any owed him aught he would not dun him, but would say to him, "At thy leisure." If his debtor were poor, he would release him from his liability and acquit him of responsibility, and if he were not poor and died in his debt, he would say, "Allah forgive him what he owed me." And we all testify that he owed no man aught. Quoth I, "May Allah bless you." Then I turned to these my brothers and said, "Our father owed no man aught and hath left us much money and stuffs, besides the house and the shop. Now we are three and each of us is entitled to 1/3 part. So shall we agree to waive division and won't co-partners in our wealth and eat together and drink together, or shall we apportion the stuffs and the money and take each his part? Said they, we will divide them and take each his share. Then Abdullah turned to the two dogs and said to them, did it happen thus, O my brothers? And they bowed their heads and lowered their eyes, as to say, yes. Abdullah continued, I called in a departure from the Qazi's court, O Prince of True Believers, and he distributed amongst us the money and the stuffs and all our father had left, allotting the house and shop to me in exchange for a part of the coin and clothes to which I was entitled. We were content with this, so the house and shop fell to my share, whilst my brothers took their portion in money and stuffs. I opened the shop and stocking it with my stuffs bought others with the money apportioned to me, over and above the house and shop, till the place was full, and I sat selling and buying. As for my brothers, they purchased stuffs and hiring a ship, set out on a voyage to the far abodes of folk. Quoth I, Ali, aid them both. As for me, my livelihood is ready to my hand and peace is priceless. I abode thus a whole year, during which time Ali opened the door of fortune to me and I gained great gains, till I became possessed of the like of that which our father had left us. One day, as I sat in my shop, with two fur pelisses on me, one of the sable and the other of Minerva, FN number 493, for it was the season of winter and the time of the excessive cold, behold, there came up to me my two brothers, each clad in a ragged shirt and nothing more, and their lips were white with cold, and they were shivering. When I saw them in this plight, it was grievous to me and I mourned for them, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 981st night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah bin Fazil continued to the Caliph, when I saw them in this plight, it was grievous to me and I mourned for them and my reason fled my head. So I rose and embraced them and wept over their condition. Then I put on one of them the pelisse of sable and on the other the fur coat of Minerva and, carrying them to the hammam, sent thither for each of them a suit of apparel such as befitted a merchant worth 1,000. FN number 494. When they had washed and donned each his suit, I carried them to my house where, seeing them well nigh famished, I set a tray of food before them and ate with them, caressing them and comforting them. Then he again turned to the two dogs and said to them, was this so, O my brothers? And they bent their heads and lowered their eyes. So Abdullah continued when they had eaten, O Vicar of Allah, quoth I to them, what hath befallen you and where are your goods? And quoth they, we fared up the river, FN number 495, till we came to a city called Kufa, where we sold for 10 dinars the piece of stuff that had cost half a ducat and that which cost us a ducat for 20. So we profited greatly and bought Persian stuffs at the rate of 10 sequins per piece of silk worth 40 in Basora. Thence we removed to a city called Al-Kark FN number 496, where we sold and bought and made gain galore and amassed of wealth great store. And they went on to set forth to me the places and the profits. So I said to them, since ye had such good luck and lot, how cometh it that I see you return naked? They sighed and answered, O our brother, some one must have evil-eyed us, and in travel there is no trusting. When we had gotten together these monies and goods, we freighted a ship therewith and set sail, intending for Basora. We fared on 3 days, and on the 4th day we saw the sea rise and fall and roar and foam and swell and dash, whilst the waves clashed together with a crash, striking out sparks like fire. FN number 497, in the darks. The winds blew contrary for us and our craft struck upon the point of a bill-projected rock, where it brake up and plunged us into the river, and all we had with us was lost in the waters. We abode struggling on the surface a day and a night, till Allah sent us another ship, whose crew picked us up and we begged our way from town to town, suffering mighty sore hardships and selling our body clothes piecemeal, to buy us food, till we drew near Basora, nor did we make the city till we had drained the draught of 1,000 miseries. But, had we come safely off with that which was by us, we had brought back riches that might be even with those of the king, but this was foreordained to us of Allah. I said, O my brothers, let not your hearts be grieved, for wealth is the ransom of bodies and safety is property. Since Allah hath written you of the saved, this is the end of desire, for want and wealth are but as it were illusions of dreams, and God-gifted is he who said, if a man from destruction can save his head, let him hold his wealth as a slice of nail. I continued, O my brothers, we will suppose that our sire died today and left us all this wealth that is with me, for I am right willing to share it with you equally. So I fetched a departitor from the Qazi's court and brought out to him all my money, which he distributed into 3 equal parts, and we each took 1. Then said I to them, O my brothers, Allah blesseth a man in his daily bread, if he be in his own country, so let each of you open him a shop and sit therein to get his living, and he to whom aught is ordained in the secret purpose, FN number 498, needs must he get it. Accordingly, I helped each of them to open a shop and filled it for him with goods, saying to them, sell and buy and keep your monies and spend naught thereof, for all ye need of meat and drink and so forth I will furnish to you. I continued to entreat them generously, and they fell to selling and buying by day and returning at eventide to my house where they lay the night, nor would I suffer them to expend aught of their own substance. But, whenever I sat talking with them, they would praise travel and proclaim its pleasures and vaunt the gains they had made therein, and they ceased not to urge me to accompany them in travelling over foreign parts. Then he said to the dogs, was this so, O my brothers? And they again bowed their heads and lowered their eyes in confirmation of his words. He continued, on such wise, O vicar of Allah, they continued to urge me and tempt me to travel by vaunting the great gains and profit to be obtained thereby, till I said to them, needs must I fare with you for your sake. Then I entered into a contract of partnership with them, and we chartered a ship and packing up all manner of precious stuffs and merchandise of every kind, freighted it therewith, after which we embarked in it all we needed and, setting sail from Bassorah, launched out into the dashing sea, swollen with clashing surge, whereinto whoso entereth is lone and lorn, and whence whoso cometh forth is as a babe newborn. We ceased not sailing until we came to a city of the cities, where we sold and bought and made great cheap. Thence we went on to another place, and we ceased not to pass from land to land and port to port, selling and buying and profiting, till we had gotten us great wealth and much advantage. Presently, we came to a mountain, FN number 499, where the captain cast anchor and said to us, O passengers, go ye ashore, ye shall be saved from this day, FN number 500, and make search, it may be ye shall find water. So all landed I amongst the crowd, and dispersed about the island in search of water. As for me, I climbed to the top of the mountain, and whilst I went along, lo and behold, I saw a white snake fleeing and followed by a black dragon, foul of favour and frightful of form, hotly pursuing her. Presently he overtook her and clipping her, seized her by the head and wound his tail about her tail, whereupon she cried out, and I knew that he purposed to rape her. So I was moved to ruth for her, and taking up a lump of granite, FN number 501, 5 pounds or more in weight, hurled it at the dragon. It smote him on the head and crushed it, and there I knew, the white snake changed and became a young girl, bright with beauty and loveliness and brilliancy and perfect grace, as she were the shining full moon, who came up to me and kissing my hands, said to me, I'll veil thee with 2-fold veils, one from shame in this world and the other from the flame in the world to come, on the day of the great upstanding, the day when neither wealth nor children shall avail save to him who shall come to Allah with a sound heart. FN number 502, and presently she continued, O mortal, thou hast saved my honour, and I am indebted to thee for kindness, wherefore it behoveth me to requite thee. So saying, she signed with her hand to the earth, which opened, and she descended thereinto, Then it closed up again over her, and by this I knew that she was of the jinn. As for the dragon, fire was kindled in him and consumed him, and he became ashes. I marvelled at this and returned to my comrades, whom I acquainted with whatso I had seen, and we passed the night in the island. On the morrow the captain weighed anchor and spread the sails and coiled the ropes, and we sailed till the shore faded from our gaze. We fared on 20 days, without seeing all land or bird, till our water came to an end, and quoth the rays to us, O folk, our fresh water is spent. Quoth we, let us make for land, haply we shall find water. But he exclaimed, by Allah, I have lost my way, and I know not what course will bring me to the seaboard. Thereupon we did us sore chagrin, and we wept and besought Almighty Allah to guide us into the right course. We passed that night in the sorriest case, but God gifted is he who said, how many a night have I spent in woes that would grizzle the suckling babe with fear, but mour'd not mourn ere to me there came aidance from Allah and victory near. FN number 503. But when the day arose in its sheen and shone, we caught sight of a high mountain and rejoiced therein. When we came to its skirts, the captain said to us, O folk, go ashore and seek for water. So we all landed and sought water, but found none, whereat we were sore afflicted because we are suffering for want of it. As for me, I climbed up to the mountain top, and on the other side thereof I saw a spacious circle FN number 504, distant from us an hour's journey or more. Presently I called my companions, and as soon as they all rejoined me, said to them, look at yonder basin behind this mountain, for I see therein a city high of base, and a strong cornered place girt with sconce and rampartry, pasturage and lea, and doubtless it wanteth not water and good things. So hie we thither and fetch drink therefrom, and buy what we need of provisions, meat and fruit, and return. But they said, we fear lest the city folk be Kafirs, ascribing to Allah partners and enemies of the faith, and lay hands on us and take us captive or else slay us. So should we cause the loss of our own lives, having cast ourselves into destruction and evil emprise. Indeed, the proud and presumptuous are never praiseworthy, for that they ever fare in danger of calamities, even as saith of such an one a certain poet. Long as earth is earth, long as sky is sky, the o'er-proud is blamed from risk he fly. So we will not expose ourselves to peril. I replied, O folk, I have no authority over you, so I will take my brothers and go to yonder city. But my brothers said to me, we also fear this thing and will not go with thee. Quoth I, as for me, I am resolved to go thither, and I put my trust in Allah and accept whatsoever he shall decree to me. Do ye therefore await me, whilst I went thither and returned to twain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 982nd night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah said, do ye twain await me whilst I went thither and returned to you. So I left them and walked on till I came to the gate of the place, and saw it a city of building wondrous and projection marvellous, with boulevard high towering and towers strong builded and palaces high soaring. Its portals were of Chinese iron, rarely gilded and graven on such wise and confounded the wit. I entered the gateway and saw there a stone bench, whereon sat a man bearing on his forearm a chain of brass, whereto hung 14 keys. So I knew him to be the porter of the city, and that it had 14 gates. I drew near him and said to him, peace be with thee, but he returned not my salam, and I saluted him a second and a third time, but he made me no reply. Then I laid my hands on his shoulder and said to him, Ho thou, why dost thou not return my salam? Art thou asleep or deaf or other than a Muslim, that thou refrainest from exchanging the salutation? But he answered me not, neither stirred. So I considered him and saw that he was stone. Quoth I, verily an admirable matter. This is a stone wroughten in the semblance of a son of Adam, and wanting in naught save speech. Then I left him, and entering the city, beheld a man standing in the road, So I went up to him and scrutinized him and found him stone. Presently, as I walked down the broad ways, and saw that this was everywhere the case, I met an old woman bearing on her head a bundle of clothes ready for washing. So I went up to her and examining her, saw that she was stone, and the bundle of clothes on her head was stone also. FN number 505. Then I fared from the market, where I saw an oilman with his scales set up and fronted by various kinds of wares such as cheese and so forth, all of stone. Moreover, I saw all manner of tradesmen seated in their shops, and men and women and children, some standing and some sitting, but they were all stone, and the stuffs were like spiders' webs. I amused myself with looking upon them, and as often as I laid hold upon a piece of stuff, it powdered in my hands like dust dispread. Presently I saw some chests, and opening one of them, found it full of gold in bags. So I laid hold upon the bags, but they crumbled away in my grasp, whilst the gold abode unchanged. I carried off of it what I could carry, and said to myself, were my brothers with me, they might take of this gold their fill and possess themselves of these hoards which have no owner. Then I entered another shop, and found therein more than this, but could bear away no more than I had borne. I left this market and went on to another, and thence to another and another, much enjoying the sight of all manner of creatures of various kinds, all several stones, even to the dogs and the cats, till I came to the goldsmith's bazaar, where I saw men sitting in their shops, with a stock in trade about them, some in their hands and others in crates of wicker work. When I saw this, O Commander of the Faithful, I threw down the gold and loaded myself with goldsmith's ware, as much as I could carry. Then I went on to the jewel market, and saw the jewellers seated in their shops, each with a tray before him, full of all sorts of precious stones, jacinths and diamonds and emeralds and balas, rubies and so forth, but all the shopkeepers were stones, whereupon I threw away the goldsmith's ware and carried off as many jewels as I could carry, regretting that my brothers were not with me, so they might take what they would of those costly gems. Then I left the jewel market and went until I came to a great door, quaintly gilded and decorated after the fairest fashion, within which were wooden benches, and in the porch sat eunuchs, and bodyguards, horsemen, and footmen and officers of police, each and every robed in the richest of raiment, but they were all stones. I touched one of them, and his clothes crumbled away from his body like cobwebs. Then I passed through the door and saw a palace without equal for its building and the goodliness of the works that were therein. Here I found an audience chamber, full of grandees and wazirs and officers and emirs, seated upon chairs, and every one of them stone. Moreover, I saw a throne of red gold, crusted with pearls and gems, and seated thereon a son of Adam arrayed in the most sumptuous raiment, and bearing on his head a Chosroan FN number 506, crown, diademed with the finest stones that shed a light like the light of day. But, when I came up to him, I found him stone. Then I went on to the gate of the harem, and entering, found myself in the Queen's presence chamber, wherein I saw a throne of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems, and the Queen seated thereon. On her head she wore a crown diademed with finest jewels, and round about her were women like moons, seated upon chairs and clad in the most sumptuous clothing of all colours. There also the eunuchry, with their hands upon their breasts, FN number 507, were standing in the attitude of service, and indeed this hall confounded the beholders' wits with what was therein of quaint gilding and rare painting and curious carving and fine furniture. There hung the most brilliant lustres, FN number 508, of limpid crystal, and in every globe FN number 509, of the crystal was an unique jewel, whose price money might not fulfill. So I threw down that which was with me, O Prince of true believers, and fell to taking of these jewels what I could carry, bewildered as to what I should bear away and what I should leave, for indeed I saw the place as it were a treasure of the treasures of the cities. Presently I espied a wicket FN number 510, standing open, and within it a staircase. So I entered, and mounting 40 steps, heard a human voice reciting the Quran in a low tone. I walked towards that sound till I came to the main door, hung with a silken curtain, laced with wires of gold, whereon were strung pearls and coral and rubies and cut emeralds, which gave forth a light like the light of stars. The voice came from behind the curtain, so I raised it and discovered a gilded door, whose beauty amazed the mind. I passed through the door and found myself in a saloon, as it were a hoard upon earth's surface, FN number 511, and therein a girl, as she were the sun shining fullest sheen in the zenith of a sky serene. She was robed in the costliest of raiment, and decked with ornaments the most precious that could be, and withal she was of passing beauty and loveliness, a model of symmetry and seemliness, of elegance and perfect grace, with waist slender and hips heavy and dewy, lips such as heal the sick, and eyelids lovely in their languor, as it were she of whom the Sayer spake when he said, "My best salam to what that robe in robes of symmetry, and what that blooming garth of cheek in guards of rosy blee. It seems as though the Pleiades depend upon her brow, and other lights of night in knots upon her breast we see, did she but don a garment weft of roses softest leaf. The leaf of rose would draw her blood, FN number 512, when plucked that fruit from tree, and did she crook in ocean's face, next morn would see a change to sweeter than the honeycomb of what was briny sea. And did she deign her favours grant to grey-beard, staff and property'd wake and rend the lion's limbs for might and valiancy." Then Abdullah continued, "O Prince of true believers, as soon as I saw that girl I fell passionately in love with her, and going straight up to her, found her seated on a high couch, reciting by heart and in grateful memory the Book of Allah, to whom belong honour and glory. Her voice was like the harmony of the gates of heaven, when Rizwan openeth them, and the words came from her lips like a shower of gems, whilst her face was with beauty dight, bright and blossom white, even as saith the poet of a similar sight. O thou who gladdenest man by speech and rarest quality, grow longing and repine for thee, and grow beyond degree. In thee two things consume and melt the votaries of love, the dulcet song of David joined with Joseph's brilliancy." When I heard her voice of melody reciting the sublime Quran, my heart quoted from her killing glances, peace, a word from a compassionating Lord, FN number 513, but I stammered FN number 514 in my speech, and could not say the salam salutation aright, for my mind and sight were confounded, and I was become as saith the bard. Love-longing urged me not except to trip in speech or free, nor, save to shed my blood I passed the campment's boundary. I ne'er will hear a word from those who love to rail, but I will testify to love of him with every word of me. Then I hardened myself against the horrors of rapine, and said to her, "Peace be with thee, O noble Adi, and treasured jewel. Allah grant endurance to the foundation of thy fortune fair, and upraise the pillars of thy glory rare." Said she, "And on thee from me be peace and salutation and high honour, O Abdullah, O son of Fazil. Welcome and fair welcome to thee, O dealing mine and coolth of mine ear." Rejoined I, "O my lady, whence wottest thou my name, and who art thou, and what case befell the people of this city, that they are become stones? I would have thee tell me the truth of the matter, for indeed I am admiring at this city and its citizens, and that I have found none alive therein save thyself. So, Allah upon thee, tell me the cause of all this, according to the truth." Quoth she, "Sit, O Abdullah, and Inshallah, I will talk with thee and acquaint thee in full with the facts of my case and of this place and its people, and there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." So I sat me down by her side, and she said to me, "Know, O Abdullah, may Allah have mercy on thee, that I am the daughter of the king of this city, and that it is my sire whom thou sawest seated on the high stead in the divan, and those who were round about him were the lords of his land and the guards of his empery. He was a king of exceeding prowess, and had under his hand 1,000 and 60,000 troopers. The number of the emirs of his empire was 24,000, all of them governors and dignitaries. He was obeyed by 1,000 cities, besides towns, hamlets and villages, and sconces and citadels, and the emirs number 515, of the wild Arabs under his hand were 1,000 in number, each commanding 20,000 horse. Moreover, he had monies and treasures and precious stones and jewels and things of price, such as I never saw nor of which ye ever heard. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 908th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the princess, daughter to the king of the stone city, thus continued, Verily, O Abdullah, my father had monies and hoards, such as I never saw and of which he never heard. He used to double kings and do to death champions and braves in battle and in the field of fight, so that the conquerors feared him, and the Chosroes number 516 humbled themselves to him. For all this, he was a miscreant in creed, ascribing to Allah partnership and adoring idols, instead of the Lord of worship, and all his troops were of images fain in lieu of the all-knowing sovereign. One day of the days, as he sat on the throne of his kingship, compassed about with the grandees of his realm, suddenly there came into him a personage, whose face illumined the whole divan with its light. My father looked at him and saw him clad in a garb of green, number 517, tall of stature and with hands that reached beneath his knees. He was of reverend aspect and awesome, and the light number 518 shone from his face. Said he to my sire, O rebel, O idolater, how long wilt thou take pride in worshipping idols and abandoning the service of the all-knowing king? Say, I testify that there is no God but the God, and that Muhammad is his servant and his messenger. And embrace Islam, thou and thy tribe, and put away from you the worship of idols, for they neither suffice man's need nor intercede. None is worshipful save Allah alone, who raised up the heavens without columns and spread out the earth like carpets in mercy to his creatures. number 519, quoth my father, Who art thou, O man, who rejectest the worship of idols, that thou sayest thus? Fearest thou not that the idols will be wroth with thee? He replied, The idols are stones, their anger cannot prejudice me nor their favour profit me. So do thou set in my presence thine idol which thou adorest, and bid all thy folk bring each his image, and when they are all present, do ye pray them to be wroth with me, and I will pray my Lord to be wroth with them, and ye shall descry the difference between the anger of the creature and that of the Creator. For your idols, ye fashioned them yourselves, and the Satans clad themselves therewith as with clothing, and they it is who spake to you from within the bellies of the images. number 520, for your idols are made, and the Maker is my God, to whom naught is impossible. And the true appear to you, do ye follow it, and if the false appear to you, do ye leave it? Cried they, Give us a proof of thy God, that we may see it. And quoth he, Give me proof of your gods. So the king bade every one who worshipped his lord in image form to bring it, and all the armies brought their idols to the divan. Thus fared it with them, but as for me, I was sitting behind a curtain, whence I could look upon my father's divan, and I had an idol of emerald whose bigness was as the bigness of a son of Adam. My father demanded it, so I sent it to the divan, where they set it down beside that of my sire, which was of jacinth, whilst the wazir's idol was of diamond. number 521, as for those of the grandees and notables, some were of balass ruby, and some of carnelian, others of coral or common aloes wood, and yet others of ebony or silver or gold, and each had his own idol, after the measure of his competence, whilst the idols of the common soldiers and of the people were some of granite, some of wood, some of pottery, and some of mud, and all were of various hues, yellow and red, green, black and white. Then said the personage to my sire, pray your idol and these idols to be wroth with me. So they aligned the idols in a divan, FN number 522, setting my father's idol on a chair of gold at the upper end, with mine by its side, and ranking the others each according to the condition of him who owned it and worshipped it. Then my father rose and prostrating himself to his own idol, said to it, O my God, thou art the bountiful Lord, nor is there among the idols a greater than thyself. Thou knowest that this person cometh to me, attacking thy divinity and making mock of thee. Yea, he avoucheth that he hath a God stronger than thou and ordereth a slave adoring thee and adore his God. So be thou wroth with him, O my God. And he went on to supplicate the idol, but the idol returned him no reply, neither bespoke him with aught of speech. Whereupon quoth he, O my God, this is not of thy wont, for thou used to answer me, when I addressed thee. How cometh it that I see thee silent and speaking not? Art thou unheeding or asleep? FN number 523, awake, succour me and speak to me. And he shook it with his hand, but it spake not, neither stirred from its stead. Thereupon quoth the personage, what aileth thine idol that it speaketh not? And quoth the king, methinks he is absent-minded or asleep. Exclaimed the other, O enemy of Allah, how canst thou worship a God that speaketh not nor availeth unto aught, and not worship my God, who to prayers deigns assent, and who is ever present and never absent, neither unheeding nor sleeping, whom conjecture may not wean, who seeth and is not seen, and who over all things to e'en is omnipotent. Thy God is powerless and cannot guard itself from harm, and indeed a stone Satan had clothed himself therewith as with a coat, that he might deport thee and delude thee. But now hath its devil departed, so do thou worship Allah and testify that there is no God but he, and that none is worshipful nor worship worth but himself, neither is there any good but his good. As for this thy God, it cannot ward off hurt from it, so how shall it ward off harm from thee? See with thine own eyes its impotence. So saying, he went up to the idol and dealt it a cuff on the neck, that it fell to the ground, whereupon the king waxed wroth and cried to the bystanders, this froward atheist hath smitten my God. Slay him. So they would have arisen to smite him, but none of them could stir from his place. Then he propounded to the Muslim, but they refused to become Muslims, and he said, I will show you the oath of my Lord. Quoth they, let us see it. So he spread out his hands and said, O my God and my Lord, thou art my stay and my hope, answer thou my prayer against these lewd folk, who eat of thy good and worship other gods. O thou the truth, O thou of all might, O creator of day and night, I beseech thee to turn these people into stones, for thou art the puissant, nor is aught impossible to thee, and thou over all things art omnipotent. And Allah transformed the people of this city into stones, but, as for me, when I saw the manifest proof of his deity, I submitted myself to him and was saved from that which befell the rest. Then the personage drew near me and said, Felicity FN number 524, was foreordained of Allah to thee, and in this you purpose had he. And he went on to instruct me, and I took unto him the oath and covenant. FN number 525, I was then 7 years of age and am now 30 years old. Then said I to him, O my Lord, all that is in the city and all its citizens are become stones by thine effectual prayer, and I am saved, for that I embraced al-Islam at thy hands. Wherefore thou art become my sheikh, so do thou tell me thy name and succour me with thy security and provide me with provision whereon I may subsist. Quoth he, my name is Abu al-Abbas al-Khizr, and he planted me a pomegranate tree, which forthright grew up and foliaged, flowered and fruited, and bare one pomegranate, whereupon quoth he, eat of that wherewith Allah the Almighty provideth thee, and worship him with the worship which is his due. Then he taught me the tenets of al-Islam and the canons of prayer and the way of worship, together with the recital of the Quran, and I have now worshipped Allah in this place 23 years. Each day the tree yieldeth me a pomegranate which I eat, and it sustaineth me from tide to tide, and every Friday, Al-Khizr, on whom be peace, cometh to me, and 'tis he who acquainted me with thy name, and gave me the glad tidings of thy soon coming hither, saying to me, when he shall come to thee, entreat him with honour, and obey his binding, and gainsay him not, but be thou to him wife, and he shall be to thee man, and wend with him whitherso he will. So, when I saw thee, I knew thee, and such is the story of this city and of its people, and the peace. Then she showed me the pomegranate tree, whereon was one granado, which she took, and eating one half thereof herself, gave me the other to eat, and never did I taste aught sweeter or more savoury or more satisfying than that pomegranate. After this, I said to her, art thou content, even as the Sheikh Al-Khiz charged thee, to be my wife and take me to mate? And art thou ready to go with me to my own country and abide with me in the city of Basora? She replied, yes, Inshallah, and it please Almighty Allah. I hearken to thy word and obey thy hest without gainsaying. Then I made a binding covenant with her, and she carried me into her father's treasury, whence we took what we could carry, and going forth that city, walked on till we came to my brothers, whom I found searching for me. They asked, where hast thou been? Indeed thou hast tarried long from us, and our hearts were troubled for thee. And the captain of the ship said to me, O merchant Abdullah, the wind hath been fair for us this great while, and thou hast hindered us from setting sail. And I answered, there is no harm in that. Ofttimes slow FN number 526 is sure, and my absence hath wrought us naught but advantage, for indeed there hath betided me therein the attainment of our hopes, and God gifted is he who said, I weet not, whenas to a land I fare in quest of good, what I shall there obtain, or gain I fare with sole desire to seek, all loss that seeketh me when seek I gain. Then said I to them, see what hath fallen to me in this mine absence, and displayed to them all that was with me of treasures, and told them what I has beheld in the city of stone, adding, had ye hearkened to me and gone with me, ye had gotten of these things great gain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 984th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah bin Fazil said to his shipmates and to his two brothers, had ye gone with me, ye had gotten of these things great gain. But they said, by Allah, had we gone, we had not dared to go into the king of the city. Then I said to my brothers, no harm shall befall you, for that which I have will suffice us all, and this is our lot. FN number 527. So I divided my booty into 4 parts according to a number, and gave one to each of my brothers and to the captain, taking the 4th for myself, setting aside somewhat for the servants and sailors, who rejoiced and blessed me, and all were content with what I gave them, save my brothers, who changed countenance and rolled their eyes. I perceived that lust of lucre had gotten hold of them both, so I said to them, O my brothers, methinketh what I have given you doth not satisfy you, but we are brothers, and there is no difference between us. My good and yours are one and the same thing, and if I die none will inherit of me but you. And I went on to soothe them. Then I bore the princess on board the galleon and lodged her in the cabin, where I sent her somewhat to eat, and we sat talking, I and my brothers. Said they, O a brother, what wilt thou do with that damsel of surpassing beauty? And I replied, I mean to contract marriage with her, as soon as I reach Basora, and make a splendid wedding and go into her there. Exclaimed one of them, O my brother, verily, this young lady excelleth in beauty and loveliness, and the love of her is fallen on my heart, wherefore I desire that thou give her to me, and I will espouse her. And the other cried, I too desire this, give her to me, that I may espouse her. O my brothers, answered I, indeed she took of me an oath and a covenant that I would marry her myself, so, if I give her to one of you, I shall be false to my oath and to the covenant between me and her. and haply she will be broken-hearted, for she came not with me but on condition that I marry her. So how can I wed her to other than myself? As for your both loving her, I love her more than you twain, for she is my treasure trove, and as for my giving her to one of you, that is a thing which may not be. But, if we reach Bassora in safety, I will look you out 2 girls of the best of the damsels of Bassora and demand them for you in marriage and pay the dower of my own monies and make one wedding, and we will all 3 go into our brides on the same night. But leave ye this damsel, for she is of my portion. They held their peace, and I thought they were content with that which I had said. Then we fared onwards for Bassora, and every day I sent her meat and drink, but she came not forth of the cabin, whilst I slept between my brothers on deck. We sailed thus 40 days, till we sighted Bassora city and rejoiced that we were come near it. Now I trusted in my brothers and was at my ease with them, for none knoweth the hidden future save Allah the Most High. So I lay down to sleep that night, but, as I abode drowned in slumber, I suddenly found myself caught up by these my brothers, one seizing me by the legs and the other by the arms, for they had taken counsel together to drown me in the sea for the sake of the damsel. When I saw myself in their hands, I said to them, O my brothers, why do ye this with me? And they replied, Ill-bred that thou art, wilt thou barter our affection for a girl? We will cast thee into the sea, because of this. So saying, they threw me overboard. Here Abdullah turned to the dogs and said to them, Is this that I have said true, O my brothers, or not? And they bowed their heads and fell a whining, as if confirming his speech, whereat the Caliph wondered. Then Abdullah resumed, O Commander of the Faithful, when they threw me into the sea, I sank to the bottom, but the water bore me up again to the surface, and before I could think, behold a great bird, the bigness of a man, swooped down upon me and snatching me up, flew up with me into a prayer. I fainted, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself in a strong pillared place, a high-builded palace, adorned with magnificent paintings and pendants of gems of all shapes and hues. Therein were damsels standing with their hands crossed over their breasts, and, behold, in their midst was a lady seated on the throne of red gold, set with pearls and gems, and clad in apparel whereon no mortal might open his eyes, for the lustre of the jewels wherewith they were decked. About her waist she wore a girdle of jewels no money could pay their worth, and on her head a 3-fold tiara dazing thought and wit and dazzling heart and sight. Then the bird which had carried me thither shook and became a young lady bright as sun-raying light. I fixed my eyes on her, and behold, it was she whom I had seen, in a snake form on the mountain, and had rescued from the dragon which had wound his tail around her. Then said to her the lady who sat upon the throne, Why hast thou brought hither this mortal? And she replied, O my mother, this is he who was the means of veiling my honor. FN number 528, among the maidens of the jinn. Then quoth she to me, Knowest thou who I am? And quoth I, No. Said she, I am she who was on such a mountain, where the black dragon strave with me and would have forced my honor, but thou slewest him. And I said, I saw but a white snake with a dragon. She rejoined, 'Tis I who was the white snake, but I am the daughter of the Red King, sovereign of the Jann, and my name is Sada. FN number 529, she who sitteth there is my mother, and her name is Mubaraka, wife of the Red King. The black dragon who attacked me and would have done away my honor was Wazir to the Black King, Darfil by name, and he was foul of favor. It chanced that he saw me and fell in love with me, so he sought me in marriage of my sire, who sent to him to say, Who art thou, O scum of Wazirs, that thou shouldst wed with kings' daughters? Whereupon he was wroth and sware an oath that he would assuredly do away my honor, despite my father. Then he fell to tracking my steps and following me whithersoever I went, designing to ravish me, wherefore the battle between him and my parent mighty fierce was and bloody jars, but my sire could not prevail against him, for that he was fierce as fraudful, and as often as my father pressed hard upon him and seemed like to conquer he would escape from him, till my sire was at his wit's end. Every day I was forced to take new form and hue, for, as often as I assumed a shape, he would assume it contrary, and to whatsoever land I fled he would snuff my fragrance and follow me thither, so that I suffered sore affliction of him. At last I took the form of a snake and betook myself to the mountain where thou sawest me, whereupon he changed himself to a dragon and pursued me, till I fell into his hands, when he strove with me and I struggled with him, till he wearied me and mounted me, meaning to have his lustful will of me, but thou camest and smote him with a stone and slewest him. Then I returned to my own shape and showed myself to thee, saying, I am indebted to thee for a service such as is not lost save with the son of adultery. FN number 530. So, when I saw thy brothers do with thee this treachery and throw thee into the sea, I hastened to thee and saved thee from destruction, and now honour is due to thee from my mother and my father. Then she said to the queen, O my mother, do thou honour him as deserveth he who saved my virtue. So the queen said to me, Welcome, O mortal. Indeed thou hast done us a kindly deed which meriteth honour. Presently she ordered me a treasure suit, FN number 531, worth the mint of money, and store of gems and precious stones, and said, Take him and carry him into the king. Accordingly, they carried me into the king in his divan, where I found him seated on his throne, with his marids and guards before him, and when I saw him my sight was blent for that which was upon him of jewels, but when he saw me, he rose to his feet and all his officers rose also, to do him worship. Then he saluted me and welcomed me and entreated me with the utmost honour, and gave me of that which was with him of good things, after which he said to some of his followers, Take him and carry him back to my daughter, that she may restore him to the place whence she brought him. So they carried me back to the Lady Sida, who took me up and flew away with me and my treasures. On this wise fared it with me and the princess, but as regards the captain of the galleon, he was aroused by the splash of my fall, when my brothers cast me into the sea, and said, What is that which hath fallen overboard? Whereupon my brothers fell to weeping and beating of breasts, and replied, Alas, for our brother's loss. He thought to do his need over the ship's side, FN number 532, and fell into the water. Then they laid their hands on my good, but the baffled dispute between them because of the damsel, each saying, None shall have her but I. And they abhorred jangling and wrangling each with other, and remembered not their brother nor his drowning, and their mourning for him ceased. As they were thus, behold Sadu alighted with me in the midst of the galleon, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 985th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah bin Fazil continued, as they were thus, behold, Sadu alighted with me in the midst of the galleon, and when my brothers saw me, they embraced me and rejoiced in me, saying, O our brother, how hast thou fared in that which befell thee? Indeed our hearts have been occupied with thee. Quoth Sada, Had ye any heart yearnings for him, or had ye loved him, ye had not cast him into the sea, but choose ye now what death ye will die. Then she seized on them and would have slain them, but they cried out, saying, In thy safeguard, O our brother. Thereupon I interceded and said to her, I claim of thine honour not to kill my brothers. Quoth she, There is no help but that I slay them, for they are traitors. But I ceased not to speak her fair and conciliate her till she said, To content thee, I will not kill them, but I will enchant them. So saying, she brought out a cup and filling it with sea water, pronounced over it words that might not be understood. Then saying, Quit this human shape for the shape of a dog, she sprinkled them with the water, and immediately they were transmuted into dogs, as thou sayest them, O Vicar of Allah. Whereupon he turned to the dogs and said to them, Have I spoken the truth, O my brothers? And they bowed their heads, as they would say, Thou hast spoken sooth. At this he continued, Then she said to those who were in the galleon, Know ye that Abdullah bin Fazil here present is become my brother, and I shall visit him once or twice every day. So, whoso of you crosseth him or gainseth his bidding or doth him hurt with hand or tongue, I will do with him even as I have done with these two traitors, and bespell him to a dog, and he shall end his days in that form, nor shall he find deliverance. And they all said to her, O our lady, we are his slaves and his servants every one of us, and will not disobey him in aught. Moreover, she said to me, when thou comest to Bassorah, examine all thy property, and if there lack aught thereof, tell me, and I will bring it to thee, in whose hands and in what place soever it may be, and will change him who took it into a dog. When thou hast magazined thy goods, clap a collar FN number 533, of wood on the neck of each of these two traitors, and tie them to the leg of a couch, and shut them up by themselves. Moreover, every night, at midnight, do thou go down to them, and beat each of them about till he swoon away, and if thou suffer a single night to pass without beating them, I will come to thee and rub thee a sound drubbing, after which I will drub them. And I answered, to hear is to obey. Then said she, tie them up with ropes till thou come to Bassorah. So I tied a rope about each dog's neck and lashed them to the mast, and she went her way. On the morrow we entered Bassorah, and the merchants came out to meet me and saluted me, and no one of them inquired of my brothers. But they looked at the dogs and said to me, Ho, such and such, FN number 534, what wilt thou do with these two dogs thou hast brought with thee? Quoth I reared them on this voyage and have brought them home with me. And they laughed at them, knowing not that they were my brothers. When I reached my house, I put the twain in a closet and busied myself all that night with the unpacking and disposition of the bales of stuffs and jewels. Moreover, the merchants were with me, being minded to offer me the salam, wherefore I was occupied with them and forgot to beat the dogs or chain them up. Then, without doing them aught of hurt, I lay down to sleep, but suddenly and unexpectedly there came to me the Red King's daughter Sada, and said to me, Did I not bid thee clap chains on their necks and give each of them a bout of beating? So saying, she seized me and pulling out a whip, flogged me till I fainted away, after which she went to the place where my brothers were, and with the same scourge beat them both till they came nigh upon death. Then said she to me, Beat each of them a like bout every night, and if thou let a night pass without doing this, I will beat thee. And I replied, O my lady, tomorrow I will put chains on their necks, and next night I will beat them, nor will I leave them one night unbeaten. And she charged me strictly to beat them, and disappeared. When the morning morrowed, it being no light matter for me to put fetters of iron on their necks, I went to a goldsmith and bade him make them collars and chains of gold. He did this, and I put the collars on their necks and chained them up, as she bade me, and next night I beat them both in mine own despite. This befell in the Caliphate of Almadi, FN number 535, third of the sons of Al-Abbas, and I commended myself to him by sending him presents. So he invested me with the government and made me viceroy of Bassorah. On this wise I abode some time, and after a while I said to myself, Haply her wrath is grown cool, and left them a night unbeaten, whereupon she came to me and beat me about, whose burning I shall never forget long as I live. So, from that time to this, I have never left them a single night unbeaten during the reign of Almadi. And when he deceased, and thou camest to the succession, thou sentest to me, confirming me in the government of Bassorah. These 12 years past have I beaten them every night, in mine own despite, and after I have beaten them, I excuse myself to them and comfort them and give them to eat and drink, and they have remained shut up, nor did any of the creatures of Allah know of them, till thou sentest to me Abu Ishaq the boon companion, on account of the tribute. And he discovered my secret, and returning to thee, acquainted thee therewith. Then thou sentest him back to fetch me and them. So I answered with hearkening and obedience, and brought them before thee, whereupon thou questionedst me, and I told thee the truth of the case, and this is my history. The Caliph marveled at the case of the two dogs and said to Abdullah, "Hast thou at this present forgiven thy two brothers the wrong they did thee, yea or nay?" He replied, "O my Lord, may Allah forgive them and acquit them of responsibility in this world and the next. Indeed, 'tis I who stand in need of their forgiveness, for that these 12 years past I have beaten them a grievous bout every night." Rejoined the Caliph, "O Abdullah, inshallah, I will endeavor for the release and that they may become men again, as they were before, and I will make peace between thee and them, so shall you live the rest of your lives as brothers loving one another, and like as thou hast forgiven them, so shall they forgive thee. But now take them and go down with them to thy lodging and this night beat them not, and tomorrow there shall be naught save weal." Quoth Abdullah, "O my Lord, as thy head liveth, if I leave them one night unbeaten, Sada will come to me and beat me, and I have no body to brook beating." Quoth the Caliph, "Fear not, for I will give thee a writing under my hand. FN number 536, and she come to thee, do thou give her the paper, and if, when she has read it, she spare thee, the favour will be hers, but, if she obey not my bidding, commit thy business to Allah and let her beat thee about, and suppose that thou hast forgotten to beat them for one night and that she beateth thee because of that, and if it fall out thus and she thwart me, as sure as I am commander of the faithful, I will be even with her." Then he wrote her a letter on a piece of paper, 2 fingers broad, and sealing it with his signet ring, gave it to Abdullah, saying, "O Abdullah, if Sada come, say to her, the Caliph, King of mankind, hath commanded me to leave beating them and hath written me this letter for thee, and he saluteth thee with a salam. Then give her the warrant and fear no harm." After which he exacted of him an oath and a solemn pledge that he would not beat them. So Abdullah took the dogs and carried them to his lodging, saying to himself, "I wonder what the Caliph will do with the daughter of the Sovereign of the Jinn, if she cross him and trounce me tonight. But I will bear with a bout of beating for once and leave my brothers at rest this night, though for their sake I suffer torture." Then he bethought himself a while, and his reason said to him, "Did not the Caliph rely on some great support, he had never forbidden me from beating them." So he entered his lodging and doffed the collars from the dogs' necks, saying, "I put my trust in Allah," and fell to comforting them and saying, "No harm shall befall you, for the Caliph, 5th FN number 537, of the sons of Al-Abbas, hath pledged himself for your deliverance and I have forgiven you. And it please Allah the Most High, the time is come and ye shall be delivered this blessed night, so rejoice ye in the prospect of peace and gladness." When they heard these words, they fell to whining with a whining of dogs, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 986th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abdullah bin Fazil said to his brothers, Rejoice ye in the prospect of comfort and gladness. And when they heard his words they fell to whining with the whining of dogs, and rubbed their jowls against his feet, as if blessing him and humbling themselves before him. He mourned over them and took to stroking their backs till supper time, and when they sat on the trays he bade the dogs sit. So they sat down and ate with him from the tray, whilst his officers stood gaping and marvelling at his eating with dogs, and all said, "Is he mad or are his wits gone wrong? How can the viceroy of Bassorah city, he who is greater than a wazir, eat with dogs? Knoweth he not that the dog is unclean?" FN number 538, and they stared at the dogs, as they ate with him as servants eat with their lords. FN number 539, knowing not that they were his brothers, nor did they cease staring at them, till they had made an end of eating, when Abdullah washed his hands, and the dogs also put out their paws and washed, whereupon all who were present began to laugh at them and to marvel, saying, one to other, "Never in our lives saw we dogs eat and wash their paws after eating." Then the dogs sat down on the divans beside Abdullah, nor dared any ask him of this, and thus the case lasted till midnight. when he dismissed the attendants and lay down to sleep and the dogs with him, each on a couch, whereupon the servants said one to other, Verily, he hath lain down to sleep and the two dogs are lying with him. Quoth another, Since he hath eaten with the dogs from the same tray, there is no harm in their sleeping with him, and this is naught save the fashion of madmen. Moreover, they ate not anything of the food which remained in the tray, saying, 'Tis unclean. Such was the case, but as for Abdullah, ere he could think, the earth clave asunder and out rose Sadr, who said to him, O Abdullah, why hast thou not beaten them this night, and why hast thou undone the collars from their necks? Hast thou acted on this wise perversely and in mockery of my commandment? But I will at once beat thee and spell thee into a dog like them. He replied, O my lady, I conjure thee by the graving upon the seal ring of Solomon David's son, on the twain be peace, have patience with me till I tell thee my cause, and after do with me what thou wilt. Quoth she, Say on. And quoth he, The reason of my not punishing them is only this. The king of mankind, the commander of the faithful, the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, ordered me not to beat them this night, and took of me oaths and covenants to that effect, and he saluteth thee with the salam, and hath committed to me a mandate under his own hand, which he bade me give thee. So I obeyed his order, for to obey the commander of the faithful is obligatory, and here is the mandate. Take it and read it, and after work thy will. She replied, Hither with it. So he gave her the letter, and she opened it and read as follows. In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. From the king of mankind, Harun al-Rashid, to the daughter of the Red King, Sadr. But, after. Verily, this man hath forgiven his brothers and hath waived his claim against them, and we have enjoined them to reconciliation. Now, when reconciliation ruleth, retribution is remitted, and if you of the jinn contradict us in our commandments, we will contrary you in yours and traverse your ordinances, but, any obey our bidding and further our orders, we will indeed do the like with yours. Wherefore I bid thee hurt them no hurt, and if thou believe in Allah and in his apostle, it behoveth thee to obey and us to command. FN number 540. So, an thou spare them, I will requite thee with it whereto my Lord shall enable me, and the token of obedience is that thou remove thine enchantment from these two men, so they may come before me tomorrow. 3. But an thou release them not, I will release them in thy despite, by the aid of Almighty Allah. When she had read the letter, she said, O Abdullah, I will do naught till I go to my sire and show him the mandate of the monarch of mankind and return to thee with the answer in haste. So saying, she signed with her hand to the earth, which clave open, and she disappeared therein, whilst Abdullah's heart was like to fly for joy, and he said, Allah advance the commander of the faithful. As for Sadr, she went in to her father, and, acquainting him with that which had passed, gave him the caliph's letter, which he kissed and laid on his head. Then he read it, and understanding its contents said, O my daughter, verily, the ordinance of the monarch of mankind obligeth us, and his commandments are effectual over us, nor can we disobey him. So go thou and release the two men forthwith, and say to them, Ye are freed by the intercession of the monarch of mankind. For, should he be wroth with us, he would destroy us to the last of us. So do not thou impose on us that which we are unable. Quoth she, O my father, if the monarch of mankind were wroth with us, what could he do with us? And quoth her sire, He hath power over us for several reasons. In the first place, he is a man and hath thus pre-eminence over us. FN number 541. Secondly, he is the vicar of Allah. And thirdly, he is constant in praying the dawn prayer of 2 bows. FN number 542. Therefore were all the tribes of the jinn assembled together against him from the 7 worlds. They could do him no hurt. But he, should he be wroth with us, would pray the dawn prayer of 2 bows and cry out upon us one cry, when we should all present ourselves before him obediently and be before him as sheep before the butcher. If he would, he could command us to quit our abiding places for a desert country wherein we might not endure to sojourn, and if he desired to destroy us, he would bid us destroy ourselves, whereupon we should destroy one another. Wherefore we may not disobey his bidding, for, if we did this, he would consume us with fire, nor could we flee from before him to any asylum. Thus is it with every true believer who is persistent in praying the dawn prayer of 2 bows. His commandment is effectual over us, so be not thou the means of our destruction, because of 2 mortals, but go forthright and release them, ere the anger of the commander of the faithful fall upon us. So she returned to Abdullah and acquainted him with her father's words, saying, Kiss for us the hands of the prince of true believers and seek his approval for us. Then she brought out the tass and filling it with water, conjured over it and uttered words which might not be understood, after which she sprinkled the dogs with the water, saying, Quit the form of dogs and return to the shape of men. Whereupon they became men as before, and the spell of the enchantment was loosed from them. Quoth they, I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Muhammad is the apostle of God. Then they fell on their brother's feet and hands, kissing them and beseeching his forgiveness. But he said, Do ye forgive me? And they both repented with sincere repentance, saying, Verily, the damned devil lured us and covetise deluded us, but our Lord hath requited us after our deserts, and forgiveness is of the signs of the noble. And they went on to supplicate their brother and weep and profess repentance for that which had befallen him from them. FN number 543. Then quoth he to them, What did ye with my wife whom I brought from the city of stone? Quoth they, When Satan tempted us and we cast thee into the sea, there arose strife between us, each saying, I will have her to wife. Now when she heard these words and beheld our contention, she knew that we had thrown thee into the sea, so she came up from the cabin and said to us, Contend not because of me, for I will not belong to either of you. My husband is gone into the sea and I will follow him. So saying, she cast herself overboard and died. Exclaimed Abdullah, In very sooth she died a martyr. FN number 544. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Then he wept for her with sore weeping and said to his brothers, It was not well of you to do this deed and bereave me of my wife. They answered, Indeed, we have sinned, but our Lord hath requited us our misdeed, and this was a thing which Allah decreed unto us, ere he created us. And he accepted their excuse, but Sada said to him, Have they done all these things to thee, and wilt thou forgive them? He replied, O my sister, whoso hath power FN number 545, and spareth, for Allah's reward he prepareth. Then said she, Be on thy guard against them, for they are traitors, and farewelled him and fared forth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 987th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah, when Sada warned him and blessed him and went her ways, passed the rest of the night with his brothers, and on the morrow, he sent them to the hammam and clad each of them, on his coming forth, in a suit worth a hoard of money. Then he called for the tray of food and they set it before him, and he ate, he and his brothers. When his attendants saw the twain and knew them for his brothers, they saluted them and said to him, O our Lord, Allah give thee joy of thy reunion with thy dear brothers. Where have they been this while? He replied, It was they whom we saw in the guise of dogs. Praise be to Allah who hath delivered them from prison and grievous torment. Then he carried them to the divan of the Caliph, and kissing ground before Al-Rashid wished him continuance of honor and fortune and surcease of evil and enmity. Quoth the Caliph, Welcome, O Emir Abdullah. Tell me what hath befallen thee. And quoth he, O Commander of the Faithful, whose power Allah increase, when I carried my brothers home to my lodging, my heart was at rest concerning them, because thou hadst pledged thyself to their release, and I said in myself, Kings fail not to attain aught for which they strain, inasmuch as the divine favour aideth them. So I took off the collars from their necks, putting my trust in Allah, and ate with them from the same tray, which when my suite saw, they made light of my wit and said each to other, he is surely mad. How can the governor of Basora, who is greater than the wazir, eat with dogs? Then they threw away what was in the tray, saying, we will not eat the dogs. And they went on to befool my reason, whilst I heard their words, but returned them no reply because of their unknowing that the dogs were my brothers. When the hour of sleep came, I sent them away and addressed myself to sleep, but, ere I was ware, the earth clave in sunder and out came Sada, the Red King's daughter, enraged against me, with eyes like fire. And he went on to relate to the Caliph all what had passed between him and her father, and how she had transmuted his brothers from canine to human form, adding, and here they are before thee, O Commander of the Faithful. The Caliph looked at them, and seeing two young men like moons, said, Allah requite thee for me with good, O Abdullah, for that thou hast acquainted me with an advantage. FN number 546, I knew not. Henceforth, Inshallah, I will never leave to pray these two bow orisons before the breaking of the dawn, what while I live. Then he reproved Abdullah's brothers for their past transgressions against him, and they excused themselves before the Caliph, who said, join hands FN number 547, and forgive one another and Allah pardon what is past. Upon which he turned to Abdullah and said to him, O Abdullah, make thy brothers thine assistants and be careful of them. Then he charged them to be obedient to their brother and bade them return to Basora after he had bestowed on them abundant largesse. So they went down from the Caliph's divan whilst he rejoiced in this advantage he had obtained by the action aforesaid, to wit, persistence in praying 2 inclinations before dawn, and exclaimed, he spake truth who said, the misfortune of one tribe fortuneth another tribe. FN number 548. On this wise there fled to them from the Caliph, but as regards Abdullah, he left Baghdad carrying with him his brothers in all honor and dignity and increase of quality, and fared on till they drew near Basora, when the notables and chief men of the place came out to meet them, and after decorating the city brought them Trento with a procession which had not its match, and all the folk shouted out blessings on Abdullah as he scattered amongst them silver and gold. None, however, took heed to his brothers, wherefore jealousy and envy entered their hearts, for all he entreated them tenderly as one tenders an ophthalmic eye, but the more he cherished them, the more they redoubled in hatred and envy of him, and indeed it is said on the subject, I'd win good will of every one, but whoso envies me will not be won on any wise, and makes mine office hard, how gain the gree of envious wight who coveteth my good, when naught will satisfy him save to see my good go mad. Then he gave each a concubine that had not her like, and eunuchs and servants and slaves white and black, of each kind 40. He also gave each of them 50 steeds, all thoroughbreds, and they got them guards and followers, and he assigned to them revenues and appointed them soldier and stipends and made them his assistants, saying to them, O my brothers, I and you are equal, and there is no distinction between me and you twain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 988th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah assigned stipends to his brothers and made them his assistants, saying, O my brothers, I and you are equal, and there is no distinction between me and you twain, and after Allah and the Caliph, the commandment is mine and yours. So rule you at Basora in my absence and in my presence, and your commandments shall be effectual, but look that ye fear Allah in your ordinances and beware of oppression, which if it endure depopulateth, and apply yourselves to justice, for justice, if it be prolonged, peopleth the land. Oppress not the true believers, or they will curse you, and ill report of you will reach the Caliph. Wherefore dishonor will betide both me and you. Go not therefore about to violence any, but whatso ye greed for of the goods of the folk, take it from my goods, over and above that whereof ye have need, For 'tis not unknown to you what is handed down in the Quran of prohibition verses on the subject of oppression, and Allah gifted is he who said these couplets. Oppression ambusheth in sprite of man whom naught withholdeth save the lack of might. The sage shall ne'er apply his wits to aught until befitting time direct his sight. The tongue of wisdom runneth in the heart, and in his mouth the tongue of foolish wight. Who at occasions call lacks power to rise is slain by feeblest who would glut his spite. A man may hide his blood and breed, but I his deeds on darkest hiddens cast a light. White civil strain with ancestry as vile have lips which never spake one word aright, and who committeth case to hands of fool in folly proveth self as fond and light, and who his secret tells to folk at large shall rouse his foes to work him worst despite. Suffice the generous what regards his lot, nor meddles he with aught regards him not. And he went on to admonish his brothers and bid them to equity and forbid them from tyranny, doubting not but they would love him the better for his boon of good counsel. FN number 549, and he relied upon them and honoured them with the utmost honour, but notwithstanding all his generosity to them, they only waxed in envy and hatred of him, till, one day, the two being together alone, quoth Nazir to Mansur, O my brother, how long shall we be mere subjects of our brother Abdullah, and he in this estate of lordship and worship? After being a merchant, he is become an emir, and from being little, he is grown great, but we grow not great, nor is there aught of respect or degree left us, for, behold, he laugheth at us and maketh us his assistants. What is the meaning of this? Is it not that we are his servants and under his subjection? But, long as he abideth in good case, our rank will never be raised, nor shall we be aught of repute, wherefore we shall not fulfill our wish, except we slay him and win to his wealth, nor will it be possible to get his gear save after his death. So, when we have slain him, we shall become lords and will take all that is in his treasuries of gems and things of price and divide them between us. Then will we send the Caliph a present and demand of him the government of Kufa, and thou shalt be governor of Kufa and I of Basora. Thus each of us shall have formal estate and condition, but we shall never effect this, except we put him out of the world. Answered Mansur, thou sayest sooth, but how shall we do to kill him? Quoth Nazir, we will make an entertainment in the house of one of us and invite him thereto and serve him with the utmost service. Then will we sit through the night with him in talk and tell him tales and jests and rare stories till his heart melteth with sitting up, when we will spread him a bed, that he may lie down to sleep. When he is asleep, we will kneel upon him and throttle him and throw him into the river, and on the morrow, we will say, his sister the Jinneer came to him, as he sat chatting with us, and said to him, O thou scum of mankind, who art thou that thou shouldst complain of me to the commander of the faithful? Deemest thou that we dread him? As he is a king, so we too are kings, and if he mend not his manners in our regard, he will do him die by the foulest of deaths. But meantime I will slay thee, that we may see what the hand of the prince of true believers availeth to do. So saying, she caught him up and clave the earth and disappeared with him, which when we saw, we swooned away. Then we revived and we reck not what is become of him. And saying this, we will send to the Caliph and tell him the case, and he will invest us with the government in his room. After a while, we will send him a sumptuous present and seek of him the government of Kufa, and one of us shall abide in Basora and the other in Kufa. So shall the land be pleasant to us, and we will be down upon the true believers and win our wishes. And quoth Mansur, thou counsellest well, O my brother, and they agreed upon the murder. So Nazir made an entertainment and said to Abdullah, O my brother, verily I am thy brother, and I would have thee hearten my heart, thou and my brother Mansur, and eat of my banquet in my house, so I may boast of thee, and that it may be said, the Emir Abdullah hath eaten of his brother Nazir's guest meal, when my heart will be solaced by this best of boons. Abdullah replied, So be it, O my brother, there is no distinction between me and thee, and thy house is my house, but since thou invitest me, none refuseth hospitality save the churl. Then he turned to Mansour and said to him, Wilt thou go with me to thy brother Nazir's house, and we will eat of his feast and heal his heart? Replied Mansour, As thy head liveth, O my brother, I will not go with thee, unless thou swear to me that, after thou comest forth of brother Nazir's house, thou wilt enter my house and eat of my banquet. Is Nazir thy brother, and am not I thy brother? So, even as thou heartenest his heart, do thou hearten mine. Answered Abdullah, There is no harm in that, with love and gladly agree. When I come out from Nazir's house, I will enter thine, for thou art my brother even as he. So he kissed his hand and going forth of the divan, made ready his feast. On the morrow, Abdullah took horse and repaired, with his brother Mansour and a company of his officers, to Nazir's house, where they sat down, he and Mansour and his many. Then Nazir set the trays before them and welcomed them, so they ate and drank and sat in mirth and merriment, after which the trays and the platters were removed and they washed their hands. They passed the day in feasting and wine drinking and diversion and delight till nightfall, when they supped and prayed the sundown prayers, and the night orisons, after which they sat conversing and carousing, and Nazir and Mansour fell to telling stories whilst Abdullah hearkened. Now they three were alone in the pavilion, the rest of the company being in another place, and they ceased not to tell quips and tales and rare adventures and anecdotes, till Abdullah's heart was dissolved within him, for watching and sleep overcame him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 989th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abdullah was awearied with watching and wanted to sleep, they also lay beside him on another couch and waited till he was drowned in slumber, and when they were certified thereof they arose and knelt upon him, whereupon he awoke and seeing them kneeling on his breast, said to them, What is this, O my brothers? Cried they, We are no brothers of thine, nor do we know the unmannerly that thou art. Thy death is become better than thy life. Then they gripped him by the throat and throttled him, till he lost his senses and abode without motion, so that they deemed him dead. Now the pavilion wherein they were overlooked the river, so they cast him into the water, but, when he fell, Allah sent to his aid a dolphin FN number 550, who was accustomed to come under that pavilion because the kitchen had a window that gave upon the stream, and, as often as they slaughtered any beast there, it was their wont to throw the refuse into the river, and the dolphin came and picked it up from the surface of the water, wherefore he ever resorted to the place. That day they had cast out much offal by reason of the banquet, so the dolphin ate more than of wont and gained strength. Hearing the splash of Abdullah's fall, he hastened to the spot, where he saw a son of Adam, and Allah guided him so that he took the man on his back, and crossing the current made with him for the other bank, where he cast his burthen ashore. Now the place where the dolphin cast up Abdullah was a well-beaten highway, and presently up came a caravan, and finding him lying on the river bank, said, Here is a drowned man, whom the river hath cast up, and the travellers gathered around to gaze at the corpse. The sheikh of the caravan was a man of worth, skilled in all sciences and versed in the mystery of medicine and, withal, sound of judgment, so he said to them, O folk, what is the news? They answered, Here is a drowned man, whereupon he went up to Abdullah and examining him, said to them, O folk, there is life yet in this young man, who is a person of condition and of the sons of the great, bred in honour and fortune, and inshallah there is still hope of him. Then he took him and clothing him in dry clothes warmed him before the fire, after which he nursed him and attended him 3 days' march till he revived, but he was passing feeble by reason of the shock, and the chief of the caravan proceeded to medicine him with such simples as he knew, why they ceased not faring on till they had travelled 30 days' journey from Basora and came to a city in the land of the Persians, by name Mauj. FN number 551, Here they alighted at a khan and spread Abdullah a bed, where he lay groaning all night and troubling the folk with his groans. And when morning morrowed, the concierge of the khan came to the chief of the caravan and said to him, "What is this sick man thou hast with thee? Verily, he disturbeth us." Quoth the chief, "I found him by the way, on the river bank and well nigh drowned, and I have tended him, but to no effect, for he recovereth not." Said the porter, "Show him to the Shaker FN number 552, Rajiga." "Who is this religious?" asked the chief of the caravan, and the doorkeeper answered, "There is with us a holy woman, a clean maid and a comely, called Rajiha, to whom they present whoso hath any ailment, and he passeth a single night in her house and awaketh on the morrow, whole and ailing nothing." Quoth the chief, "Direct me to her." Quoth the porter, "Take up thy sick man." So he took up Abdullah, and the doorkeeper forewent him, till he came to a hermitage, where he saw folk entering with many an ex-voto offering and other folk coming forth, rejoicing. The porter went in, till he came to the curtain, FN number 553, and said, "Permission, O Sheikh Rajiha. Take this sick man." Said she, "Bring him within the curtain," and the porter said to Abdullah, "Enter." So he entered, and looking upon the holy woman, saw her to be his wife whom he had brought from the city of stone. And when he knew her, she also knew him and saluted him, and he returned her salam. Then said he, "Who brought thee hither?" And she answered, "When I saw that thy brothers had cast thee away and were contending concerning me, I threw myself into the sea, but my Sheikh Al-Kiz Rabu Al-Abbas took me up and brought me to this hermitage, where he gave me leave to heal the sick and bade cry in the city, whoso hath any ailment, let him repair to the Sheikh Rajiha, and he also said to me, Tarry in this hermitage till the time betide, and thy husband shall come to thee here." So all the sick used to flock to me, and I rubbed them and shampooed them, and they awoke on the morrow whole and sound, whereby the report of me became noised abroad among the folk, and they brought me votive gifts, so that I have with me abundant wealth. And now I live here in high honor and worship, and all the people of these parts seek my prayers. Then she rubbed him, and by the ordinance of Allah the Most High, he became whole. Now Al-Kiz used to come to her every Friday night, and it chanced that the day of Abdullah's coming was a Thursday. FN number 554. Accordingly, when the night darkened, he and she sat, after a supper of the richest meats, awaiting the coming of Al-Kiz, who made his appearance anon, and carrying them forth of the hermitage, set them down in Abdullah's palace at Basora, where he left them and went his way. As soon as it was day, Abdullah examined the palace and knew it for his own. Then, hearing the folk clamouring without, he looked forth of the lattice and saw his brothers crucified, each on his own cross. Now the reason of this was as ensueth. When they had thrown him into the Tigris, the twain arose on the morrow, weeping and saying, "Our brother! The Jinneer hath carried off our brother." Then they made ready a present and sent it to the Caliph, acquainting him with these tidings and suing from him the government of Basora. He sent for them and questioned them, and they told him the false tale we have recounted, whereupon he was exceeding wroth. FN number 555. So that night he prayed a 2-bow prayer before daybreak, as of his wont, and called upon the tribes of the jinn, who came before him subject-wise, and he questioned them of Abdullah, when they sware to him that none of them had done him aught of hurt, and said, "We know not what is become of him." Then came Sada, daughter of the Red King, and acquainted the Caliph with the truth of Abdullah's case, and he dismissed the jinn. On the morrow, he subjected Nazir and Manzur to the bastinado till they confessed, one against other, whereupon the Caliph was enraged with them, and cried, "Carry them to Basora and crucify them there before Abdullah's palace." Such was the case, but as regards Abdullah, when he saw his brothers crucified, he commanded to bury them, then took horse and repairing to Baghdad, acquainted the Caliph with that which his brothers had done with him, from first to last, and told him how he had recovered his wife, whereat Al-Rashid marvelled, and summoning the Qazi and the witnesses, bade draw up the marriage contract between Abdullah and the damsel whom he had brought from the city of stone. So he went into her and woned with her at Basora till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies, and extolled be the perfection of the living, who dieth not. Moreover, O auspicious king, I have heard a tale anent. End of Volume 9. Arabian Nights, Volume 9. Burton Oates. FN Number 1, Arab. Walla Rajma Gabin, lit. Equals without stone throwing, conjecture, of one latent. FN Number 2, that is saying Bismillah, etc. See Volume V. 206. FN Number 3, where he was to await her. FN Number 4, as a rule, amongst Muslims the rider salutes the man on foot and the latter those who sit. The saying in the text suggests the Christian by word anent Muhammad and the mountain, which is, I need hardly say, utterly unknown to Mohammedans. FN Number 5, the storyteller does not remember that the city folk trust to the locking of the gates, and forgets to tell us that the princess took the keys from the wazir whom she had hocussed. In a carefully corrected Arabic edition of the Nights, a book much wanted, the texts which are now in a mutilated state would be supplied with these details. FN Number 6, which probably would not be the last administered to him by the Amazonian young person, who after her mate feared to approach the dead blackamoor must have known him to be cowardly as Kens generally are. Moreover, he had no shame in his poltroonery like the recreant fellow soldiers, in the wretched Sawakin campaign against the noble Sudani Negroids, who excused their running away by saying, we are Egyptians, that is two good men and Muslims to lose our lives as becomes you Franks and dog Christians. Yet under Muhammad Ali the Great, fellow soldiers conquered the colligated Arabs. Pilgrimage 3:48, of Al-Asir, Offa, at Bissel and in Wabiland and put the Turks to flight at the Battle of Nitsib, and the late General John Miss assured me that he saved his command, the Ottoman cavalry in Syria, by always manoeuvring to refuse a pitched battle. But Muhammad Ali knew his men. He never failed to shoot a runaway, and all his officers, even the lieutenants, were Turks or Albanians. Said Pasha was the first to appoint fellow officers and under their command the Egyptian soldier, one of the best in the East, at once became the worst. We have at last found the right way to make them fight, by icing them with Englishmen, but we must not neglect the shooting process whenever they dare to turn tail. FN Number 7, Al-Walgan, as it should be printed in previous places, instead of Al-Walgan, is certainly not a PN in this place. FN Number 8, Arab. Kunda, Purs. And Arab. Manna, Mustach, frankincense, the latter being Herment. FN Number 9. So Emma takes the lead and hides her lover under her cloak during their flight to the place where they intended to lie concealed. In both cases the women are the men. FN Number 10, Obartet, in which we recognize the German Berthold. FN Number 11, that is head of Kilout, which makes, from the Muet, the name of a son of the sons of the Jinn and the Satans. FN Number 12, that is attacked her after a new fashion, see Volume I. 136. FN Number 13, that is Weevil's dung, hence Suez equals Suez the little Weevil, or little Sus from the Moroccan town, see the mines of Midian P. 74 for a note on the name. Near Gibraltar is a Fuimara called Guadalajara, that is Wadi Alcara, of dung. Bartus is evidently formed on the weight of Bartet, and his metonym is a caricature, a chaff fit for Fele. FN Number 14, Arab. Al-Din al-Raj, the perverted or falsified faith, Christianity having been made obsolete and abolished by the mission of Muhammad, even as Christianity claims to have superseded the Mosaic and Noachian dispensations. Muslims are perfectly logical in their deductions, but logic and truth do not always go together. FN Number 15, the breaker of wind, Fazwa, a fizzle, a silent crepitus, son of children's dung. FN Number 16, Arab. Amalaka and Alaklit. equals either to thee, be the gain, or upon thee, be the loss. This truly Arabic idiom is varied in many ways. FN number 17, in addition to what was noted in volume 3, 108. 51. I may observe that in the Masnavi the Baghdad of nulliquity is opposed to the ubiquity of the world. The popular derivation is ba, the idol god, the Slav bog, and dad a gift, he gave, Persian. It is also called al-Zura equals a bow, from the bend of the Tigris where it was built. FN number 18, Arab. Jewesses blur. Of Jassaslit. The spies. FN number 19, the Caliph could not see her sweetness of speech, so we must understand that he addressed her and found out that she was fluent of tongue. But this idiomatic use of the word see is also found in the languages of southern Europe, so Camoons, less. 1. 2. Uvivirislit. Equals hark, you shall see, which sounds Hibernian. FN number 20, here fars, Quranic obligation which it is mortal sin to gainsay, follows whereas it should precede sanat, sayings and doings of the apostle, simply because fars jingles with ours, earth. FN number 21, Muslims, like modern agnostics, hold that Jesus of Nazareth would be greatly scandalized by the claims to godship advanced for him by his followers. FN number 22, Quran 9. 33, see also v. 85. In the passage above quoted Mr. Rodwell makes the second he refer to the deity. FN number 23, Quran 26. 88, 89. For a very indifferent version and abridgment of this speech, see Saturday Review, July 9, 1881. FN number 24, Quran 4. 140. FN number 25, Arab. Farad from the Arab. Farut equals being sweet, as applied to water. Al-Faridan equals the two sweet rivers, are the Tigris and Euphrates. The Greeks, who in etymology were satisfied with Greek, derived the latter from Greek, to gladden, letificar, for which see Pliny and Strabo, although both are correct in explaining Tigris, and Selden remarks hereon, talibus nugis nugentua Gracili. But not only the Gracili, for example Parkhurst's good old derivations from the Heb. Farah of Pharaoh, Fructus, Freya, the goddess, Freya, to spawn, Freand, fry, of fish, etc., etc. FN number 26, the great Caliph was a poet, and he spoke verses as did all his contemporaries. His lament over his slave girl Helena, Helen, is quoted by Al-Su'auti, p. 305. FN number 27, the brave of the faith. FN number 28, that is, Saladin. See volume 4. p. 116. FN number 29, usually called the Horns of the Hattin, classically hidden, north of Tiberias where Saladin by good strategy and the folly of the Franks annihilated the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem. For details see the guidebooks. In this action, June 23, 1187, after 3 bishops were slain in its defense, the last fragment of the true cross, or rather the cross verified by Helena, fell into Muslim hands. The Christians begged hard for it, but Saladin, a conscientious believer, refused to return to them even for ransom, the object of their iniquitous superstition. His son, however, being of another turn, would have sold it to the Franks, who then lacked money to purchase. It presently disappeared, and I should not be surprised if it was still lying, an unknown and inutile lignum in some Cain mosque. FN number 30, Acre, was taken by Saladin on July 29, 1187. The Egyptian states that he was at Acre in 1184 or 3 years before the affair of Hattin, 90 CCCXCV. FN number 31, famous Sufis and ascetics of the 2nd and 3rd centuries AH for Bishfefort, see volume 2. p. 127. Al-Sakati means the old clothes man, and the names of the others are all recorded in Tablet. FN number 32, that is, captured, forced open their gates. FN number 33, Arab. Al-Sahel, that is the seaboard of Syria, properly Phoenicia or the coastlands of southern Palestine. So the maritime lowlands of continental Zanzibar are called in the blur. Sawahil equals the shores and the people Sawahili equals shoremen. FN number 34, Arab. Al-Kizanaboth in Mac. Edit. And Breslau X. 426. Mr. Payne has translated tense and says, Saladin seems to have been encamped without Damascus, and the slave merchant had apparently come out and pitched his tent near the camp for the purposes of his trade. But I can find no notice of tents till a few lines below. FN number 35, Bahaldin ibn Shaddad, then Qazi al-Askar, of the army, or Judge Advocate General under Saladin. FN number 36, that is abide with thy second husband, the Egyptian. FN number 37, a descendant of Hashim, the Apostle's great-grandfather from whom the Abbasids were directly descended. The Umayyads were less directly akin to Muhammad, being the descendants of Hashim's brother, Abd al-Shams. The Hashimis were famed for liberality, and the quality seems to have been inherited. The first Hashim got his name from crumbling bread into the sarid or brewis of the Meccan pilgrims during the ignorance. He was buried at Gaza, but his tomb was soon forgotten. FN number 38, that is thy lover. FN number 39, that is of those destined to hell, the especial home of Muslim suicides. FN number 40, Arab. Amal, plur. Of Amal, viceroys or governors of provinces. FN number 41, a town of Iraq Arabi, Mesopotamia, between Baghdad and Basora, built upon the Tigris and founded by Al-Hajjaj. It is so called because the middle halfway town between Basra and Kufa. To this place were applied the famous lines : In good sooth a right noble race are they, whose men yea can't say nor their women nay. FN number 42, that is robed as thou art. FN number 43, that is his kinsfolk of the Hashimis. FN number 44, see volume 2. 24. Vol 2, FN number 49. FN number 45, Arab. Thritu equals I was possessed of a jinn, the common Eastern explanation of an epileptic fit long before the days of the Evangel. See volume 4. 89. FN number 46, Arab. Z, village, for farm. FN number 47, Arab. Tariqa. FN number 48, most of the great Arab musicians had their own peculiar fashion of tuning the lute, for the purpose of extending its register or facilitating the accompaniment of songs composed in uncommon keys and rhythms, or possibly of increasing its sonority, and it appears to have been a common test of the skill of a great musician, such as Ishaq al-Mawsili or his father Ibrahim, to require him to accompany a difficult song on a lute purposely untuned. As a partial, modern instance of the practice referred to in the text, may be cited Paganini's custom of lowering or raising the G string of the violin in playing certain of his own compositions. According to the Kitab el-Khani, Ishaq al-Mawsili is said to have familiarized himself, by incessant practice, with the exact sounds produced by each division of the strings of the four-course lute of his day, under every imaginable circumstance of tuning. It is regrettable that Mr. Payne does not give us more of such notes. FN number 49, see volume 7. 363 for the use of these fumigations. FN number 50, in the Mac. Edit. Ayla for Ubullah, the latter is one of the innumerable canals, leading from Basora to Ubullah town at distance of 12 miles. Its banks are the favorite pleasure resort of the townsfolk, being built over with villas and pavilions, now no more, and the orchards seem to form one great garden, all confined by one wall. See Jorbert's translation of Al-Idrisi, Volume I, pages 368 to 69. The Ayla, a tributary of the Tigris, waters, I have noted, the gardens of Basora. FN number 51, music having been forbidden by Muhammad, who believed with the vulgar that the devil has something to do with it. Even Paganini could not escape suspicion in the 19th century. FN number 52, the Mahr, or Arab dowry, consists of two parts, one paid down on consummation and the other agreed to be paid to the wife, contingently upon her being divorced by her husband. If she divorce him, this portion, which is generally less than the half, cannot be claimed by her, and I have related the Persian abomination which compels the woman to sacrifice her rights. See Volume 3. p. 304. FN number 53, that is the cost of her maintenance during the 4 months of single blessedness which must or ought to elapse before she can legally marry again. FN number 54, Lane translates most incompletely, to him, then, be praise, first and last. FN number 55, Lane omits because it is extremely puerile this most characteristic tale, one of the two oldest in the Nights which Al-Masudi mentions as belonging to the Hazarafsana. See terminal essay. Von Hammer, Preface in Trebuchen's translation p. 25, refers the fables to an Indian, Egyptian origin and remarks, Susla apodal rantic white et lamoralquils renferment, els meritant la plus grande attention, mais de notre hotels ni ventron moins grimusants. FN number 56, Lane, 3. 579, writes the word shimmers, the Bressel. Edit. 8. 4 shimmers. FN number 57, that is when the tale begins. FN number 58, Arab. Calves al-Jinnah drooping the wing as a brooding bird. In the Quran, 7. 88, lowering the wing equals demeaning oneself gently. FN number 59, the Bressel. Edit. 8. 3, writes Gilad, Trebuchen, 3. 1, Le Arrow I Gilia. FN number 60, as the sequel shows, the better title would be, The Cat and the Mouse, as in the headings of the Mac. Edit. And what befell the cat with the mouse, as a punishment for tyranny. But all 3 edits. Read as in the text, and I have not cared to change it. In our European adaptations the mouse becomes a rat. FN number 61, so that I may not come to grief by thus daring to foretell evil things. FN number 62, Arab. Afapl. Fi equals, Greek, both being derived from 0. Egypt. A worm, snake. Afa is applied to many species of the larger Ophidia, all supposed to be venomous, and synonymous with Saul, a malignant viper, in al-Mutu Amez. See Preston's Al-Hariri, p. 101. FN number 63, this apparently needless cruelty of all the feline race is a strong weapon in the hand of the Eastern Ari, who holds that the world is God and is governed by its own laws, in opposition to the religionists believing in a personal deity whom, moreover, they style the merciful, the compassionate, etc. Some Christians have opined that cruelty came into the world with original sin, but how do they account for the hideous waste of life and the fearful destructiveness of the fishes, which certainly never learned anything from man? The mystery of the cruelty of things can be explained only by a law without a lawgiver. FN number 64. The 3 things not to be praised before death in southern Europe are a horse, a priest and a woman, and it has become a popular saying that only fools prophesy before the event. FN number 65, Arab. Sawn equals butter melted and skimmed. See volume I. 144. FN number 66, this is a mere off of the barber's tale of his 5th brother, volume I. 335. In addition to the authorities cited, I may mention the school reading lesson in Addison's Spectator derived from Glenn's version of Al-Nashkar and his Basket of Glass, the Persian version of the Hitopadis or Anwar Suhaili, Lights of Canopus, by Hussein Vaz, the Foolish Sakali of Indian Fairy Tales, Ms. Stokes, the allusion in Rabelais to the fate of the shoemaker and his pitcher of milk, and the dialogues of creatures moralized, 1516, whence probably La Fontaine drew his fable, La laitière et le pot au lait. FN number 67, Arab. Nasik, a religious, a man of valor from Nazc, devotion, somewhat like Salik, Abistan 3. 251. FN number 68, the well-known Egyptian term for a peasant, a husbandman, extending from the Nile to beyond Mount Atlas. FN number 69, this is again, I note, the slang sense of azim, which in classical Arabic means. FN number 70, Arab Adab, see volume I. 132. It also implies mental discipline, the culture which leads to excellence, good manners and good morals, and it is sometimes synonymous with literary skill and scholarship. Ilm al-Adab, says Haji Khalfa, Lane's Lex, is the science whereby man guards against error in the language of the Arabs spoken or written. FN number 71, that is I esteem thee as thou deserves. FN number 72, the style is intended to be worthy of the statesman. In my mission today home the reader will find many a similar scene. FN number 73, the Bressel. Edit. Volume 8. 22, reads Turk saw the Turk in lieu of many peoples. FN number 74, that is the parents. FN number 75, the humour of this euphuistic was a real speech, purposely made somewhat pompous, is the contrast between the unhappy minister's praises and the result of his prognostication. I cannot refrain from complimenting Mr. Payne upon the admirable way in which he has attacked and mastered all the difficulties of its obstruser passages. FN number 76, Arab. Halamakler. Of halama equals draw near. The latter form is used by some tribes for all three numbers, others affect a dual and a plural, as in the text. Preston, Al-Hariri, p. 210, derives it from Heb, but the geographers of Kufa and Basra, who were not etymologists, are divided about its origin. He translates, p. 221, Halama Jaran equals being the rest of the tale in continuation with this, that is in accordance with it like are and so forth. And in p. 271, he makes halama equals here that is hither, to prayer, etc. FN number 77, this is precisely the semi-fatalistic and wholly superstitious address which would find favour with Muslims of the present day. They still prefer calling upon Hercules to putting their shoulders to the wheel. Mr. Redhouse had done good work in his day, but of late he has devoted himself, especially in the Mes Nevi, to a rapprochement between Islam and Christianity which both would reject. See Supra, Volume 7. p. 135. The Calvinistic predestination as shown in the termed vessel of wrath, is but a feeble reflection of Muslim fatalism. On this subject I shall have more to say in a future volume. FN number 78. The inhabitants of temperate climates have no idea what ants can do in the tropics. The Kafirs of South Africa used to stake down their prisoners, among them a poor friend of mine, upon an ant hill, and they were eaten atom after atom in a few hours. The death must be the slowest form of torture, but probably the nervous system soon becomes insensible. The same has happened to more than one hapless invalid, helplessly bedridden, in Western Africa. I have described an invasion of ants in my Zanzibar, Volume 2. 169, and have suffered from such attacks in many places between that and Dahomey. FN number 79, Arab. Salab. See Volume 3 132, where it is a fox. I render it jackal because that cousin of the fox figures as a Kananita in Hindu folklore, the Hitopadesa, Panchapakayan, etc. This tale, I need hardly say, is a mere translation, as is shown by the Cathar SS. Both jackal and fox are nicknamed Joseph the Scribe, Talib Yusuf, in the same principle that lawyers are called land sharks by sailors. p. 65, Moorish Lotus Leaves, etc., by George D. Cowan and R. L. N. Johnston, London, Tinsley's, 1883. FN number 80, Arab. Some mashab not barbed, at the wings, but with double front, much used for birding and at one time familiar in the West as in the East. And yet barbed would make the fable read much better. FN number 81, Arab. Lala, usually equals happily, the like, but used here and elsewhere equals fish, certainly. FN number 82, Arab. Maghrib, or in full Maghrib al-Aqsa, lit. Equals the land of the setting sun, for whose relation to Mauritania see volume 7. 220. It is almost synonymous with Algarve equals the west whence Portugal borrowed the two Algarves, one being in southern Europe and the other over the straits about Ceuta, fronting Spanish Trafalgar, that is Trafalgar, the edge of the west. I have noted, pilgrimage I. 9. The late Captain Peelsma's translation Cape of Laurels, Algar. FN number 83. Even the poorest of Muslim wanderers tries to bear with him a new suit of clothes for keeping the two festivals and Friday service in the mosque. See Pilgrimage I. 235, 3. 257, etc. FN number 84, Arab. Saylit. A wanderer, subordinate for religious and ascetic objects, and not to be confounded with the pilgrim proper. FN number 85, that is a religious, a wandering beggar. FN number 86, this was the custom of the whole Muslim world and still is where uncorrupted by Christian uncharity and contempt for all men of God save its own. But the change in such places as Egypt is complete and irrevocable. Even in 1852 my dervish's frock brought me nothing but contempt in Alexandria and Cairo. FN number 87, Arab. Yajahil, lit. Equals O ignorant. The popular word is Amak which, however, in the West means a maniac, a madman, a santon, holy being equals a fool. FN number 88, the prison according to the practice of the East being in the palace. So the Moorish Kasbah, which lodges the governor and his guard, always contains the jail. FN number 89, Arab. Tuafiyya, lit. Equals was received, into the grace of God, an euphemistic and more polite term than mat equals he died. The latter term is avoided by the founder of Christianity, and our spiritualists now say passed away to a higher life, a phrase embodying a theory which, to say the least, is not proven. FN number 90, Arab. Yaba al-Khair equals ah my good lord, sir, fellow, etc. FN number 91, Arab. Ho'ifam hayya, a serpent. See volume 3. 145. Most of the Egyptian snake charmers are gypsies, but they do not like to be told of their origin. At Baroda Gujarat I took lessons in snake catching, but found the sport too dangerous. When the animal flees, the tail is caught by the left hand and the right is slipped up to the neck, a delicate process, as a few inches too far or not far enough would be followed by certain death in catching a cobra. At last certain of my messmates killed one of the captives and the snake charmer would have no more to do with me. FN number 92, Arab. Salah, also pers, a basket of wickerwork. This article is everywhere used for lodging snakes from Egypt to Morocco. FN number 93, Arab. Mubarak. It is a favorite name for a slave in Morocco, the slave girl being called Mubaraka, and the proverb being, blessed is the household which hath neither but nor barker, as they contract the words. FN number 94, the Bresl. Edit. 8. 48, instead of the gate, Bab, gives a B.A. Danj equals a ventilator, for which lacked rendering see volume I. 257. The spider's web is Quranic, Luxxi. 40. Verily frailest of all houses is the house of the spider. FN number 95, Prob. From the Persian word equals a pupil, a disciple. FN number 96, and yet, as the next page shows the youth's education was complete in his 12th year. But as all three texts agree, I do not venture upon changing the number to 6 or 7, the age at which royal education outside the harem usually begins. FN number 97, that is one for each day in the Muslim year. For these object lessons, somewhat in kindergarten style, see the Book of Sindbad or The Malice of Women, Volume V. 126. FN number 98, Arab. Jahabiza plur. Of Jabez equals acute, intelligent, from the Pers. Kahad. FN number 99, Arab. Nimr in the Bressel. Edit. 8. 58. The Mac. Edit. Suggests that the leopard is the lion's wazir. FN number 100, Arab cornlet. Equals being, existence. Trebuchet, 3. 20, has it quests K letter, God, I existence, creation, letra dans existence, the world, et la durée de letra dans l'existence, the other world. FN number 101, I.E. for the purpose of requital. All the above is orthodox Muslim doctrine, which utterly ignores the dictum ex nihilo nihil fit, and which would look upon creation by law, Darwinism, as opposed to creation by miracle, for example the Mosaic cosmogony, as rank blasphemy. On the other hand, the eternity of matter and its transcendental essence are tenets held by a host of Gnostics, philosophers and Eastern agnostics. FN number 102, this is a Muslim lukaman, usually man is likened to one suspended in a bottomless well by a thin rope, at which a rodent is continually gnawing and who amuses himself in licking a few drops of honey left by bees on the revetment. FN number 103, a curious pendant to the scriptural parable of the honest steward. FN number 104, Arab. Ruheb. Ruj, lit. Breath, spiritus, which in the animal kingdom is the surest sign of life. See volume V. 29. Nothing can be more rigidly materialistic than the called Mosaic law. FN number 105, Arab. Alam, which may also mean the business, the matter, the affair. FN number 106, Arab. Ukab al-Khazir. Lit. Equals the breaker eagle. FN number 107, Arab lijam shaded. The ring bit of the Arabs is perhaps the severest form known. It is required by the Eastern practice of pulling up the horse when going at full speed, and it is too well known to require description. As a rule, the Arab rides with a lady's hand, and the barbarous habit of hanging on by the curb is unknown to him. I never pass by Rotten Row or see a regiment of English cavalry without wishing to leave riders nothing but their snaffles. FN number 108, we find this orderly distribution of time, which no one adopts, in many tongues and many forms. In the life of Sir W. Jones, Volume I. p. 193, Poetable Works etc., the following occurs, written in India on a small piece of paper, dash. Sir Edward Coke 6 hours to sleep. In law's grave study 6. 4 spend in prayer, the rest on heaven fix. Rather, 7 hours to law, to soothing slumber 7, 10 to the world allot, and all to heaven. But this is not practical. I must prefer the Chartist distribution. 6 hours sleep and 6 hours play, 6 hours work and 6 shillings a day. Mr. Froude, Oshner, speaks of New Zealanders having attained that ideal of operative felicity: 8 to work, 8 to play, 8 to sleep, and 8 shillings a day. FN number 109, Arab. Bahama, mostly equals black cattle, see volume 4. 54. FN number 110, as a rule when the feline wag their tails, it is a sign of coming anger, the reverse with the canide. FN number 111, in India it is popularly said that the Raju can do anything with the yachts provided he respects their women and the religion, not their property. FN number 112, Arab. Sunan, for which see volume V. 36, 167. Here it is equals ras or usage, equivalent to our precedents, and held valid, especially when dating from olden time, in all matters which are not expressly provided for by Quranic command. For instance, a Hindu Muslim, who doubtless borrowed the customs from Hindus, will refuse to eat with a kafir, and when the latter objects that there is no such prohibition in the Quran, will reply, no, but it is a razan. As a rule, the Anglo-Indian is very ignorant on this essential point. FN number 113, lit. Lowering the wings, see Supra p. 33. FN number 114. That is friends and acquaintances. FN number 115, Arab. Hamida equals praiseworthy or satisfactory. FN number 116, not only alluding to the sperm of man and beast, but also to the Neptunist doctrine held by the ancient Greeks and Hindus and developed in Europe during the last century. FN number 117, Arab. Taxon dividing into parts, analysis. FN number 118. This is the usual illogical contention of all religions. It is not the question whether an almighty being can do a given thing, the question is whether he has or has not done it. FN number 119. Upon the old simile of the potter I shall have something to say in a coming volume. FN number 120, a fine specimen of a peculiarity in the undeveloped mind of man, the universal confusion between things objective as a dead body and states of things as death. We begin by giving a name, for facility of intercourse, to phases, phenomena and conditions of matter, and, having created the word, he proceed to supply it with a fanciful entity, for example the mind, a useful term to express the aggregate action of the brain, nervous system etc., of man is immortal. The next step is personification as time with his forelock, death with his skull and night, the absence of light, with his starry mantle. For poetry this abuse of language is a sine qua non, but it is deadly foe to all true philosophy. FN number 121. Christians would naturally understand this one word to be the Greek of the Platonists, adopted by St. John, comparatively a late writer, and by the Alexandrian school, Jewish, as Philo-Judaeus, and Christian. But here the tale-teller alludes to the divine word kun, be, whereby the worlds came into existence. FN number 122, Arab. Ya Bnei Adam. Form lit. O my little son. An affectionate address frequent in Russian, whose little father, under bog, is his R. FN number 123, thus in two texts. Mr. Paine has, verily God the Most High created man after his own image, and likened him to himself, all of him truth, without falsehood. Then he gave him dominion over himself and ordered him and forbade him, and it was man who transgressed his commandment and erred in his obedience and brought falsehood upon himself of his own will. Here he borrows from the Bressel. Edit. 884, 5 first lines. But the doctrine is rather Jewish and Christian than Muslim. Al-Masudi, 2. 389, introduces a Copt in the presence of Ibn Tutan saying, Prince, these people, designing a Jew, pretend that Allah Almighty created Adam, that is mankind, after his own image, Al-Azorati H. FN number 124, Arab. Istitu equals ableness, for example al-hajj jinda al-istitu equals pilgrimage when a man is able thereto, by easy circumstances. FN number 125, Arab. Al-kasab, which phrenologists would translate acquisitiveness. The author is here attempting to reconcile man's moral responsibility, that is free will, with fate by which all human actions are directed and controlled. I cannot see that he fails to apprehend the knotty point of doctrine involved, but I find his inability to make two contraries agree as pronounced as that of all others, Muslims and Christians, that preceded him in the same path. FN number 126, The order should be men, angels and jinn, for which see volume I. p. 10. But angels here takes precedence because Abli was one of them. FN number 127, Arab. What equals precipice, quagmire, quicksand, and hence sundry secondary and metaphorical significations, under which, as in the Semitic, Arabic, tongues generally, the prosaical and material sense of the word is clearly evident. I noted this in Pilgrimage 3:66 and was soundly abused for so saying by a host of Seolists. FN number 128, that is allowing the devil to go about the world and seduce mankind until doomsday when old city's occupation will be gone. Surely Providence might have managed better. FN number 129, that is to those who deserve his love. FN number 130, here is Tito would mean capability of action, that is free will, which is a mere word like free trade. FN number 131, Arab. By al-Tawbah, which may also mean for, on account of his, penitence. The reader will note how the learned Shemaz dodges the real question. He is asked why the omnipotent, omniscient did not prevent, that is why he created, sin. He answers that he kindly permitted, that is created and sanctioned, it that man might repent. Propudov. If anyone thus reasoned of mundane matters he would be looked upon as the merest fool. FN number 132, Arab. Athol als ok, lit. Equals seat of taste. FN number 133, Mr. Payne translates it that is the truth, but the formula following the word shows that Allah is meant. FN number 134, Muslims, who do their best to countermand the ascetic idea inherent in Christianity, are not ashamed of the sensual appetite, but rather the reverse. I have heard in Persia of a religious, highly esteemed for learning and saintly life who, when lodged by a disciple at Shiraz, came out of his sleeping room and aroused his host with the words Shawat Aram, equivalent to I want a woman. He was at once married to one of the slave girls and able to gratify the demands of the flesh. FN number 135, Quran 4:81. Whatever good betideth thee is from God, and whatever betideth thee of evil is from thyself. Rank Manichism, as pronounced as any in Christendom. FN number 136, Arab. Zakruf, which Mr. Payne picturesquely renders painted gourds. FN number 137, it is the innate craving in the Aryan, Iranian, not the Turanian, mind, this longing to know what follows death, or if nothing follows it, which accounts for the marvelous diffusion of the so-called spiritualism which is only Swedenborgianism systematized and earned out into action amongst nervous and impressionable races like the Anglo-American. In England it is the reverse. The obtuse sensitiveness of a people bred on beef and beer has made the religion of the 19th century a manner of harmless magic, whose miracles are table-turning and ghost-seeing, whilst the prodigious rascality of its prophets, the so-called mediums, has brought it into universal disrepute. It has been said that Catholicism must be true to coexist with the priest, and it is the same with spiritualism proper, by which I understand the belief in a life beyond the grave, a mere continuation of this life. It flourishes, despite the medium, chiefly because it has laid before man the only possible and intelligible idea of a future state. FN number 138, see volume Vi. p. 7. The only lie which degrades a man in his own estimation and in that of others, is that told for fear of telling the truth. O rest, human society and civilized intercourse are built upon a system of conventional lying. And many droll stories illustrate the consequences of disregarding the dictum, la verite n'est pas tangiers bonne dia. FN number 139, Arab. Wallad, which may mean heir presumptive, whose heirship is contingent, or heir apparent. FN number 140, Arab. Yabat equals my papa, which here would sound absurd. FN number 141. All the texts give a decalogue, but Mr. Payne has reduced it to a heptalogue. FN number 142. The Arabs who had a variety of anesthetics never seemed to have studied the subject of euthanasia. They preferred seeing a man expire in horrible agonies to relieving him by means of soporifics and other drugs. So I have heard Christians exult in saying that the sufferer kept his senses to the last. Of course, superstition is at the bottom of this barbarity, the same which a generation ago made the silly coach refuse to give ether because of the divine, saying in sorrow shalt thou bring forth children. Gen 3:16. In the Bosnia-Herzegovina campaign, many of the Austrian officers carried with them doses of poison to be used in case of being taken prisoners by the ferocious savages against whom they were fighting. As many anecdotes about easing off the poor dear testify, the euthanasia system is by no means unknown to the lower classes in England. I shall have more to say on this subject. FN number 143, see volume 3, p. 253 for the consequences of royal seclusion of which Europe in the present day can contribute examples. The lesson which it teaches simply is that the world can get on very well without royalties. FN number 144. The grammar of humour in the text is the sudden change for the worse of the good young man. Easterns do not believe in the Western saw, nemo repenti fuit turpissimus. The spirited conduct of the subjects finds many parallels in European history, especially in Portugal. See My Life of Camoens p. 234. FN number 145, Arab. Muharabilit equals doing battle, but is sometimes used in the sense of gainsaying or disobeying. FN number 146, Arab. Dawama, from dawam equals vertigo, giddiness, also applied to a boy's whip ton. FN number 147, Arab. Cairo, we, fear, a popular phrase much used in salutations, and c. FN number 148, another instance, and true to life, of the democracy of despotism in which the express and combined will of the people is the only absolute law. Hence Russian autocracy is forced into repeated wars for the possession of Constantinople, which, in the present condition of the empire, would be an unmitigated evil to her and would be only too glad to see a principality of Byzantium placed under the united protection of the European powers. I have treated of this in my paper on the partition of Turkey, which first appeared, headed The Future of Turkey, in the Daily Telegraph of March 7, 1880, and subsequently by its own name in the Manchester Examiner, January 3, 1881. The main reason why the project is not carried out appears to be that the politicals would thereby find their occupation gone, and they naturally object to losing so fine a field of action. So Turkey still plays the role of the pretty young lady being courted by a rabble of valets. FN number 149. Good Muslims are bound to abate such scandals, and in a case of the kind even neighbours are expected to complain before the chief of police. This practice forms vigilance committees all over the Mohammedan East, and we may take a leaf out of their books if dynamite outrages continue. FN number 150, but a Hades, attributed to Muhammad, says, the prince of a people is their servant. See Matthew 20:26-27. FN number 151. Easterns are well aware of the value of this drug which has become the base of so many of our modern medicines. FN number 152. The strangest poison is mentioned by Sunini, who, as a rule, is a trustworthy writer. Noticing the malignity of Egyptian women, he declares, p. 628, English strands, that they prepare a draught containing a quant. Of menstruous discharge at certain phases of the moon, which produces symptoms of scurvy, the gums decay, the teeth, beard and hair fall off, the body dries, the limbs lose strength and death follows within a year. He also asserts that no counterpoison is known, and if this be true he confers a boon upon the locust and brinvilliers of modern Europe. In Morocco tam is the vulgar name for a mixture of dead men's bones, eyes, hair and similar ingredients made by old wives and supposed to cause a wasting disease for which the pharmacopoeia has no cure. Dogs are killed by needles cunningly inserted into meatballs, and this process is known throughout the Muslim world. FN number 153, which contained the palace. FN number 154, Arab. Labas. See Night Volume 4. 164. FN number 155, for Talab, Salab, see Supra, p. 48. In Morocco it is undoubtedly the red or common fox which, however, is not gregarious as in the text. FN number 156, see Volume 3. 146. FN number 157, Arab. Mayuna, which in Morocco applies to the provisions furnished gratis by the unfortunate village people to travellers who have a passport from the Sultan. Its root is more equals supplying necessaries. The name is supposed to have its origin in that of manna, the miraculous provision bestowed by the bounty of heaven on the Israelites while wandering in the deserts of Arabia. Such is the marvellous information we find in p. 40, Morocco and the Moors by John Drummond Hay, Murray, 1861. FN number 158, that is he resolved to do them justice and win a reward from heaven. FN number 159, Arab. Less equals thief, robber, rogue, rascal, the Persian lutai of popular usage. This is one of the many simpleton stories in which Eastern folklore abounds. I hear that Mr. Clouston is preparing a collection, and look forward to it with interest. FN number 160, Arab. Tib for which see volume I-16. FN number 161, a fanciful origin of divan, here an audience chamber, which may mean demons, plural of diff, is attributed to a king of Persia. He gave a series of difficult documents and accounts to his scribes and surprised at the quickness and cleverness with which they were ordered exclaimed, "These men be diffs." Hence a host of secondary meanings as a book of odes with distichs rhymed in alphabetical order and so forth. FN number 162, in both cases the word Jababira is used, the blur of Jabba, the potent, especially applied to the kings of the Canaanites and giants like the mythologue of Bashan. So the Heb Jabra is a title of the queens of Judah. FN number 163, Arab. Kitab al-Qaza equals the Book of Judgments, such as the Qazi would use when deciding cases in dispute, by legal precedents and the razm or custom of the country. FN number 164, that is sit before the king as referee, etc. FN number 165. This massacre of refractory chiefs is one of the grand moans of Eastern statecraft, and it is almost always successful because circumstances require it. Popular opinion approves of it, and it is planned and carried out with discretion and secrecy. The two familiar instances in our century are the massacre of the Mamelukes by Muhammad Ali Pasha the Great and of the turbulent chiefs of the Omani Arabs by our ancient ally Sayyid Said, miscalled the Imam of Muscat. FN number 166, the metaphor, say Baker, is from horse racing, the Arabs being, I have said, a horsey people. FN number 167, Arab. Kurdas equals a body of horse. FN number 168, Arab. Ibn Rs. See volume 3. 147. FN number 169, Arab. Al-Hind Dalaksa. The Sanskrit Sindhu, lands on the Indus River, became in Zend Hindu and hence in Arabic signed and Hind, which latter I wish we had preserved instead of the classical Indian or the poetical Indiana. FN number 170, that is by geomancy, see Volume 3. 269 for a note on Al-Raml. The passage is not in the Mac. Edit. FN number 171. This address gave the boy was a real rank. In many parts of Europe, England included, if the sovereign address a subject with a title not belonging to him, it is a disputed point if the latter can or cannot claim it. FN number 172, Quran, chapter of Joseph 12:28, spoken by Potiphar after Joseph's innocence had been proved by a witness in Potiphar's house or according to the Talmud, Sefer HaJishka, by an infant in the cradle. The texts should have printed this as a quotation, with vowel points. FN number 173, Arab. Al-Aziz, alluding to Joseph the Patriarch entitled in Egypt Aziz al-Misr equals Magnifico of Misraim, Quran 12:54. It is generally believed that Ismail Pasha, whose unwise deposition has caused the English government such a host of troubles and loads of obloquy, aspired to be named Aziz by the Porte, but was compelled to be satisfied with Gaidif, Vulg. Written Khedive, and pronounced even Khedive, a Persian title, which simply means prince or Raja, as Gaidify Hind. FN number 174, that is the throne room. FN number 175, for the Dewat or wooden inkcase containing read see volume V. 239 and 8. 178. I may remark that its origin is the Egyptian ps, of which there is a specimen in the British Museum inscribed, Amasis the good God and Lord of the two lands. FN number 176, that is I am governed by the fear of Allah in my dealings to thee and thy subjects. FN number 177. Arabic has no single word for million although the Moroccans have adopted million from the Spaniards, cp. 100 of the Rudimentos de la Vulga que se habla en el Imperio de Marruecos por el Kfr. José de la Chundi, Madrid 1872. This lack of the higher numerals, the reverse of the Hindu languages, makes Arabic arithmology very primitive and almost as cumbrous as the Chinese. FN number 178, that is I am thy slave to slay or to pardon. FN number 179, Arab. Mata okay Allah apostrophe equals Allah permit thee to enjoy, from the root mate, whence cometh the Moroccan mate apostrophe I equals my, mine, which answers to Baitai in Egypt. FN number 180, Arab. Kitab equals the exordium of a letter preceding its business matter and in which the writer displays all his art. It ends with Amabad, lit. Equals but after, equivalent to to precede. This kitab is mostly skipped over by modern statesmen who will say, now after the nonsense let us come to the sense, but the secretaries carefully weigh every word of it, and strongly resent all shortcomings. FN number 181. Strongly suggesting that the king had forgotten how to read and write. So not a few of the emirs of Sindh were analphabetic and seemed rather proud of it. A Balak cannot write, but he always carries a signet ring. I heard of an old English lady of the past generation in northern Africa who openly declared a Warrington shall never learn to read or write. FN number 182, Arab. Amin, of which the Heb form is Amen from the root am equals stability, constancy. In both tongues it is a particle of affirmation or consent equals it is true. So be it. The Hebrew has also imana equals verily, truly. FN number 183. To us this seems a case of hard lines for the unhappy women, but Easterns then believed and still believe in the divinity which cloth hedge in a king, in his reigning by the grace of God, and in his being the viceregent of Allah upon earth, briefly in the old faith of loyalty which great and successful republics are fast making obsolete in the West and nowhere faster than in England. FN number 184, Abusa is a manifest corruption of the old Egyptian Pausiri, the Busiris of our classics, and it gives a name to sundry villages in modern Egypt where it is usually pronounced Buza. Abu Khalid equals the father of pitch, is also corrected to Abka, Bay, and the townlet now marks the site of jolly old Canopus, the chosen land of Egyptian debauchery. FN number 185. It is interesting to note the superior gusto with which the Eastern, as well as the Western tale-teller describes his scoundrels and villains, whilst his good men and women are mostly colourless and unpicturesque. So Satan is the true hero of Paradise Lost, and by his side God and man are very ordinary, and Mephistopheles is much better society than Faust and Margaret. FN number 186, Arab. Dukkan, lit. Equals smoke, here tobacco for the chibuk, timbak or tumbak being the stronger, Persian and other variety which must be washed before smoking in the shisha or water pipe. Tobacco is mentioned here only and is evidently inserted by some scribe. The weed was not introduced into the East before the end of the 16th century, about 100 years after coffee, when it radically changed the manners of society. FN number 187, which meant that the sergeant, after the manner of such officials, would make him pay dearly before giving up the key. Hence a very severe punishment in the East is to call in a policeman who carefully fleeces all those who do not bribe him to leave them in freedom. FN number 188, Arab. Ma'de hayatak. Lit. What is thy misfortune? The phrase is slighting if not insulting. FN number 189. Amongst Muslims the plea of robbing to keep life and body together would be accepted by a good man like Abu Sir, who still consorted with a self-confessed thief. FN number 190. To make their agreement religiously binding. See volume 4. 36. FN number 191, Arab. Galian. Many of our names for crafts seem connected with Arabic. I have already noted Karuk equals harak, to which Aduskuf in Morocco pronounced skaf equals skiff, Kaitira equals a cutter, Barraja equals a barge, etc., etc. FN number 192. The patient is usually lathered in a jibgason of tin brass, Mambrino's helmet with a break in the rim to fit the throat, but the poorer classes carry only a small cup with water instead of soap and water, ignoring the Italian proverb, barba ben sapanato metzerford equals well lathered, it's half shaved. A napkin fringed at either end is usually thrown over the Figaro's shoulder and used to wipe the razor. FN number 193, Arab. Nasf. See volume 2. 37. FN number 194, Arab. Bitrik the roe, sperm or spawn, of the salted fasik, fish, and the bori, Mugelcephalus, a saltwater fish caught in the Nile and considered fair eating. Some write Butiga from the old Egyptian town Burat, now a ruin between Tunis and Damietta, Sinai. FN number 195, Arab. Captain, see volume 4. 85. FN number 196, Arab. Anyab, plur. Of nab applied to the grinder teeth but mostly to the canines or eye teeth, tusks of animals, etc. See volume 7. p. 339, op. To Sania, one of the 4 central incisors, a camel in the 6th year and horse, cow, sheep and goat in 4th year. FN number 197, the coffee, see also volume 8. 274, like the tobacco is probably due to the scribe, but the tale appears to be comparatively modern. In the nights men eat, drink and wash their hands that do not smoke and sip coffee like the moderns. See my terminal essay section 2. FN number 198, Arab. Malacca, Bresl. Edit. X. 456. The fork is modern even in the East and the Moors borrow their term for it from forchet. But the spoon, which may have begun with a cockle shell, dates from the remotest antiquity. FN number 199, Arab. Sufra properly the cloth or leather upon which food is placed. See volume I. 178. FN number 200, that is gaining much one day and little another. FN number 201, lit. Rest thyself, that is by changing posture. FN number 202, Arab. And nabi equals between dark yellow and red. FN number 203, Arab. Nila lit. Equals indigo, but here applied to all the materials for dyeing. The word is Sanskrit, and the growth probably came from India, although during the Crusaders' occupation of Jerusalem it was cultivated in the valley of the Lower Jordan. I need hardly say that it has nothing to do with the word Nile, whose origin is still sub judice. And yet I lately met a Seolist who pompously announced to me this philological absurdity as a discovery of his own. FN number 204, still a popular form of bilking in the waklahs or caravanserais of Cairo, but as a rule the boab, porter or doorkeeper, keeps a sharp eye on those he suspects. The evil is increased when women are admitted into these places, so periodical orders for their exclusion are given to the police. FN number 205, natives of Egypt always hold this diaphoresis, a sign that the disease has abated, and they regard it rightly in the case of bilious remittance to which they are subject, especially after the hardships and sufferings of a sea voyage with its alternations of fasting and overeating. FN number 206, not simply, such and such events happened to him, Lane, but a curious chance befell him. FN number 207, Arab. Harami, lit. Equals one who lives on unlawful gains, popularly a thief. FN number 208, that is he turned on the water, hot and cold. FN number 209, men are often seen doing this in the hammam. The idea is that the skin, when free from sebaceous exudation, sounds louder under the clapping. Easterns judge much by the state of the perspiration, especially in horse training, which consists of hand gallops for many successive miles. The sweat must not taste over salt, and when held between thumb and forefinger and the two are drawn apart must not adhere in filaments. FN number 210, lit. Aloes for making nad. See volume I. 310. Eaglewood, the Malay Agla and Agalisham de Sansk. Agra, gave rise to many corruptions as lignum aloes. The Portuguese pau de agla etc. Calamb or calambak was the finest kind. See Colonel in the Voyage of Linscoten, volume I. 120 and 150. Edited for the Hletsock. 1885. By my learned and most amiable friend, the late Arthur Cook Burnell. FN number 211, the hammam is one of those unpleasant things which are left to la judice equals to thy generosity, and the higher the bather's rank the more he or she is expected to pay. See Pilgrimage I. 103. In 1853 I paid at Cairo 3 piastres and 20 paras. Something more than 6pence, but now 5 shillings would be asked. FN number 212, this is something like the mythical Duchess in England who could not believe that the poor were starving when sponge cakes were so cheap. FN number 213, this magnificent bakshish must bring water into the mouths of all the bath men in the coffee house assembly. FN number 214, that is the treasurer did not, as is the custom of such gentry, demand and receive a large bakshish on the occasion. FN number 215, a fair specimen of clever fellow chaff. FN number 216, in the first room of the hammam, called the mazlak or stripping place, the keeper sits by a large chest in which he deposits the purses and valuables of his customers and also makes it the caisse for the pay. Something of the kind is now done in the absurdly called Turkish baths of London. FN number 217. This is the rule in Egypt and Syria, and a clout hung over the door shows that women are bathing. I have heard but only heard that in times and places when eunuchs went in with the women, youths managed by long practice to retract the testicles so as to pass the castratos. It is hard to say what perseverance may not effect in this line. Witness Orsini and his abnormal development of hearing, by exercising muscles which are usually left idle. FN number 218. This reference to Allah shows that Abu Sir did not believe his dear friend. FN number 219, Arab. Derwa, lit. Remedy, medicine, the vulgar term, see volume 4. 256, also called Rasma, Nura and many other names. FN number 220, Arab. Ma Kahan equals or none hath overcome me. FN number 221, Bresl. Edit. The king of Hispania. For the Ishban, Spaniards, an ancient people descended from Japhet son of Noah and who now are no more, see Al-Masudi, Fr. Dransl. I. 361. The Herodotus of the Arabs recognizes only the Jalalica or Galicians, thus bearing witness to the antiquity and importance of the Gallagher race. FN number 222, Arab. Shar, properly, hair of body, bile, especially the Becton. See Brookhart, Prof. Number 202, grieving for lack of the cow she made a whip of her bush, said of those who console themselves by building castles in Spain. The parts below the waist is the decent Turkish term for the privities. FN number 223, the drowning is a martyr's death, the burning is a foretaste of hellfire. FN number 224, meaning that if the trick had been discovered the captain would have taken the barber's place. We have seen, volume I. 63, the Prime Minister superintending the royal kitchen and here the Admiral fishes for the king's table. It is even more naive than the court of Alcinous. FN number 225, Bresl. Edit. 11. 32, that is save me from disgrace. FN number 226, Arab. Kinsa or Kinsa, the little finger or the middle finger. In Arabic each has its own name or names which is also that of the corresponding toe, for example ibam, thumb, sababa, musabwardia, forefinger, waster, medius, pincer, annulus ring finger, and kinsa, minimus. There are also names for the several spaces between the fingers. See the English Arabic Dictionary, London, Kegan Paul & Co., 1881, by the Reverend Dr. Badger, a work of immense labour and research at which I fear has been so the learned author a labour of love not of profit. FN number 227, meaning of course that the king signed towards the sack in which he supposed the victim to be, but the ring fell off before it could take effect. The Eastern storyteller often balances his multiplicity of words and needless details by a conciseness and an elliptical style which make his meaning a matter of divination. FN number 228, see volume V. 111. FN number 229, this couplet was quoted to me by my friend the Reverend Drive Badger when he heard that I was translating the Knights. Needless to say that it is utterly inappropriate. FN number 230, for a similar figure see volume I. 25. FN number 231, Arab. Hansel, see volume V. 19. FN number 232, the tale begins upon the model of Judah and his brethren, vi. 213. Its hero's full name is Abdu'' high equals slave of Allah, which vulgar Egyptians pronounce Sibdla and purer speakers, Bedouin and others, Abdullah. Either form is therefore admissible. It is more common among Muslims but not unknown to Christians, especially Syrians, who borrow it from the Syriac law. Muhammad is said to have said, the names most approved by Allah are Abdullah, Abd al-Rahman, slave of the compassionate, and such like, pilgrimage I. 20. FN number 233, Arab. Zero here probably used of the Nile sprat, Cleopis praticillin, or sardine, of which Fusk says, Sardinalium is applied to a Red Sea fish of the same name. Hasselquist the Swede notes that Egyptians stuff the sardine with marjoram and eat it fried even when half putrid. FN number 234, that is by declaring in the Quran, XVI 14, XXIF 39, XXVI 69, XXVI 17, that each creature hath its appointed term and lot, especially thinketh man that he shall be left uncared for. XL 36. FN number 235, Arab. Nesf, see volume 2. 37. FN number 236, Arab. Al-Karim, which Turks pronounce Kai-Aram, a consecrated formula used especially when a man would show himself resigned to small mercies. The fisherman's wife was evidently pious as she was poor, and the description of the pauper household is simple and effective. FN number 237, this is repeated in the Mac. Edit. Pages 496 to 97, an instance amongst many of most careless editing. FN number 238, Arab. Al-Amalek, Vulg, a popular phrase, often corresponding with our take it coolly. FN number 239, for he did not keep him waiting, as he did the rest of the folk. Lane prefers nor neglected him as men generally would have done. But we are told supra that the baker paid no heed to the folk by reason of the dense crowd. FN number 240, Arab. U. The most abrupt form, whose sound is coarse and offensive as the Turkish yell, Jile. Equals come here. FN number 241, Bresl. Edit. 11. 50-51. FN number 242, Arab. Adam equals an Adamite, one descended from the mythical and typical Adam for whom see Philojudas. We are told in one place a few lines further on that the merman is of humankind, and in another that he is a kind of fish, 90cccccxlv. This belief in merman, possible originating with the caricatures of the human face in the intelligent seal and stupid manatee, is universal. Al-Qazwini declares that a waterman with a tail was dried and exhibited, and that in Syria one of them was married to a woman and had by her a son who understood the languages of both his parents. The fable was refined to perfect beauty by the Greeks, the merfolk of the Arabs, Hindus and Northerners, Scandinavians, etc., are mere grotesques with green hair, etc. Art in its highest expression never left the shores of the Mediterranean, and there is no sign that it ever will. FN number 243, Kierlane translates Wajlit, the desire of seeing the face of God, and explains in a note that a Muslim holds this to be the greatest happiness that can be enjoyed in paradise. But I have noted that the tenet of seeing the countenance of the Creator, except by the eyes of spirit, is a much disputed point amongst Muslims. FN number 244, artful enough is this contrast between the squalid condition of the starving fisherman and the gorgeous belongings of the merman. FN number 245, lit. Verily he laughed at me so that I set him free. This is a fair specimen of obscure conciseness. FN number 246, Arab. Ms. Hannah, which Lane and Payne translate basket. I have always heard it used of an old gunny bag or bag of plaited palm leaves. FN number 247, Arab. Kaf shirik applied to a single bun. The shirik is a bun, an oblong cake about the size of a man's hand, hence the term kaf equals palm, with two long cuts and sundry oblique cross cuts, made of leavened dough, glazed with egg and sam, clarified butter, and flavored with spices, cinnamon, curcuma, artemisia and prunes mahalab, and with aromatic seeds, rihat al-ajin, of which Lane 3. 641, specifies aniseed, nigella, absinthium, artemisia arborescens, ancyphora, a. Camphoratum spliensis, etc. The shirik is given to the poor when visiting the tombs and on certain fates. FN number 248, Mother of Prosperities. FN number 249, Tribes of Prehistoric Arabs who were sent to hell for bad behavior to prophets Salih and Hud. See Volume 3. 294. FN number 250, Too much for him to come by lawfully. FN number 251, To protect it. The Arab. Is Jah equals high station, dignity. FN number 252, The European reader, especially feminine, will think this a hard fate for the buyer's first wife, but the idea would not occur to the Muslim mind. After bearing 10 children, a woman becomes a malbanatu bainin equals a mother of daughters and sons, and should hold herself unfit for love disport. The 7 ages of womankind are thus described by the Arabs, and I translate the lines after a well-known Irish model colon. From 10 years to 20 of beauty there's plenty. From 20 to 30 fat, fair and alert tie. From 30 to 40 lads and lasses she bore tie. From 40 to 50 an old dun and shifty. From 50 to 60 a sorrow that sticks tie. From 60 to 70 a curse of God sent tie. For these and other sentiments upon the subject of women and marriage see Pilgrimage 2. 285-87. FN number 253, Abdullah, as has been said, means servant or rather slave of Allah. FN number 254, again the come to my arms, my slight acquaintance, of the anti-Jacobin. FN number 255, Arab. Nakhl, for example, equate to mendicants as opposed to fakiha equals fresh fruit. The Persians, a people who delight in gross practical jokes, get the confectioner to coat with sugar the droppings of sheep and goats and hand them to the bulk of the party. This pleasant confection is called naklai beshkil-dung drajiz. FN number 256, the old name of Madinat al-Nabi, the city of the Prophet, vulg. Called Al-Medina Praxlancham. See Volume 4. 114. In the Mac and Bell texts we have Taib equals the goodly, one of the many titles of that holy city. See Pilgrimage 2. 119. FN number 257, not visiting the tomb of, etc. but visiting the Prophet himself, who is said to have declared that ziyarah, visitation, of his tomb was in religion the equivalent of a personal call upon himself. FN number 258, Arab. Nafaka, for its conditions see Pilgrimage 3. 224. I have again and again insisted upon the Anglo-Indian government enforcing the regulations of the faith upon pauper Hindi pilgrims who go to the Muslim Holy Land as beggars and die of hunger in the streets. To an empire of opinion this is an unmitigated evil. Pilgrimage 3. 256. And now, after some 34 years, there are signs that the suggestions of common sense are to be adopted. England has heard of the extraordinary recklessness and inconsequence of the British Indian fellow subject. FN number 259, the Kaaba of Mecca. FN number 260, when Muslims apply Nabi to Muhammad it is in the peculiar sense of prophet, Greek equals one who speaks before the people, not one who predicts, as such foresight was adjured by the apostle. Dr. A. Nubia, the Athenim number 3031, finds the root of Nabi in the Assyrian Nub, Nub, occurring in Exot 7. 1. Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. That is orator, speaker before the people, and holds it to be a Canaanite term which supplanted Ro, the seer, for example 1 Samuel 9. 9. The learned Hebraeus traces the cult of Nebo, a secondary deity in Assyria to Palestine, and Ph. Nisha, Palmyra, Edessa, in the Nebok of Abga, and Hierapolis in Syria or Mabag, Nabog. FN number 261, I cannot find Dandan even in Lib. Quintus de Aquaticis Anim Libus of the learned Sam. Borchards Hierozocon, London, 1663, and must conjecture that as dandan in Persian means a tooth, volume 2. 83, the writer applied it to a sunfish or some such well-fanged monster of the deep. FN number 262, a favourite proverb with the fella, when he alludes to the pasha and to himself. FN number 263, an euphemistic answer, unbenfein as the Germans say. FN number 264, it is a temptation to derive this word from beau frail, but I fear that the theory will not hold water. The buffaloes of Alexandria laughed it to scorn. FN number 265, here the writer's zoological knowledge is at fault. Animals, which never or very rarely see man, have no fear of him whatever. This is well known to those who visit the Gulf fairs at Ascension Island, Santos and many other isolated rocks. The hen birds will peck at the intruders' ankles, but they do not rise from off their eggs. For details concerning the Gulf Fair of the Summer Islands, consult p. For the History of the Bermudas, edited by Sir J. H. Lefroy for the Hertz Society, 1882. I have seen birds on Fernando Po Peak quietly await a second shot, and herds of antelopes, the most timed of animals, in the plains of Somaliland only stared but were not startled by the report of the gun. But Arabs are not the only moralists who write zoological nonsense. Witness the notable verse. Birds in their little nests agree, when the feathered tribes are the most pugnacious of breathing beings. FN number 266, Lane finds these details silly and tiresome or otherwise objectionable, and omits them. FN number 267, meaning, thou hast as yet seen little or nothing. In most Eastern tongues a question often expresses an emphatic assertion. See volume I. 37, FN number 268. Easterns wear as a rule little clothing, but it suffices for the essential purposes of decency, and travellers will live amongst them for years without once seeing an accidental exposure of the person. In some cases, as with a Nubian thong apron, this demand of modesty requires not a little practice of the muscles, and we all know the difference in a Scotch kilt worn by a Highlander and a Cockney sportsman. FN number 269, Arab. Shiraj equals oil extracted from rapeseed, but especially from sesame. The Persians pronounce it siraj, apparently unaware that it is their own word. Shira equals juice in Arabic garb, and have coined a participle musarij, for example, bu-I musarij, taint of sesame oil applied especially to the Jews who very wisely prefer, in Persia and elsewhere, oil which is wholesome to butter which is not. The Muslims, however, declare that its immoderate use in cooking taints the exudations of the skin. FN number 270, Arab. Nakaran probably congeners of the redoubtable dandan. FN number 271, Bressel. Edit. 11. 78. The Mac says they are all fish, kalahum, and the bull. Their food, aklahum, is fish. FN number 272, Arab. Azar usually equals having thin hair. The general term for tailless is abda. See Quran Qvi. 3, when it means childless. FN number 273, a common formula of politeness. FN number 274, Bressel. Edit. 11. 82, meaning, you will probably keep it for yourself. Abdullah of the Sea is perfectly logical, but grief is not. We weep over the deaths of friends mostly for our own sake. Theoretically we should rejoice that they are at rest, but practically we are afflicted by the thought that we shall never again see their pleasant faces. FN number 275, that is about rejoicing over the newborns and mourning over the dead. FN number 276, that is a Shak of Mosul, for whom see volume 4. 119. The Bressel. Edit. Has Fazil for Fazl. FN number 277, Abdallah Falijili, a well-known soldier equally famed for liberality and culture. FN number 278, Arab. Takmaish, alluding to the familiar practice of tearing face and hair in grief for a loss, a death, etc. FN number 279, that is when he is in the very prime of life and able to administer fires coups de canif. For ladies e'en of most uneasy virtue prefer a spouse whose age is short of 30. Don Juan 1. 62. FN number 280, Arab. Lazuid, see volume 3. 33. FN number 281, Arab. Sidula. The Bressel. Edit. V. 99, has a couch of ivory and ebony, whereon was that which befitted it of mattresses and cushions, and on it 5 damsels. FN number 282, that is, as she untunes the lute by pinching the strings over-excitedly with her right, her other hand retunes it by turning the bags. FN number 283, that is the slim Cabera, Zephyr, and fair-faced girl, Moon, handed round the bubbling bowl, Star. FN number 284, Arab. Al-Saf whence the span. Azutea. The lines that follow are from the Bressel. Edit. V. 110. FN number 285. This is probably the Calitris quadrivalvis whose resin, Sandarak, is imported as vanish from African Mogador to England. Also called the Thua, it is of cypress shape, slow-growing and finely veined in the lower part of the base. Most travellers are agreed that it is the citrus tree of Roman Mauritania, concerning which Pliny, 1329, gives curious details, a single table costing from £1,000,000 sesterces, £900, to £1,400,000. For other details see p. 95, Morocco and the Moors, by my late friend Dr. Leard, London, Sampson Low, 1876. FN number 286, that his kings might sigh for her in vain. FN number 287, these lines are in volume 8. 279. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 288, a most unsavory comparison to a Persian who always connects camphor with the idea of a corpse. FN number 289, Arab. Allah mashallah, that is as long as you like. FN number 290, that is of Grameyer. FN number 291, Arab. Tau is equals the Arab talazan, a talisman, a charm, an amulet, and in India mostly a magic square. The subject is complicated and occupies in her clots some 60 pages, 222-284. FN number 292, the Bell. And Mac. Edits. Give the princess's malady, in error, as Dal-Suda, megrims, instead of Dal-Sa, epilepsy, as in the Bressel. Edit. The latter would mean that she is possessed by a demon, again the old scriptural fancy, see volume V. 28. The subject is highly fitted for romance, but not for a serious book which ought to know better. FN number 293, Arab. Allah is equals the demon who possessed her. FN number 294, that is he hath renounced his infamous traffic. FN number 295, alluding to the favourite Eastern saying, the poor man hath no life. FN number 296, in this and the following lines some change is necessary for the Bressel. And Mac. Texts are very defective. The Arabic word here translated recess is a win, prop. A hall, an open saloon. FN number 297, that is by selling it for 30,000 gold pieces, when he might have got £1,000,000 for it. FN number 298, the tale is not in the Bressel. Edit. FN number 299, Al-Kasib, equals the fruitful, was the son of Abd al-Hamid and intendant of the tribute of Egypt under Harun al-Rashid, but neither lord nor sultan. Lane 3. 669, quotes 3 couplets in his honor by Abu Nawas from P. 119 of El Mercini, Almacan, Historia Saracenica. If our camel visit not the land of Alcasib, what man after Alcasib shall they visit? For generosity is not his neighbour, nor hath it sojourned near him, but generosity goeth wherever he goeth. He is a man who purchaseth praise with his wealth, and who knoweth that the periods of fortune revolve. FN number 300. The old story la judice equals upon thy generosity, which means at least 10 times the price. FN number 301. That is, the distance is enormous. FN number 302. A gazelle, but here the slave girl's name. FN number 303. See volume 2. 104. Herclots, PL. 7. Figure 2. Illustrates the cloth used in playing the Indian game, Pachisi. The board is rather European than Oriental, but it has of late years spread far and wide, especially the backgammon board. FN number 304, that is Father of the Lion. FN number 305, or as we should say, thy blood will be on thine own head. FN number 306, called after the famous town in Persian Mesopotamia, which however is spelt with a lesser aspirate. CP 144. The Geographical Works of Sadikias Pehani, London Oriental Transl. Fund, 1882. Hampden, with the greater aspirate, and Hampden mean only the member masculine, which may be a delicate piece of chaff for the gallery. FN number 307, Arab. Helen al-Mifta, for which see volume 7. 212. Mr. Payne compares it with the French denier à Dieu, given to the concierge on like occasions. FN number 308, Arab. Eudem, a relish, the Scotch kitchen, lat. Opsonium, ito. Companatico and R by meat. See volume 4. 128. FN number 309, Arab. Kabaza equals he shampooed. See volume 2. 17. FN number 310, Arab. Knuckle. See Supra P. 177. FN number 311, Arab. Janat al-Guld and Fidos, two of the heavens repeatedly noticed. FN number 312, the naivete is purely Horatian, that is South European versus North European. FN number 313, that is have some regard for thy life. FN number 314, Arab. Awak blur. Of Ukiya, a word known throughout the Muslim East. As an ounce it weighs differently in every country, and in Barbary, Mauritania, which we call Morocco, it is a nominal coin containing 12 flews, fullness, now about equals a penny. It is a direct descendant from the UK onk, ounce, of the hieroglyphs, C# Egypt or any other manual, and first appeared in Europe as the Greek. FN number 315, Arab. Kara, usually a large bag. FN number 316, Arab. Lulua, which may mean union pearl, but here used in the sense of wild cow, the bubulous antelope, alluding to the ferocious nature of Ms. Jamila. We are also told infer that the park was full of lush equals wild cattle. FN number 317, Arab. Sakia, the venerable old Persian wheel, for whose music see Pilgrimage 2. 198. But Sakia is also applied, as here, to the water channel which turns the wheel. FN number 318, Arab. Kawadas, plur. Of Qadis, the pots round the rim of the Persian wheel, usually they are of coarse pottery. FN number 319, in the text Sakia manifests terror for Kaaba. FN number 320, Easterns greatly respect a belle fourchette, especially when the eater is a lover. FN number 321, Arab. Arisha, a word of many meanings, tent, nest, vine trellis, etc. FN number 322, To spit or blow the nose in good society is vulgar. Sneezing, also, is a complicated affair. For Talmudic traditions of death by sneezing Seelane, M.E. Chaps. 8. Amongst Hindus, sneezing and yawning are caused by evil spirits whom they drive away by snapping thumb and forefinger as loudly as possible. The pagan Arabs held sneezing a bad omen, which often stopped their journeys. Muslims believe that when Allah placed the soul, life, in Adam, the dry clay became flesh and bone, and the first man, waking to life, sneezed and ejaculated Alhamdulillah, whereto Gabriel replied, Allah have mercy upon thee, O Adam. Muhammad, who liked sneezing because accompanied by lightness of body and openness of pores, said of it, if a man sneeze or eructate and say Alhamdulillah, he averts 70 diseases, of which the least is leprosy. Juzam. Also, if one of you sneeze, let him exclaim, Alhamdulillah, and let those around salute him in return with, Allah have mercy upon thee. And lastly, let him say, Allah direct you and strengthen your condition. Moderns prefer, Allah avert what may joy thy foe equals, our God bless you, to which the answer is Alhamdulillah. Muhammad disliked yawning, Suabwathwaba, because not beneficial as a sneeze, and said, if one of you gape and overknot his mouth, a devil leaps into it. This is still a popular superstition from Baghdad to Morocco. FN number 323, a duenna, nursery governess, etc. See volume I. 231. FN number 324. For this belief see the tale called The Night of Power, Volume Vi. 180. FN number 325, the Anglo-Indian kinkab, brocade, silk flowered with gold or silver. FN number 326, Lane finds a needless difficulty in this sentence, which is far-fetched only because caps, requires rouse, head tops, by way of jingle. It means only 'twas merry in hall when beards wag all. FN number 327, the Mac. Edit. Gives 2 couplets which have already occurred from the Bull Edit I. 540. FN number 328, the lines are half of 4 couplets in volume 4. 192, so I quote Lane. FN number 329. That is, none hath pleased me. I have quoted the popular saying, the sun of the quarter filleth not the eye. That is, women prefer stranger faces. FN number 330, hereafter the favourite Oriental fashion, she tells the truth but so enigmatically that it is more deceptive than an untruth, the good Eastern quibble infinitely more dangerous than an honest downright lie. The consciousness that the falsehood is part fact applies a salve to conscience and supplies a force lacking in the mere fib. When an Egyptian lies to you, look straight in his eyes and he will most often betray himself either by boggling or by a look of injured innocence. FN number 331, another true lie. FN number 332, Arab. Yastagibuni, lit. Equals they deem my absence too long. FN number 333, an euphemistic form of questioning after absence, is all right with thee? FN number 334, Arab. Kalim al-Sultan. The formula of summoning which has often occurred in the nights. FN number 335, Lane translates almost died, pain well nigh died, but the text says died. I would suggest to translators, beebled, and everywhere beebled. FN number 336, he is the usual poltroon contrasted with the manly and masterful girl, a conjunction of the lioness and the lamb sometimes seen in real life. FN number 337, that he might see Jamila as Ibrahim had promised. FN number 338, a popular saying, that is, l'absence on Tanja is taught. FN number 339, who had a prior right to marry her, but not against her consent after she was of age. FN number 340, Arab Sirwil. In Al-Hariri it is a singular form, see no. 2. Of the 12 riddles in Aus. 24, but Muhammad said to his followers to Akizu, adopt ye, Saroilat. The latter is regularly declinable, but the broken form Saroil is imperfectly declinable on account of its heaviness, as are all plurals whose third letter is an aleph followed by I or I in the next syllable. FN number 341, Arab. Matrik from mitrak or mitrik, a small wooden shield coated with hide. This even in the present day is the policeman's equipment in the outer parts of the East. FN number 342, Arab. Sabia, for which I prefer Mr. Payne's young lady to Lane's damsel. The latter should be confined to Jariya, as both bear the double sense of girl and slave, or servant, girl. Bins again is daughter, maid, or simply girl. FN number 343, the sense of them is found in volume 2. 41. FN number 344, here the text is defective, but I hardly like to supply the omission. Mr. Payne introduces from below, for that his charms were wasted and his favour changed by reason of the much terror and affliction he had suffered. The next lines also are very abrupt and unconnected. FN number 345, Arab. Yam Olaya. The term is still used throughout Muslim lands, but in Barbary where it is pronounced Mule, Europeans have converted it to Mule as if it had some connection with a mule. Even in Robinson Crusoe we find Mule or Molia's male, chaps. 2. And we hear the high-sounding name Mola Idris, the patron saint of the sunset land, debased to Mule Dries. FN number 346, Lane omits this tale because it is very similar, but inferior in interest, to the story told by the Sultan's steward. See volume I. 278. FN number 347, 16th Abbasid AH 279-289, equals A.D. 891-902. He was comely, intrepid, of grave exterior, majestic in presence, of considerable intellectual power, and the fiercest of the caliphs of the house of Abbas. He once had the courage to attack a lion, al-Sayuti. I may add that he was a good soldier and an excellent administrator, who was called Sappho II because he refounded the house of Abbas. He was exceedingly fanatic and died of sensuality, having first kicked his doctor to death, and he spent his last moments in versifying. FN number 348, Hamdan bin Ismail, called the Katib or scribe, was the first of his family who followed the profession of a Nadim or cup companion. His son Ahmad, who is in the text, was an oral transmitter of poetry and history. Al-Sayuti, p. 390, and Deslain Nikol, 2. 304, notice him. FN number 349, probably the caliph had attendants, but the text afterwards speaks of them as 2. Mac. Edit. 4. p. 558, line 2, and a few lines below, the caliph and the man with him. FN number 350, Arab. Naysabur, the famous town in Khorasan where Omar Khayyam, whom our people will call Omar Khayyam, was buried and where his tomb is still a place of pious visitation. A sketch of it has lately appeared in the illustrated papers. For an affecting tale concerning the astronomer-poet's tomb, borrowed from the Nagaristan, see the preface by the late Mr. Fitzgerald, whose admirable excerpts from the Rubaiyat, 101 out of 820 quatrains, have made the poem popular among all the English-speaking races. FN number 351, Arab. A Sharif Anta. With a Hamza sign of interrogation equals art thou a Sharif, or descendant of the Apostle? FN number 352, 10th Abbasid, AH 234-247 equals 848-861, grandson of al-Rashid and born of a slave concubine. He was famous for his hatred of the Allies, He destroyed the tomb of Al-Hussein, and claimed the pardon of Allah for having revised orthodox traditionary doctrines. He compelled the Christians to wear collars of wood or leather and was assassinated by 5 Turks. FN number 353. His father was Al-Mu'tasim I-La. AH 218 227 equals 833 842, the son of Al-Rashid by Marida, a slave concubine of foreign origin. He was brave and of a high spirit, but destitute of education, and his personal strength was such that he could break a man's elbow between his fingers. He imitated the apparatus of Persian kings, and he was called the Octonary because he was the 8th Abbasid, the 8th in descent from Abbas, the 8th son of Al-Rashid. He began his reign in AH 218, lived 48 years, was born under Scorpio, 8th zodiacal sign, was victorious in 8 expeditions, slew 8 important foes and left 8 male and 8 female children. For his Introducing Turks see Volume 3, 81. FN number 354, that is as if it were given away in charity. FN number 355, Arab. Shaka, a word much used in the Zanzibar trade where it means a piece of long cloth 1 fathom long. See My Lake Regions of Central Africa, Volume I. 147, etc. FN number 356. He is afterwards called in 2 places Kadim equals eunuch. FN number 357, a courteous way of saying, never mind my name, I wish to keep it hidden. The formula is still popular. FN number 358, Arab. Bakarani, that is fumigated me with burning aloes wood, column or similar material. FN number 359, in a sign of honor. The threshold is important amongst Muslims. In one of the Mameluke Sultan's sepulchres near Cairo I found a granite slab bearing the Katuch, shield, of Khufu, Cheops, with the 4 hieroglyphs hardly effaced. FN number 360, that is one of the concubines by whose door he had passed. FN number 361, epistasis without the prostasis, and she ordered thee so to do. The situation justifies the rhetorical figure. FN number 362, Arab. Side Dabsi Volume I, 340. FN number 363, 13th Abbasid AH 252 255, equals 866 869. His mother was a Greek slave called Kabiha, Al-Masudi and Al-Sa'uti, for which Banja is probably a clerical error. He was exceedingly beautiful and was the first to ride out with ornaments of gold. But he was impotent in the hands of the Turks who caused the mob to depose him and kill him, his death being related in various ways. FN number 364, that is the reward from Allah for thy good deed. FN number 365, Arab. Nusk abstinence from women, a part of the Zahid's asceticism. FN number 366, Arab. Munazira, the verbal noun of which, munazara, may also mean dispute. The student will distinguish between munazara and munafara equals a contention for precedence in presence of an umpire. FN number 367, the Mac. Edit. Gives by mistake Abu Daud, the Bull. Correctly Abu Duwad. He was Qazi al-Quzat, High Chancellor, under Al-Mu'tasim, Al-Wasik Bila, Vathak, and Al-Mutawakil. FN number 368, Arab. Zab equals they led the bride to the bridegroom's house, but here used in the sense of displaying her as both were in the palace. FN number 369, that is renounce the craft which though not sinful, haram, is makruh or religiously unpraiseworthy, Muhammad having objected to music and indeed to the arts in general. FN number 370, Arab. Latankati, do not be too often absent from us. I have noticed the whimsical resemblance of cat and akat, and here the metaphorical sense is almost identical. FN number 371, Seab and Calican 2. 455. FN number 372, The Turkish Bodyguard. See volume 3. 81. FN number 373, 12th Abbasside. AH 248 252 equals 862 866, the son of a slave concubine Mecheric. He was virtuous and accomplished, comely, fair-skinned, pock-marked and famed for defective pronunciation, and he first set the fashion of shortening men's capes and widening the sleeves. After many troubles with the Turks, who were now the Praetorian Guard of Baghdad, he was murdered at the instigation of Al-Mu'taz, who succeeded him, by his chamberlain Said bin Salih. FN number 374, Arab. Uzu, his forebears, his ancestors. FN number 375, Lane rejects this tale because it is extremely objectionable, far more so than the title might lead me to expect. But he quotes the following marginal note by his sheikh: many persons, women, reckon marrying a second time amongst the most disgraceful of actions. This opinion is commonest in the country towns and villages, and my mother's relations are thus distinguished, so that a woman of them, when her husband dieth or divorceth her while she is young, passeth in widowhood her life, however long it may be, and disdaineth to marry a second time. I fear that this state of things belongs to the good old days now utterly gone by, and the loose rule of the stranger, especially the English, in Egypt will renew the scenes which characterized signed when Sir Charles Napier hanged every husband who cut down an adulterous wife. I have elsewhere noticed the ignorant idea that Muslims deny to women souls and seats in paradise, whilst Muhammad canonized 2 women in his own family. The theory arose with the fathers of the Christian Church, who simply exaggerated the misogyny of St. Paul. St. Ambrose, commenting on Corinthians I:2, boldly says feminas ad imaginum defectus non esse. St. Thomas Aquinas and his school adopted the Aristotelian view, mulier isteratum nature, et mas occasionatus, et per accidens generata, atqui ideo est monstrum. For other instances see Bayles. V. Gedicus, Reverend Simon of Brandebourg, who in 1695 published to Defensio Sexus Mulibra, a refutation of an anti-Socinian satire or squib, Disputatio per Jucunda, Mulieres homines non esse, Parises, 1693. But when Islam arose in the 7th century, the Christian learned cleverly affixed the stigma of their own misogyny upon the Muslims ad captandas femenas, and in southern Europe the calumny still bears fruit. Muhammad, Quran, chapter 24, commands for the first time, in the 6th year of his mission, the veiling and, by inference, the seclusion of women, which was apparently unknown to the Bedouin and, if practiced in the cities, was probably of the laxest. Nor can one but confess that such modified separation of the sexes, which it would be impossible to introduce into European manners, has great and notable advantages. It promotes the freest intercourse between man, and thus civilizes what we call the lower orders. In no Muslim land, from Morocco to China, do we find the brutals without manners or morals which are bred by European and especially by English civilization. For the same reason it enables women to enjoy fullest intimacy and friendship with one another, and we know that the best of both sexes are those who prefer the society of their own as opposed to quite the lady's man and quite the gentleman's woman. It also adds an important item to social decorum by abolishing, for example, such indecencies as the ballroom flirtation, a word which must be borrowed from us, not translated by foreigners. And especially it gives to religious meetings a tone which the presence of women modifies, and not for the better. Perhaps the best form is that semi-seclusion of the sex which prevailed in the heroic ages of Greece, Rome, and India, before the Muslim invasion, and which is perpetuated in Christian Armenia and in modern Hellas. It is something between the conventual strictness of Al-Islam and the liberty, or rather license, of the Anglo-Saxon and the Anglo-American. and when England shall have cast off that peculiar insularity which makes her differ from all civilized peoples, she will probably abolish 3 gross abuses, time-honored scandals, which bear very heavily on women and children. The first is the Briton's right to will property away from his wife and offspring. The second is the action for breach of promise, salving the broken heart with pounds, shillings, and pence. It should be treated simply as an exaggerated breach of contract. The third is the procedure popularly called grim con, and this is the most scandalous of all. The offence is against the rights of property, like robbery or burglary, and it ought to be treated criminally with fine, imprisonment, and in cases with corporal punishment after the sensible procedure of Muslim law. FN number 376, Moon of the Age, a name which has before occurred. FN number 377, the Malocchio or Getatura, so often noticed. FN number 378, the crescent of the month Dwelkada when the Ramazan fast is broken. This illusion is common. Comp. Volume I. 84. FN number 379, this line contains one of the yes, yes and no, no trifles alluded to in Volume 2, 60. Captain Lockett, M.A. 103, renders it I saw a fawn upon the hillock whose beauty eclipsed the full moon. I said, what is thy name? She answered, dear. What, my dear, said I, but she replied, no, no. To preserve the sound I have sacrificed sense. Lulu is a pearl, li equals for me, and la equals no, no. See volume I, 217. I should have explained a line which has puzzled some readers. A sun, face, on wand, neck, in knoll of sand, hips, she showed etc. FN number 380, Arab. Al-Huwaina, a rare term. FN number 381, bright in the eyes of the famishing who is allowed to break his fast. FN number 382, Mr. Payne reads Maghreb equals a Mauritanian, Moroccan, the Moors, not the Moorish Jews or Arabs, being a race of sodomites from highest to lowest. But the Mac and Bell, edit. Have Ajami. FN number 383, for Ishquzri equals platonic love. See volume I. 232, 2. 104. FN number 384, Zainab, Zenobia, and Zaid are generic names for women and men. FN number 385, that is he wrote qasidas, equals odes, elegies, after the fashion of the suspended poems which mostly open with the lover gazing upon the traces of the camp where his beloved had dwelt. The exaggerated conventionalism of such exordium shows that these early poems had been preceded by a host of earlier pieces which had been adopted as canons of poetry. FN number 386, the verses are very malapropos, like many occurring in the Nights, for the Moulin Sheikh is proof against all the seductions of the pretty boy and falls in love with a woman after the fashion of Don Quixote. Mr. Payne complains of the obscurity of the original owing to abuse of the figure in allege, but I find them explicit enough, referring to some debauched elder after the type of Abu Nawas. FN number 387, Arab. Equals a root which must here mean a sprig, a twig. The basil grows to a comparatively large size in the east. FN number 388, Arab. Late equals one connected with a tribe of Lot. See volume V. 161. FN number 389, for the play upon sake, a bleak case of sack, leg calf, and sake or cabera. See volume 2. 327. FN number 390, on the certain day the leg shall be bared and men shall be called upon to bow in adoration, but they shall not be able, Quran, XVI. 42. Bearing the leg implies a grievous calamity, probably borrowed from the notion of tucking up the skirts and stripping for flight. On the dangerous San Francisco River, one of the rapids is called Diracalcons equals take off your trousers, Highlands of the Brazil, 2:35. But here the allusion is simply ludicrous and to a Muslim blasphemous. FN number 391, Arab. Ista'i, a word of everyday use in reproof. So the hymn dost. Kaksham nahin? Hast thou no shame? Shame is a passion with Orientals and very little known to the West. FN number 392, that is angels and men saying, the peace of God be on us and on all righteous servants of Allah. This ends every prayer. FN number 393, Arab. Alna, the ceremonial purpose or intent to pray, without which prayer is null and void. See volume V. 163. The words would be I purpose to pray to bow prayer in this hour of deadly danger to my soul. Concerning such prayer see volume I. 142. FN number 394, Arab. Sakin equals quiescent, let a sleeping hind lie. FN number 395, Arab. Asalit. Traces, that is the works, the mighty signs and marvels. FN number 396, the mention of the coffee now frequently occurs in this tale and in that which follows, the familiar use of it showing a comparatively late date, and not suggesting the copyist's hand. FN number 397, Arab. Al-Kawa, the place being called from its produce. See Pilgrimage I. 317-18. FN number 398, Arab. Al-Ghurba, the translation in the text is taken from my late friend Edward Eastwick, translator of the Gulistan and author of a host of works which show him to have been a ripe Oriental scholar. FN number 399, the fiction may have been suggested by the fact that in all Muslim cities from India to Barbary the inner and outer gates are carefully shut during the noontide devotions, not because Friday is the day on which creation was finished and Muhammad entered Al-Medina, but because there is a popular idea that in times now approaching the Christians will rise up against the Muslims during prayers and will repeat the Sicilian Vespers. FN number 400, that is the syndic of the Guild of Jewelers. FN number 401, this is an Arab lady Godiva of the wrong sort. FN number 402, this is explained in my Pilgrimage I. 99 etc. FN number 403, about 3 pennyweights. It varies, however, everywhere, and in Morocco the mezgla as they call it is an imaginary value, no such coin existing. FN number 404, that is over and above the value of the gold, etc. FN number 405, this was the custom of contemporary Europe and more than one master cutler has put to death an apprentice playing peeping Tom to detect the secret of sword making. FN number 406, among Muslims husbands are divided into 3 species, 1, of Ba who is married for love, 2, of Da, for defense against the world, and 3, of Mer for marriage settlements, money. Master Obaid was an unhappy compound of the 2 latter, but he did not cease to be a man of honor. FN number 407 the Mac. Edit. Here is a mass of blunders and misprints. FN number 408, the Mac. Edit. Everywhere calls her Sabia equals the young lady and does not mention her name Halima equals the mild, the gentle till the Kmelksivth night. I follow Mr. Payne's example by introducing it earlier into the story, as it avoids vagueness and repetition of the indefinite. FN number 409, Arabadim al-Suk, equals without savour. Applied to an insipid mannerless man as Barad, cold, is to a fool. Al-Zuk is a man of pleasure, a voluptuary, a hedonist. FN number 410, Arab. Finjan the eggshell cups from which the Easterns still drink coffee. FN number 411, Arab. A washik a rare word, which Dozy translates ocellet, or ocel, and Mr. Payne, Hucklebones, concerning which he has obliged me with this note. Shanbord renders ocellet by petty osav eclecan lay on fonduant. Hucklebone is the hip bone, but in the plural it applies to our cockles or cockles. Latham gives hucklebone, or cockle, one of the small vertebrae of the cocky geese, and Littleton translates talus, a hucklebone, a bone to play with like a die, a play called cockle. So also in rider, hucklebones and knucklebones as sin, but the latter is modern and liable to give a false idea, besides being tautological. It has nothing to do with the knuckles and derives from the German knuckle, dialectically knockellen, a bonelet. FN number 412, for ablution after sleep and before prayer. The address of the slave girl is perfectly natural. In a Muslim house we should hear it this day, nor does it show the least sign of frowardness. FN number 413, the perfect stupidity of the old Whittle is told with the driest Arab humour. FN number 414, this is a reach-off of the language of signs in Aziz and Aziza volume 2. 302. FN number 415, in the Mac. Edit. Yafalina equals O certain person. FN number 416, Arab. Laylat al-Qabila, lit. Equals the coming night, tonight, for which see volume 3. 349. FN number 417, Arab. Yarmak. Which in Morocco means a madman, a maniac, a santon. FN number 418, the whole passage has a grammatical double entendre whose application is palpable. Half-alj-r equals a particle governing the noun in the genitive or a mode of thrusting and tumbling. FN number 419, Arab. Al-sila equals conjunctive, sentence, also coition. Al-maus uacutel equals the conjoined, a grammatical term for relative pronoun or particle. FN number 420, Arab. Tanwin al-isophamazil equals the nonation in construction cast out. Tanwin, nonation, is pronouncing the vowels of the case endings of a noun with n for you, nominative, in for I, genitive, and n for a, accusative. This nonation expresses indefiniteness. For example, Malikan equals a king, any king. When the noun is made definite by the mrif or article, al, the tanwin must be dropped. For example, al-Malik equals the king, al-Malikan being a grammatical absurdity. In construction or regimen, isofer, the nonation must also disappear, as Maliku I-Hind equals the king of Hind. A king of Hind would be Malikan minutes Muluki I-Hind equals the king from amongst the kings of Hind. Thus whilst the wife and the lover were conjoined as much as might be, the hocust and sleeping husband was dismissed. Ma apostrophes L equals degraded, like a nonation dropped in construction. I may add that the terminal syllables are invariably dropped in popular parlance, and none but Mr. G. Palgrave, who afterwards ignored his own assertion, ever found an Arab tribe actually using them in conversation, although they are always pronounced when reading the Quran and poetry. FN number 421. This was a saying of Muhammad about overfrequency of visits. Zergiban, Tazid Haban equals call rally that friendship last fairly. So the verse of Al-Mutanabi. How oft familiarity breeds dislike. Preston quotes Jesus ben Sirach, Greek. Also Al-Hariri, as 15. Of the legal, de CCP. 478 1. 2. Visit not your friend more than 1 day in a month, nor stop longer than that with him. Also as 16. 487, 8. Multiply not visits to thy friend. None so disliked as one visiting too often. Preston P. 352. In the St. Novels, 52, novels, no. The dying father says to his son Colongemeis Nivaus Hant 1010 lost il devote to voyaisen K-line vows why served a pain bis. In these matters Muslims follow the preaching and practice of the Apostle, who was about as hearty and genial as the great Washington. But the Arab had a fund of dry humor which the Anglo-American lacked altogether. FN number 422, Arab. Amal action, operation. In Hindustani it is used, often with an alif for 9, as intoxication, for example pani, strong waters, and applied to sharab, wine, boza, beer, toddy or the fermented juice of the dad, Arasis flabelliformis, narrowly, juice of the coconut tree, sandai, of the wild date, elate sylvestris, afin, opium and its preparations as post equals poppy seeds, and various forms of cannabis sativa, as ganja, chiras, madad, sazi, etc. for which see Herclot's glossary. FN number 423, Arab Sadab, mostly an underground room, volume I. 340, but here a tunnel. FN number 424, Arab. Al-Lawandia, this and the frequent mention of the coffee and presently of a watch, sayer, show that the tale in its present state cannot be older than the end of the 16th century. FN number 425, Arab. Saban, volume I. 172. FN number 426, the lines have occurred in volume I. 238, where I have noted the punning subrequels patience or aloes. I quote Trans, the Templar, however, utterly abolishes the pun in the last couplet : the case is not at my command, but in fair patience' hand I'm set by him who ordereth all and cloth such case command. Amr here equals case, circumstance, or command, order, with a suspicion of reference to mer equals mer, bitterness. The reader will note the resignation to fate's decrees which here and in host of places elevates the tone of the book. FN number 427, that is as one loathes that which is prohibited, and with a loathing which makes it unlawful for me to cohabit with thee. FN number 428, this is quite natural to the sensitive Eastern. FN number 429, hence, according to Muslim and Eastern theory generally halud and reasonable conduct. But in Egypt not a few freeborn women and those two of the noblest, would beat her hollow at her own little game. See for instance the booklet attributed to Jalal Sayuti and entitled Kita Allies R, Book of Explanation, Film Alnica, in the Science of Carnal Copulation. There is a copy of it in the British Museum, and a friend kindly supplied me with a lithograph from Cairo, warning me that there are doubts about the authorship. FN number 430, these lines have occurred in volume 3. 214, I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 431, this ejaculation, as the Washos, is parenthetic, spoken either by Halima, by Shahrazad or by the writer. FN number 432, Arab. Khazra here meaning an upper room. FN number 433, to avoid saying, I pardon thee. FN number 434, a proverbial saying which here means I could only dream of such good luck. FN number 435, the good old custom amongst Muslims who have had business transactions with each other, such acquittance of all possible claims will be quoted on Judgment Day, when debts will be severely inquired into. FN number 436, Arab. Qutr, track talk water, Misr, vulgarly pronounced Masr. I may remind the reader that the Assyrians called the Nile Valley Musa, whence probably the Heb. Mizraim dual form denoting Upper and Lower Egypt, which are still distinguished by the Arabs into Sud and Misr. The hieroglyphic term is Tamera equals land of the flood, and the Greek Aegyptos is probably derived from Kai-Ta, region of the great god Ta, or Makata, house of the soul of Dar. The word Copts or Copt, in Egyptian Kabti and pronounced Gabdi, contains the same consonants. FN number 437, now an unimportant frontier fort and village dividing Syria-Palestine from Egypt and famed for the French battle with the Mamelukes, February 19, 1799, and the convention for evacuating Egypt. In the old times it was an important site built upon the river of Egypt, now a dried up wadi, and it was the chief port of the then populous Najab or South Country. According to Abel-Fida, it derived its name, the Boothi, the nest, from a hut built there by the brothers of Joseph when stopped at the frontier by the guards of Pharaoh. But this is usual Jewish infection of history. FN number 438, Arab. Bab. Which may also equals chapter or category. See volume I, 136 and elsewhere, index. In Egypt, Bab sometimes means the sepulchral cave hewn in a rock, plur. Biban, from the Coptic bib. FN number 439, that is the Holy, a town some 3 marches, 60 miles, east of Cairo, thus showing the honor done to an heroic hero. There is also a Salihia quarter or suburb of Damascus famous for its cemetery of holy men, but the facetious Sits changed the name to Za linear equals causing to stray, in allusion to its Kurdish population. Baron von Hamried's La Phobia Redelia built by Al-Malik al-Adil founded a chronological argument on no clerical error. FN number 440, Kamar al-Zaman, the normal pen on the name, a practice as popular in the East as in the West, and worthy only of a pickpocket in either place. FN number 441, Arab. Azra plur. Of Zirand lit. Equals buttons, that is of his robe collar from which his white neck and face appear shining as the sun. FN number 442, Arab. Ira, the usual enclosure of kanats or tent flaps pitched for privacy during the halt. FN number 443, that is it was so richly ornamented that it resembled an enchanted hoard whose spells, hiding it from sight, had been broken by some happy treasure seeker. FN number 444, the merchant who is a stern parent and exceedingly ticklish on the Pandora saw at first sight her sexual origin which had escaped the mother. Usually it is the other way. FN number 445, not the head of the church, or chief pontiff, but the chief of the ulama and fuqaha, faqih or Ds, men learned in the law, divinity. The order is peculiarly Muslim. In fact, the succedaneum for the Christian hierarchy, an institution never contemplated by the founder of Christianity. This title shows the modern date of the tale. FN number 446, Arab. Maulid, prop. Applied to the birth feast of Muhammad, which begins on the 3rd day of Rabi' al-Awwal, 3rd Muslim month, and lasts a week or 10 days, according to local custom, usually ending on the 12th. And celebrated with salutes of cannon, circumcision feasts, marriage banquets, ziklitanies, perfections of the Quran and all manner of solemn festivities including the powder play, Lab al-Barat, in the wilder corners of al-Islam. It is also applied to the birth festivals of great sultans, as Ahmad al-Badawi, for which see Lane M.E. Chaps. 24. In the text it is used like the span. Punchin or behind Damishka, any great occasion of merrymaking. FN number 447, Arab. Sanjak blur. Of Sanjak, Turk, equals a banner, also applied to the bearer, ensign or cornet, and to a military rank mostly corresponding with Bey or Colonel. FN number 448, I have followed Mr. Payne's ordering of the text which, both in the Mac and Bull edits, is wholly inconsequent and has not the excuse of rhyme. FN number 449, Arab. Jilbab, a long coarse veil or gown which in Barbary becomes jalabia, in a striped and hooded cloak of woolen stuff. FN number 450, that is a broken down pilgrim left to die on the road. FN number 451, these lines have occurred in volume I. 272. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 452, note the difference between Zert, the loud crepitus, and Fazwa, the susurrus, which Captain Groves in his quaint Lexicon Balatronicum calls a fice or a foice, from the Arabic faz, fazwa. FN number 453. These lines have occurred in Night 6, Volume Vi. 246, where the Panonkalia is explained. I quote Lane. FN number 454. The usual pretext of God business, as the Comore men call it. For the title of the Kaaba, see My Pilgrimage, Volume 3. 149. FN number 455. This was in order to travel as a respectable man. He could also send the girl as a spy into the different harems to learn news of the lady who had eloped. FN number 456. A polite form of alluding to the cursing him. FN number 457. That is on account of the king taking offence at his unceremonious departure. FN number 458. That is, it will be the worse for him. FN number 459. I would here remind the reader that Arabian PL. Erb is a man of pure Arab race, whether of the Al-Mada, equals people of mortar, that is citizens, or Al-Waba, equals tents of goat or camel's hair, whereas Arabian PL. Arab is one who dwells in the desert whether Arab or not. Hence the verse colon. They name Masal Arab but Al-Arab is our name. FN number 460. I would remind the reader that the dinar is the golden denarius, or solidus, of Eastern Rome, while the dirham is the silver denarius, whence dinar, dinar o, dinhero, etc., etc. The oldest dinars date from AH 9192, equals 714-15, and we find the following description of one struck in AH 96 by Al-Walid the Vi. Omeid colon. Obverse. Area. There is no ilah but Allah, he is one, he hath no partner. Circle. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah who hath sent him with the true guidance and religion that he manifest it above all other creeds. Reverse. Area. Allah is one, Allah is eternal, he begetteth not, nor is he begot. Circle. Bismillah, this dinar was struck anno 96. See Ilah Menaz. Warnings for Folk, a pleasant little volume by Mr. Godfrey Clark, London, King and Co., 1873, mostly consisting of the minor tales from the Nights, especially this group between Nights Xvi and Klixi, but rendered valuable by the annotations of my old friend, the late Frederick Eton. FN number 461. The reader will note the persistency with which the duty of universal benevolence is preached. FN number 462, Arab. From Pers. Shahbanda, see Volume 4. 29. FN number 463, that is of thy coming, a popular compliment. FN number 464, this is the doctrine of the Universal East, and it is true concerning wives and widows, not girls when innocent or rather ignorant. According to Western ideas, Kamar al-Zaman was a young scoundrel of the darkest dye whose only excuses were his age, his inexperience and his passions. FN number 465, Arab. Deis prop. Equals a man who pimps for his own wife and in this sense constantly occurring in conversation. FN number 466. This is taking the law into one's own hands with a witness, yet amongst races who preserve the Pandona in full and pristine force, for example the Afghans and the Persian Ilyat, the killing so far from being considered murder or even justifiable homicide would be highly commended by public opinion. FN number 467, Arab. Narkizat Uatlin Wadin, the words are attributed to the Prophet whom we find saying, Verily in your wives and children ye have an enemy, wherefore beware of them. Quran Sif. 14, compare 1 Cor. 7. 28, 32. But Matrigendum went farther. Tautzites, Seras refuses to fake to divinity, Poots. FN number 468, Arab. Habibi what Habibi, the common jingle. FN number 469, Ablint his connection with Diablos has been noticed in volume I. 13. The word is foreign as well as a PN and therefore is imperfectly declined, although some authorities deduce it from a blasa equals he despaired of Allah's mercy. Others call him Al-Haris, the lion, hence Eve's firstborn was named in his honor Abd al-Harts. His angelic name was Azazel before he sinned by refusing to prostrate himself to Adam, as Allah had commanded the heavenly host for a trial of faith, not to worship the first man, but to make him the Qibla or direction of prayer addressed to the Almighty. Hence he was ejected from heaven and became the arch-enemy of mankind. Quran 18:48. He was an angel but related to the jinn. Al-Bayzai, however, on Quran 2:82, opines that angelic by nature he became a jinn by act. Ibn Abbas held that he belonged to an order of angels who are called jinn and begot issue as do the Nasnas, the Ghul and the Qutrub which, however, are male and female, like the pre-Adamite man-woman of Genesis, the Bayan of our modern days. For this subject see terminal essay. FN number 470. As usual in the East and in the West, the husband was the last to hear of his wife's ill conduct. But even Othello did not kill Emilia. FN number 471, that is star of the morning. The first word occurs in Bar Chokba equals son of the star, that is, which was to come out of Jacob, Numbers 24:17. The root, which does not occur in Heb, is Kokab to thine. This Rabbi Akilah was also called Bar Kozla equals son of the lie. FN number 472. Here some excision has been judged advisable as the names of the bridegrooms and the brides recur with damnable iteration. FN number 473. See the note by Lane's Sheikh at the beginning of the tale. The contrast between the vicious wife of servile origin and the virtuous wife of noble birth is fondly dwelt upon but not exaggerated. FN number 474. That is those of his water skins for the journey, which as usual required patching and supplying with fresh handles after long lying dry. FN number 475. A popular saying also applied to men. It is usually accompanied with showing the open hand and a reference to the size of the fingers. I find this story most interesting from an anthropological point of view, suggesting how differently various races regard the subject of adultery. In Northern Europe the burden is thrown most unjustly upon the man, the woman who tempts him being a secondary consideration, and in England he is absurdly termed a seducer. In former times he was paraded or called out, now he is called up for damages, a truly ignoble and shopkeeper-like mode of treating a high offence against private property and public morality. In Anglo-America, where English feeling is exaggerated, the lover is revolvered and the woman is left unpunished. On the other hand, amongst Eastern and especially Muslim peoples, the woman is cut down and scant reckoning is taken from the man. This more sensible procedure has struck firm root amongst the nations of Southern Europe, where the husband kills the lover only when he still loves his wife and lover-like is furious at her affection being alienated. Practically throughout the civilized world there are only two ways of treating women. Muslims keep them close, defend them from all kinds of temptations, and if they go wrong kill them. Christians place them upon a pedestal, the observed of all observers, expose them to every danger, and if they fall, accuse and abuse them instead of themselves. And England is so grandly logical that a law, under certain circumstances, holds that Mrs. A has committed adultery with Mr. B. But Mr. B has not committed adultery with Mrs. A. Can any absurdity be more absurd? Only summa injus, summa injuria. See my terminal essay. I shall have more to say upon this curious subject, the treatment of women who can be thoroughly guarded only by two things, firstly their hearts and secondly by the Spanish padlock. FN number 476. Lane owns that this is one of the most entertaining tales in the work, but he omits it because its chief and best portion is essentially the same as the story of the first of the three ladies of Baghdad. The truth is he was straitened for space by his publisher and thus compelled to cut out some of the best stories in the Nights. FN number 477, that is Ibrahim of Mosul, the musician-poet often mentioned in the Nights. I must again warn the reader that the name is pronounced Ishaq, like Isaac with a central aspirate, not Ishaq. This is not unnecessary when we hear Tate Schill for Tateshill and Frederick Schill for Friedrich Schall. FN number 478, that is he was a proficient, an adept. FN number 479, Arab. From Pers. DUAQTLAB equals a water wheel, a buttery, a cupboard. FN number 480, Arab. Future, the Koti Hazari of Anglo-India breakfast proper, eaten by Muslims immediately after the dawn prayer except in Ramadan. Amongst sensible people it is a substantial meal of bread and boiled beans, eggs, cheese, curded milk and the pastry called fatira, followed by coffee and a pipe. See Lane M. E. Chapt. V. And My Pilgrimage to 48. FN number 481. This off with his head style must not be understood literally. As I have noted, it is intended by the writer to show the kingship and the majesty of the Vicar of Allah. FN number 482, lit. The calamity of man, insan, is from the tongue, listen. FN number 483, Fakat Sharif, lit. Equals a noble letter, see volume 2. 39. FN number 484, Arab. Alayas Churukay equals protect thee by hiding what had better be hidden, FN number 485, Arab. Janatsir equals chains, an Arabized plural of the Pers. Zanja with a metathesis or transposition of letters peculiar to the vulgar, Janatsir for Zanajir. FN number 486, Arab. Safina equals Noah's Ark, a myth derived from the Baris of Egypt with subsequent embellishments from the Babylonian deluge legends. The latter may have been survivals of the days when the waters of the Persian Gulf extended to the mountains of eastern Syria. Hence I would explain the existence of extinct volcanoes within sight of Damascus. See Unexplored Syria I. p. 159, visited, I believe, for the first time by my late friend Charles F. Tewitt Drake and myself in May, 1871. FN number 487, Mansour and Nazir are passive and active participles from the same root. Nazr equals victory, the former means triumphant and the latter triumphing. FN number 488, the normal term of Muslim mourning, which Muhammad greatly reduced, disliking the abuse of it by the Jews who even in the present day are the strictest in its observance. FN number 489, a new fuistic and euphemistic style of saying, no, we don't know. FN number 490, Arab. Burhan, an article placed with him and pawn. FN number 491, a Muslim is bound, not only by honor but by religion, to discharge the debts of his dead father and mother and so save them from punishment on Judgment Day. Muhammad, who enjoined mercy to debtors while in the flesh, Chapt. 2. 280, etc., said Allah covereth all faults except debt, that is to say, there will be punishment therefore. Also a martyr shall be pardoned every fault but debt. On one occasion he refused to pray for a Muslim who died insolvent. Such harshness is a curious contrast with the leniency which advised the creditor to remit debts by way of alms. And practically this mild view of indebtedness renders it highly unadvisable to oblige a Muslim friend with a loan. FN number 492, that is he did not press them for payment, and, it must be remembered, he received no interest upon his monies, this being forbidden in the Quran. FN number 493, Al-Masudi, chap. 17, alludes to furs of sable, summer, herm-aline, alfawa, and borters, Turkish, furs of black and red foxes. for summer see volume 4. 57. Sinjab is Persian for the skin of the grey squirrel. Mu. Lemmus, the lemming, the meniver, erroneously meniver, many of as opposed to the ermine equals mersaminius, or mustler erminia. I never visit England without being